Were they allowed to start an investigation into James Comey?
I don't believe that they can under political. I think it's unconstitutional to bring in a political to do it for political reasons.
But it's not political. In your opinion, it's political. In mine, it's not. By the same token, it would be unconstitutional for them to bring charges against Trump for political reasons.
Presuming that they're political, that's the thing.
Right.
And I don't presume it. Okay,
you disagree because you're partisan and you wanted the.
And you disagree about Letitia James because you're partisan.
That's right. You could say that. That's well within your rights. This is what you've done and what Democrats have done over and over again. You broke these norms because you wanted to get Trump at all costs. So you were okay with the political lawfare, and you sit there and pretended and lied and been disingenuous, saying, no, there's nothing political about this.
Aren't you no better? You're claiming Trump isn't political.
You're right. You can say I'm no better. So
no, I'm not asking, can I say it? I'm saying, isn't it convincing to you by that logic that you're also a disingenuous hack?
I want the same standard.
Which is political prosecution by your own lights.
No, it's not political. I don't believe that Trump's doing political prosecutions. His DOJ is doing political prosecutions. I think you're full of shit and you're lying.
I think you're full of shit
and I'm lying.
Yeah.
I think the standard should be applied that go ahead and start the investigations in both scenarios.
Oh, shit. Okay. Even if you judge it to be political.
No, I don't think it is political.
Right. So,
hey, folks, please like, comment, and subscribe. And make sure to check out my newsletter. Information is in the description.
How are you? 24-hour stream, hey?
14 hours in. A little tired.
Holy crap.
Doing all right.
Man. I feel like this is a tradition. You do this like every year, right?
I usually just do it on like the even number years during election, so I try to do it before the election. But I was gonna do this next weekend, but then I was close to debating at America Fest. Actually, I don't even think America Fest when I looked into the details. I was gonna debate Brian Shapiro. Me and Jake Rattlesnake were gonna debate Brian Shapiro on someone, but Alex Stein's gonna debate him instead. Okay. So I bumped this up because it was supposed to be next Friday, so I bumped it up, and then that fell through. So that's why it was today. So.
Well, I just want to say, speaking of like the election years where you do the reactions, I was just talking to Counterpoint, so I know is your very most favorite real Republican, actual real Republican, and he said that your reaction to the 2025 elections. That you were quite angry and upset with a lot of things, but particularly congressional Republican. And so
yes.
I wanted to start first, instead of in our usual combative fashion, just getting your take on like, what the fuck is happening with your party? What's the losses? What's going on? Is this a mirage or is stuff bad for the congressional?
I think that I think that it's what it's always been since Trump's first term, and there's criticism to be had of Trump here, which is that the people that are sort of the more establishment people in the party, the ones that like Jeb Bush, the Mitt Romneys of the world, formerly you would have seen John McCain, Jeff Flake, those types of people, they don't like Trump. And a lot of these policies that they're putting forth, they don't like, and they don't want to announce that because they know it'd be the kiss of death because it's basically Trump's party now. And so they're basically intentionally ineffectual. And it's one thing to be ineffectual when it comes to legislative matters, right? To not be passing things, but they're incapable of actually even saying things for a narrative that would make people think that there are, possible attempts being made to make their lives better. So I don't think Republicans in Congress have done jack shit. And the only two bills of any relevance that they passed were the big, beautiful bill, which I'm willing to accept if we're going to have mass amounts of spending, if it means doing these mass deportation. I'm unsatisfied, and I see that Trump's giving counter signals to suggest that a lot of illegals will be allowed to stay. So I don't think it was worth spending if that's the case. If you can't do the things that you're promising involving deportations and shit, then at least be fiscally responsible. I don't see that occurring. And then they passed a CS that was literally just the same CS that Democrats have passed before. And the Democrats are so good at pushing their messaging that the Democrats actually pushed that the exact same CS that they formerly supported was actually like a shame for them to have to swallow it. And that was a victory for Republicans.
That was like me on Live and Learn. No, it is really funny watching the mirror of these conversations. Sorry, I'm going to be a little bit louder because people are saying that I should be louder.
It must be on your end. You sound fine on my end, so it might be for your audience. You sound
maybe, yeah. So
you're muted now.
I'm muted?
I can unmute you if you want. Oh, okay.
You can hear me now? Oh, how about now? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yep, you're good.
Right. Cool. So I'm just going to be a little bit louder because I can see my levels. I don't know why they're heading off. It's so interesting watching how these conversations happen in two different contexts, because you're right. In the Live and Learn sphere, I was like incensed that we allowed this CR to go through. And yeah, it's just like a very different take on sort of the messaging of the Democrats. I'm very often highly critical of people like Schumer and our leadership at being shit messengers and not being able to deliver the right message. Maybe we're talking about different contexts, but it's correct to say that your support of the big, beautiful bill was contingent on a particular kind of immigration enforcement that you're not seeing right now.
Correct. That's how I felt about the big, beautiful bill. I was up in the air. There's a lot of things about Trump's policies I feel that way, right? Tariffs are one thing. We could talk about that. The Venezuelan strikes. The idea that the hoax that you all fell for this double tap shit's hilarious, right? That was clearly bullshit from the onset. But the idea of even if it's even if we accept that it would be legal to attack these Venezuelan boats and shit, should we? I certainly don't want to see war with Venezuela. I guess in the grand scheme of things, as someone who's been against interventionism around the world, I find it more palpable to possibly deal with bad actors that are literally directly on their way and doing things in the United States than random people in Libya, Syria, which not only has Obama bombed and Biden bombed, so Trump. So I find it more egregious, like Trump's bombing of Syria in the past than his bombing these Venezuelan boats. But that doesn't mean I'm exactly thrilled about the bombing of the Venezuelan boats. If it's true that this would precipitously decline, like cartels' influence in the United States, fentanyl coming in and other things, then I guess that I could accept it. It's very similar to the bombing of Iran. But what I will say is I feel that one of the reasons that Trump's polling numbers, particularly with young people, is doing so bad right now is because the focus of his presidency at this point, undoubtedly, at least for the last 3 to 4 months, has been foreign policy. And I don't think the people in this country give two shits about foreign policy anymore. They're tired of not being able to afford groceries. They're tired of the median household, our first-time home buyer, being 41 years old. They can't afford their house. They can't afford health care. They can't afford groceries. Most of this is because of the disastrous policies of your party and Joe Biden, where we saw inflation go through the roof. But nonetheless, Trump's not even selling the message that, hey, we've stemmed the bleeding, but we understand people are still hurting. It's the same mistake that the Biden administration made, right? They should have been out there from day one saying, yeah, you're absolutely right that people are suffering immensely economically. We blame Trump. Instead, they were like, one of the greatest economies ever, Jack. Inflation's transitory. And I was like, what a fucking terrible messaging. Now Republicans in the Trump administration make the same mistake. And they deserve to be punished for it because it's insulting to people that have been struggling in this country for a long time that were more focused about fucking Ukraine and bombing Iran and Israel and bombing Venezuelan boats, as far as I'm concerned. Not to say that in a vacuum, each of those things are the worst thing in the world, but the priorities are all wrong, in my opinion.
I definitely want to get into, hopefully we can get into the strikes at some point. I understand that you're against them on policy grounds, but
well, I don't know that I'm against them. My guts to be against them. But yes, that's what I would say.
Got it. So you're saying you're withholding judgment as of now, correct, but your inclination is to be against them. And I do want to get into that, and also your contention that the second strike, whatever, is a hoax. But I do want to more broadly get your view on the challenges of the party right now. Initially, from your perspective, I think that there's always something valuable to be gained because I do see a lack of policy coherence from the administration. It seems like half of the people have different ideas than each other. Half of them have their foot out the door preparing for 2028. And I don't know, like a lot of I can understand from the MAGA perspective for someone who actually believed in this, what I think is like the weaponization hoax. On behalf of the Obama and Biden Departments of Justice, et cetera, or Russiagate, all that stuff. That there's plenty of reason to be disappointed with how Trump is performing, with his personnel decisions, with how they're messing up, even just on like procedural grounds, on competence grounds. The Lindsey Halligan appointment, right? That was a mess that didn't need to happen.
Well, now wait. The Halligan appointment itself, it's not that I have as much of a problem. What I have a problem with, where it's actually legitimate criticism, was her indictment of Comey, right? Where they had to know that there was going to be a challenge to her appointment, and the dumb fucks didn't even have anyone else sign off on the indictment.
Right.
So you literally had the one person sign off on the indictment basically by herself that you knew there was going to be legitimate questions about whether or not she could be appointed.
But that's my point, Rob.
That's egregious.
Even assuming that like all these cases, and we have very differences of opinion on the actual substantive cases, even assuming that the cases are, they ought to go out against these people for the various things they're going after them for. Between you and me, I think the Bolton investigation is more justified. It seems like there probably is some. I haven't had a deep look at it, but it looks like a more solid case than the others. But putting aside the substance,
fuck him. I hope he goes down hard. Fuck that piece of shit. I've hated him forever.
Yeah, I don't think you've ever liked Bolton. But it does seem though that like even taking on the values of someone who's against the swamp, You have Epstein, you have the Comey and Letitia James indictments, which have been disastrous just from like a competency perspective. Pam Bondi in terms of optics, Kash Patel in terms of optics. You know, we're getting reports of the FBI is like pissed about his ego and the trips and the patches and misinformation sometimes on like active investigations when he's like in a New York restaurant tweeting about, we found the killer, we didn't find the killer, we're still looking for him. So in terms of, part of the appeal of Trump, and I know this isn't your specific pitch because you've always had problems with the people around Trump, or at least that's what I take as the cope. But that's your position. Your position is that he surrounds himself with people who give him conflicting, stupid, bad advice, etc. That hasn't been alleviated in Trump 2.0.
No, and I think you're absolutely right about most of the stuff you're saying with personnel. I think Pam Bondi's a fucking joke. I really do. Like, she should have lost her job with the original Epstein debacle. I'm going to get to, like, smacking your worldview here. But, like, to criticize, unlike you, what I'll do is happily criticize the shit out of the people I vote for. So, with Trump, like, I think that just starting back, the Epstein business, one of the worst political mistakes I've ever seen. Not even a mistake. It's just fucking damn near unforgivable, right? Say what you will about the Epstein Files, and there's legitimate reasons that Trump wouldn't want them released, even though he suggested that maybe he would during the campaign trail. But what's not excusable in any way, shape, or form is that his core base that he alluded to, this Epstein issue being an important issue, he literally told them he did not want their support anymore if they cared about this issue, which is Politics 101. You don't tell people to not support you. He should be telling Democrats, you should support me. Republicans, you should support me. So to take an issue that he basically promised on, that many of his supporters think is a very important issue in these Epstein files, and say, trust me, bro, it's all a Democratic hoax, and if you don't believe that, I don't want your support anymore, was a fucking joke. And that came off the heels of Pam Bondi's absolute debacle and joke, where she waffled like 17 times, it seemed, including the disastrous photo op of giving these Republican influence this binder of basically bullshit that had already been made public. Then she tried to
blame the administration for that, right? You don't blame the influencers. You kind of see them more as like
victims. Yeah, I absolutely blame the administration and not the influencers, because I truly believe the influencers like, well, hell, we didn't know what was in there. We were there for some other meeting on other things, and they're like, we got exciting news. So they're like, wow, we're gonna get this shit that we wanted for a while. And then when they open it up after the photo op, they're like, what the fuck is this shit? It's all the stuff that's already been made public. This is nothing, right? And then what's even worse for Bondi after that, remember she said like a day or two after, didn't she say like, oh, evidence was withheld from me and it's all sitting on my desk now.
So there are a couple
and that was all bullshit. And then they were like, well, nothing got released. And if I want to like try to be as charitable as possible, which I don't, but if I wanted to, I could say, well, maybe the shit she was looking at for whatever, reasons it has to remain hush hush. Maybe it's, classified and blah, blah, blah. So now she has to pretend it never existed. I don't care. Optically, it was a nightmare. And Pam Bondi's done other shit like this. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, John Smolleman was kind of sort of all people pushing back against her a month ago.
Solomon,
because
right?
she was
not Smolleman, John Solomon. You're in
Solomon, yeah. Because he had said something like I was seeing this story where she came out and was like, "Can you believe that like the investigation into like they got the phone records of was it Trump or was it one of the senators?" And Solomon's like, "Right, this has been public information for 8 months." Right. Yeah. And you're coming, and Pam Bondi's like releasing a statement like she just found out about this. This is fucking amateur hour. Now, is it? I've heard people like Shipwrecked and others that like cover legal shit on X claiming, I don't know if this is true, but claiming when it comes to like a lot of the procedural shit that's made its way to the Supreme Court, a lot of the victories that Trump's experienced is because of her influence or possibly because of her team. Maybe that's true, but she's a disaster on the issues I think are the most important, and I think she's been optically a nightmare. Kash Patel, same thing. Dan Bongino, the same thing. Big bullshit talkers when they weren't there. Like, I'm fine with saying you're wrong about something, right? And so if it's like, no, trust me, bro, we're here now and we looked at the Epstein files and there's no there. That's possible. That could be. But then you owe us an explanation for why you were so wrong before your time in government. And you haven't given, especially Bongino, who had a talk show that talked about this shit all the time. Like for example, I talk about like shit like, the Burisma scandal and shit like that. Let's say that Trump appoints me to the FBI and they're like, here's all the books, man, look at this. And I look at it and I'm like, holy fuck, I was wrong, right? I would owe people an explanation. I might not be able to talk about classified material I saw, but I'd be like, look, I saw this and I was wrong, and here's what I got that was wrong. But we didn't get shit all like that from Bongino or Patel. And I think that that's ridiculous, and it erodes trust in them from the perspective of me, someone who supported them. So
I heard that from Sam Harris, who I think he gave such a great example. Like, we can apply it to me right now. Suppose that Pisco comes out and says, I'm actually, I regret my vote for Harris. I'm supporting Trump. I'm full MAGA now. And I just didn't explain what caused me to like drop all of my prior criticisms of Trump or consider him the lesser of two evils or whatever. You would want like some kind of accounting for your audience, for your credibility. You made these arguments for the longest time. And for Bongino, this was like a point where he even claimed certainty. He said, I'm 100% certain. I think this is on the bomb, right? On the pipe bomb. And I have to say, Rob, we'll get into it, where a lot of MAGA media has been pushing, even against this, like a woman who was a part of the Capitol Police at the Blaze TV had a little report on it. And there's no accountability, right? Like Bongino, at a bare minimum, I think deserves, the American people or his audience deserve an apology for what occurred. And yeah, no, I do think that from a MAGA perspective, it makes you worry about the credibility. That said, I have to think, as between Bondi and Barr, the way you talk about Bondi, and you are excruciating about Barr, but the way you talk about Bondi is almost like worse. Does that have to do with a disappointment or something? Because Bondi, one thing that Trump can't say is like Trump loves Bondi. It doesn't have a complaint about Bondi. And so is that why it offends you more? Because it's closer to who like Trump is maybe, and Trump, less plausible deniability? Or is it because you think that Bondi's more incompetent, or Bill Barr is just like you kind of priced in that he was a shill? But you were always kind of critical of Bondi.
I think Bill Barr was basically someone that was there to check Trump and make sure that he didn't aggressively go after establishment interest. And so I would put that in the realm of sort of corruption, loosely, like is what I would say. I think Pam Bondi's just brutally incompetent. And I was definitely, it depended on when you heard me, like I was flipping shit about Bill Barr back in 2020, and I was arguing with a bunch of QAnon people all the time. So I don't know that I've been more aggressive on Bondi.
Yeah,
right. I don't know if I'm
from the side of QAnon. So for the audience, he was arguing with the QAnoners who were saying Bill Barr has us. There's a plan, and Bill Barr is going to get to the bottom of it. And he was arguing with me, saying Bill Barr is corrupt and in the pocket for Trump, and him basically saying no, he's here as an op to fuck up with Trump. So for both sides, you were criticizing Barr.
Yeah, so Bondi, though, I think is incumbent. Maybe the reason it sounds more harsh now with Bondi is because it's more look, this was always the problem with Trump 2.0, right? From the perspective if you wanted to out corruption. The reason that Trump was my third choice and I had Vivek and DeSantis ahead of him was because it's the same thing that is good and bad about him. It was the wild card about him. He was there no matter what you think if you supported Trump. If your issue was drain the swamp, did Trump drain the swamp in his first 4 years? No, he didn't. He appointed a bunch of swamp people. So he had his chance. Would he do it this time? But the counter to that is, but now that they've gone after him aggressively, this time he's learned his lesson. And I was like, we'll see. I don't think so. And I think it's clear he hasn't learned his lesson. And so now that's probably why it's even more disappointing this time, because you just roll your eyes and you're like, well, okay, I guess you haven't learned your lesson, because like the truth is, even after 2 assassination attempts, the truth is, like, you would straight up, you would want like immediate investigations into Trump and to jail him for all sorts of shit after he's done, right?
100%, yeah.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Democrats are going to do that, and that's what people like you in the base want. And unlike Republicans that are like, we want people that are corrupt like James Comey in jail, or people that are corrupt like John Brennan in jail, that won't happen. But you guys will go through with it, just like you went through with the bullshit charges against Trump the first time. Because you have no problem with using the lawfare. Republicans won't.
Obviously, I take a different view about whether it is lawfare, but I will say that there are a lot of copers, and I would include in this I would include in this Destiny, to be honest. I saw a debate he had about a Nuremberg style commission for MAGA.
Yeah, some dude that says he's a Destiny fan wants to debate me on that.
Okay. But like, one of the problems here is, I am not going to support charges against Trump that I view to be unfounded in law or moored to some kind of constitutional standard.
So what charge would you go for? Just to be curious, what do you want him locked up for?
I think that I would want him locked up for, at a bare minimum, murder, war crimes. This is related to Yeah, I mean, I know you're gonna laugh because you don't.
Did you suggest the same about Obama when he killed an American citizen without a trial?
I think
of course you did.
That was an authorized strike, and we could talk about why.
Doesn't matter. It's not authorized to the point where it was an American citizen.
Yeah, it is.
No,
yes, it is.
I disagree.
Okay, we can get into it, but because I want to talk about the assassinations for a second. I definitely want to talk about this. So I'm not dodging the comparison to the Al-Awlaki strike or anything like that. But you're correct that we want to see prosecutions of Trump and a lot of these cronies underneath him. And the problem, though, is, and where I think the cope is I don't think there's going to be a lot of opportunities to actually charge people. Administration. For one, they're going to pardon everybody, and I think that's like for sure going to happen. And to the extent that the Supreme Court isn't adjusted or enlarged, which I don't really see a big appetite for currently among a needed set of Congress, the executive immunity imposed by Trump's United States is going to cover a lot of the things that I think are criminal, except for the prosecutions, prior to the immunity decision in the first place. Which again, I just don't really see that there's going to be a lot of opportunity, and there's going to be plenty of like legal issues that Trump will be able to raise. And so I'm less optimistic about the potential for these kinds of charges and actually having a pathway to them. But on the actual, you are taking the view that there's some urgency here. I think that's a correct assessment that Trump, if he really wanted to make an impact and if he wants to do what he said he wanted to do, there is an urgency. And it's not 2 years and it's not 4 years. It was 1 year. The place where I see you most emphasize this, and this is where I want to get the question, then we can get into the challenges and the debates and the worldview stuff. On the Charlie Kirk stuff, I hear you say you had a certain amount of time, X amount of time to use this narrative, and that kind of plays into your initial position that Republicans suck at the narrative. And I'm just like, what else did you want to happen? Like, what other action did they fail to do in that moment to take advantage of the assassination of Kirk? And sort of play into the urgency, which I agree is there for a MAGA supporter or whatever, because the movement is looking to be on its decline. There needs to be some either ideological core or some successor to it. And maybe that'll be Fuentes or the Groypers. Who the fuck knows at this point? There's some kind of civil war going on.
You all deserve it. I hope that you get that.
Oh,
but
you guys deserve each other. And you sure deserve Shapiro.
No. The next person that'll come after Trump's going to be far harsher against you people, and you all deserve it. So
I agree with that it's going to be worse before it gets better. I just don't think we deserve it. That said, talk to me about
that's what you get for the lawfare and the corruption.
Talk to me about the Kirk assassination. What did you want to happen that didn't happen? Then we can get into more divisive stuff.
You remember how you guys scream January 6th every time you talk about Trump and the insurrection and all that? Of course, then, by the way, you excuse the massive amounts of insurrections by your own definition we see Democrats doing on a near daily basis now. Nonetheless, you'll admit that, right? You don't really care about insurrections?
I do care about insurrection. I don't
That's
care
not
about
true.
All insurrections equally, though.
Okay, so you care about the Democrat-led insurrections?
Which Democrat-led insurrections are you referring to?
You don't know. You don't know if there were any
I'm asking what
insurrections.
You're referring to.
Take a guess. What do you think I'm talking about?
Might be referring to certain conduct against ICE officers in California.
Yes, which are insurrections, correct?
Some of them, I think, would fit the definitional test of insurrection.
Okay, so any time that we had 2 or more people for a public purpose, according to your definition, for a public purpose that use violence or intimidation, right, in order to interfere with the course of law enforcement, this would mean that anytime 2 or more people, were gathered to prevent ICE from detaining people and push them, shove them, use violence, intimidation, that would be an insurrection.
It's that just is analytically what insurrection is.
Okay, so how many times do you think that's happened?
I have no. I don't have an accounting of it, but again,
more than a dozen times.
We're grounding out to the same discussion we had before, Rob, which is.
I'm just asking. I'm asking you the question. How many times do you?
I don't know is the answer. That
why are you not concerned with that?
What do you mean? I am concerned with that, and I think that it should be stopped.
So you don't even have an estimation of how many times that's occurred?
No, I don't.
Do you like literally? I'm not asking for a specific. Do you think it was more than 5 times?
I'm not sure. I just told you I don't know.
You don't know? Well, then it seems like you're not that concerned about it.
What do you mean?
I mean, I think that you would at least have some ballpark idea of how many times that's occurred.
You're concerned with murder, aren't you?
Yes.
You know the statistics of murder all over the country?
No, I don't know the statistics of murder, and yet I have a general idea. Insurrections are clearly something that should be more rare, and there would be more concern from a political perspective than just murder.
When you say clearly, I mean, what's the argument for that? Clearly, it should be more
when it comes
sporadic.
to
I
a
don't know.
political perspective, when we have insurrections against the government of the United States, that would seem to be something that you would pay a little more attention to. Yeah, I don't really like insurrections, but I don't know. I haven't paid attention how many times this has occurred. But let me ask you this: would it shock you? Would it shock you if it's occurred more than 30 times?
More than 30 times, meaning the definitional test of insurrection?
Yeah.
Would it shock me? No.
Yeah. You think that's entirely possible?
I think it's by possible. Do you mean logically possible?
Yeah.
Yes. It's
No, I
logically
don't. No,
possible.
I don't mean just logically possible. I mean, given what you know, do you think, yeah, that could be true? It could have been that many
The
times.
answer is I don't know. I thought I've answered this question 3 times.
No. It's not that you don't know. It's you're being willfully obtuse here. You know that that's a distinct possibility.
When
You know it.
when you say possibility, do you mean logically possible?
No, I don't mean
Okay, what do
logically
you
possible.
mean by possible?
I mean, given that someone that at least remotely pays attention to the news, you know that there have been many incidents that have occurred since Trump's second
I don't
term.
know that.
Where
I
you've
just
had
told-
at least
I
two
just
people.
told you I
when
don't
you've
know
had
that.
at least two. When you've had at least 2 people that have used violence or intimidation to prevent ICE from executing their duties. You know that's true.
I just told you I don't know that, right? Did you hear me when I
Then
said
I
that?
think you're being willfully obtuse.
Okay. I mean,
It's
I think-
clear
I think
to
we're
me
back
when it
to-
is insurrection, when it's insurrections that are supported by Democratic politicians or based on causes that Democratic politicians, all of a sudden you don't have a problem with it.
No, when did I say I didn't have a problem with it?
Well, the fact that you're not even remotely paying attention to them, when we can see that these are occurring multiple times and you just really have no concern about it.
That doesn't follow. I just I care
Of
about
course it
murder.
does.
I care about murder doesn't mean that I'm going to spend all my time accounting for every single murder that occurs in the United
It's
States.
2 completely different situations. Murder is
Why?
something that happens because one is something that influences politics, a topic that you heavily pay attention to. And you spent the entirety of the lead up into the 2024 election making 2 arguments. One was the insurrection, the January 6th insurrection, and how big of a deal it was, and how anyone that engaged in an insurrection based on your loose interpretation of what engage would should not be allowed to run for office if they previously held an oath of office. And your other argument about the election was Tony Hinchcliffe made jokes about Puerto Ricans, and so we need to reject. Surprisingly, those arguments fell on their face. So given that you're hyper-focused on the importance of insurrections and not allowing people on the ballot under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment that engaged in them, it seems odd to me that when we see many Democrat insurrections, you're like, I don't know, I didn't really pay attention. I have no idea how many there are. It's easy to see through what you're doing.
Could it be that I consider the January 6th insurrection to be worse to other insurrections that meet the bare legal threshold, but I just don't consider them to be as bad? That could explain
Yes,
it.
it absolutely could be. Yet there was seemingly a severity that you put on insurrections in general. And certainly, just because you think one's worse than the other, you would want equal application of the law, correct?
I would want equal application of the law. That's correct.
Okay, so then Section 3 of the 14th Amendment would apply to anyone who held an oath of office, who engaged in an insurrection, regardless if you think that insurrection is better or worse than previous insurrections, correct?
Correct. Section 3 should be enforced. Unfortunately, Congress now needs to pass law implementing it, but I'm in favor of that. And if someone meets the standard for engagement in insurrection under
And what
Section
was that
3,
standard again? Engagement?
So engagement are volitional acts that are calculated to further an insurrection or incite one, to start one.
So would it be inciting to tell people that ICE is breaking the law?
No.
Of course it would.
Because you're just taking a loose meaning of incitement. That isn't like, for you, incitement is just anything that motivates someone.
And okay, so define what the engagement is. My understanding from reading what engagement was, it said, well, if we look at things like the insurrection of the Civil War, you could have engaged in an insurrection if you did something as simple as provide something of material value to the insurrectionists. For example, if there was an insurrectionist in the Civil War and then you saw one of their soldiers walking away and they were limping and you gave them a pair of shoes, that was technically you engaging in an insurrection, correct?
It depends on the specific motivation of the person. If that person's motivation in giving the shoes over to that individual is to further the insurrection then ongoing, that was considered engagement. And the reason why I say that, Rob, is because I'm just trying to use the term as it was used. And the problem is when you have an unmoored version of what insurrection is, then like, what is your vision of it, right? Like, how do you say that, like, I'm applying a loose definition without having some notion about what insurrection means? It kind of seems like you have this, like, notion that words have objective meanings, and somehow the legal standard test isn't tracking the objective meaning of the term insurrection.
The legal standard test that you wanted to abide by, as I said, was too broad, and we would see that there would be dozens of insurrections that occurred, for example, during the lead up for the Black Lives Matter in the Trump administration. Of course, you weren't concerned concerned about any of these insurrections. And post hoc, you were like, yeah, maybe there were some insurrections here. Now, after the election, after I told you that the definition you were talking about was one that wasn't the standard legal definition anymore because it happened probably hundreds of times since the last time that was enforced, and the courts have never enforced it. Now we see predictably again the Democrats are engaging in insurrections, and once more you hand wave. You're like, I don't know, I don't think they're that bad. I haven't really paid attention to them. Exactly as predicted.
Wait, I mean, I just don't know what you're getting at. You're kind of saying, like, because my reaction isn't as severe to the definitional insurrections that we're seeing, that therefore I don't care about insurrections in general, and
That's true.
Therefore my Jan 6 opinion was a pretext to hide political bias. But it just doesn't follow. I mean, you can just take...
Of course it follows. We see one insurrection on January 6th, even if you thought that it was the worst insurrection, and we have seen probably dozens upon dozens of insurrections based on your own definition against the Trump administration and enforcement officers, and you're like, I ain't really paying attention to those. It's clear to see your bias on this question.
This is the analogy I want to present you. You can answer it honestly. What's worse, a random murder by a gangbanger to another gangbanger, or the murder of Charlie Kirk? Which is worse?
Well, from an outside objective standard for the country, I think the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Why?
Obviously,
you're not being consistent. You're a hypocrite. You say that you care about murders, and all you did was talk about the Charlie Kirk murder.
That's not true. That's not true at all, right? To say that these insurrections are something that's serious and that's something we should pay attention to. In fact, it was one of your sole focus, like pretty much easily your primary focus of the election running up into the 20. Would you agree with that? Was January 6th and the insurrection?
That was the most prominent example used for my broader, most important issue to me, which is the rule of law and the Constitution. So
right.
I'm not going to deny that.
Democrats engaging. So the fact that we see insurrections happening over and over, it's clear that you thought insurrections were something that was important to focus on, right? Murder is something different. It's not something that we're looking at via a political context unless it's some sort of political assassination. It'd be the equivalent. It would be the equivalent if I said this. I think political assassinations are very bad. And you were like, oh, well, here's 7 Democrats that were killed in political assassinations. What do you think about that? I'm like, I don't know, I didn't really pay attention to that.
Well,
like, you'd be like, well, that seems odd. You seem to think political assassinations
is very trivially true, right? Like, so,
it's not trivially true.
Yeah, no, it is. For example, so as between the assassination of the president of Haiti and the political assassination, let's say if it happened, of Trump, of course you would put, even if Trump wasn't in office at the time when he was being shot, you would put more importance on the Trump assassination than some random one in a different country. Likewise, even in this country, if it were the case that like Charlie Kirk was assassinated, murdered, horrible. If he were murdered versus the sitting commander in chief, and let's even add a layer to that. Let's say that a sitting U.S. senator or a group of Democratic senators organized the assassination attempt of Donald Trump. Surely you would have more problem with that than the killing of Charlie Kirk.
It's not a matter of more. It's not a matter of more of a problem. That's not the issue I'm taking umbrage with. It's that you're completely lack of interest in it. For example, a better example would say if I say I'm against political violence and I talk about political violence that happened all through Black Lives Matter, and I talk about political violence against ICE, and you're like, okay, did you say anything? Like, what do you think about the political violence we saw at Charlottesville January 6th? And I said, I don't really know about those issues. You'd say, bullshit. You don't know about those? No, I didn't. I don't know about them.
Wait, hang on. I didn't say I didn't know about them. I said I don't have an accounting for them. I know some of the incidents, but there's...
okay, you don't have to have an accounting for each exact one. That I get, but you would have some sort of estimation for how many times you think
why is that your intuition that I would have some sort of idea of it?
Because if you're remotely paying attention, you would notice anytime you saw 2 or more people that engaged in violence or intimidation to prevent ICE from carrying out their duties, and you know that that's many, many times. So the fact that you're unwilling to admit that shows that you're being intentionally obtuse here.
It literally does not show that. The mere fact.
Of course you are.
No, it does't.
So Pisco, you truly are telling us that you just haven't really been paying attention to if there have been violent altercations against ICE to prevent them from carrying their duties.
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm only saying I don't have an accounting for them in that I don't have a numerosity of them. And even if I did, by the way,
you have a general idea, though, even if you don't have the direct numerosity.
I'm telling you, I don't. But you keep.
I don't believe you. I think you're being intentionally obtuse and bad faith.
What's your case
and
for
I think
that?
that anybody that's remotely objective, I think that anyone who's being remotely objective would intuit that. Because it's not as if you stream full time now, right?
I stream there and abouts. More full time than
the point I mean, it's not like you're only streaming once a month or something. You're streaming quite prolifically. Yes. And you would say that you follow the news cycle quite well.
I would say so. I'd hope so. Probably more than most of the country.
Okay, then I think it's absurd that you don't even have a ballpark estimate or a feeling for how many times.
What's your argument that it's absurd?
Well, that is my argument. That anyone who's remotely been paying attention, anyone who's been remotely paying attention knows this to be the case.
knows it to be the case that
Correct.
if that a person who pays attention to the news should have some notion about the amount of times a definitional insurrection occurred.
Correct.
That's not convincing to me, Rob. I don't see
But
where
it doesn't.
where the
I know it's
entailment
so
is.
convincing to you because you're you're being willfully ignorant about the situation to hide your bias. That's what you're doing.
Oh, I mean, I'm not. I'm willing to grant that there are some incidents that I have some familiarity with, and even grant that there are some, not just by the way, the ICE situations, but also BLM that definitionally meet the test of insurrection. What I want to know is what your pre-Jan 6 standard of insurrection was that you applied to those BLM events. For example, and not just BLM events, protests on college campuses to like prevent speakers from speaking that clearly weren't like serious efforts to overthrow the government. You were calling those insurrections. So what was your pre-Jan 6 standard for insurrection, and has it changed?
Is insurrection only against government?
That's a question, not an answer.
Right. I would say that you could have an insurrection against a CEO of a corporation. You could have an insurrection against the leadership of a college campus. These aren't tantamount to insurrections against the government. So what's the conflict of interest here? What are you saying is wrong?
What I'm saying is you had a pre-Jan 6 standard of
Right.
insurrection that you
Correct.
applied to these incidents that on every level, like your whole thing is it would be too broad of a brush to apply as though there were an argument that therefore that's not the actual definition of a word, that it happens to affect many people. I think that's silly. But even assuming that were like the standard that you had pre-Jan 6, so it wasn't influenced by a response to the Democrats, was about like incidents like college campuses, which now you say, oh, well, insurrections don't have to be against public figures.
Sure.
By the way, I agree with that.
Thank you. Yeah.
But what was your standard of insurrection that you applied to these people?
So I believe the two things that I called insurrection are one that I just quoted Brett Weinstein saying there was an insurrection on campuses.
Yeah,
Right.
you
That's one.
agreed.
And the other was the Chaz and Chop Zone.
And there were others too. I mean, so
Like what were the others?
So you broadly labeled the incidents not just in Chaz and Chop, but for mostly in like Seattle. But there was another. As I sit here, we can pull up the tweets or whatever. But needless to say, it was a broader assessment that there was insurrection going on, and again, it includes this college protest. You adopted the term
Yes,
insurrection.
I think when I was quoting Brett Weinstein, I wasn't implying that this was an insurrection against the federal government. Now, what I will say is this:
You said we have the right to keep the government from funding the insurrection of our college campuses. We have that
Correct.
right. I'm pretty sure that's
Yes,
the.
I agree with that.
So
right. That's
surely-
not so intuitively. That would mean I wasn't saying it was an insurrection against the federal government. If I directly said against campuses, correct?
I'll get the actual quote.
Point of the matter is this.
Yeah.
So here's the point of the matter. Like, there's ways to use terms that are different. There's ways to use it in a legal context, and there's ways to use it in a colloquial way that we're just talking, right? The point is, out of the hundreds upon hundreds of hours that I did in the lead up of the 2020 election, including many, many times talking about Black Lives Matter, is it possible that 4 or 5 times I let slip the word insurrection? Sure. Show me where I was recommending ever Section 3 of the 14th Amendment and saying that people couldn't apply. Show me where I recommended.
Why does that bear on whether or not it is an insurrection?
Because there's two ways to use the word insurrection. There is the way you're using it, which is the legal definition that you think we should enforce the laws based on it. And then there's a colloquial sense of saying words that sometimes people use loosely that don't make a legal definition, such as coup, insurrection, treason, things of that nature.
I mean, like, I think that if you're acknowledging that there's a loose way in which insurrection, like a colloquial way in which insurrection can be used legitimately, as you did, then you would have no problem in general with people labeling Jan 6 an insurrection in that colloquial sense, right?
That's true, but I would
Okay.
say in the colloquial sense, I'll say it was inaccurate and that I think it was a riot that got out of control. You could say, Rob, really? Do you think that this specific BLM riot was an insurrection? And I said, well, I guess if I had to think about if it would meet some sort of legal definition of it, maybe it wouldn't. I've done this with other words too, and so have you. I guarantee it. So like, for example, the word coup or the word treason. People say this shit too far. What goes wrong is if you say something like this, and this is something that I criticized Trump for, when he said, this is sedition, when he was referring to the Mike Kelly and the Seditious Six. I don't think it is sedition. And then he said the punishment for sedition is death. No, the punishment for sedition isn't death, right? But to just be like, this is bullshit seditious behavior by these people to say as an average layman person, everybody understands what you're saying. You're not saying that it meets the legal definition per se. What you're saying the difference is, and what makes you worse than anything of me using these terms in passing 3 or 4 times, in particular about something like the Chaz Zone that arguably is an insurrection by just about any definition, is that at least I'm implying a consistent standard of what I think should be done about insurrection, whereas you seem to care grievously about insurrections and potential people
That's
engaging in it.
issue.
And all of a sudden, now let me finish, all of a sudden that interest has seemed to precipitously wane as soon as it's predictably the Democrats engaging in these insurrections. Now you don't care.
So, I mean, I just want to be very clear. The issue about what to be done with insurrection and insurrectionists is a separate one about whether someone is an insurrection. And your argument for the longest time was Jan 6 is not in any respect an insurrection.
That's right. I agree with that.
Yeah, but like if you grant, at least in the colloquial sense, that these university protests, and this is the actual quote. I mean,
yeah, right. Sweet cheeks. We'll be talking about that. The big story.
This is the references to Caitlin Bennett of Ohio University.
Yeah, right. Sweet cheeks. We'll be talking about that. The big story that I want to talk about today is the video I did today about Caitlin Bennett, known as Gun Girl, and the mob that surrounded her and harassed her, attacked her at Ohio University in Athens, Ohio. So that'll be the big education system that can be done.
In reference to that, you said the following.
Education system can be dominated by these radical establishment leftists.
Radical establishment lefties are dominating the
and that gets me to my second and my most important
point.
We need do whatever you can to get this message viral. Hashtag it. Whatever means you can to get out to talk to people. It is time to defund the universities. Period.
And then you go on and you say,
we see one instance of any political intimidation or censorship on any campus. Instantly, you no longer get any federal funds. If you're a student and you're caught harassing or trying to censor people for political ideology, you no longer have access to student aid or student loans. Period. We have the right as Americans to not fund the insurrection of our country. We have that right.
We have that right.
Education system can be dominated.
An insurrection of the country.
Well, not necessarily. I guess I would say in a colloquial sense that training people to actively subvert like our government or the rights of our people, I guess that it wouldn't be an insurrection just to train people to beat the shit out of people exercising their First Amendment. I guess even under your definition, that wouldn't be one. I'd have to think about it.
I don't think it would be.
But nonetheless, yeah, I don't give a shit. Yes, I use the word in passing. I don't care. Everything I said there is absolutely true. I stand by what I suggested is the remedy for it. You suggested that insurrections were such a huge deal that it was your primary talking point going into 2020, now or 2024, and now you basically are like, oh, I don't know, I barely noticed the ones that are going on. I don't have any. It is absolutely true.
I think we should enforce Section 3 against left-wingers who engage in insurrection as well. I mean,
okay, I'm
in favor of enforcing this by congressional statute. And so your contention is just not true.
How did Trump incite an insurrection?
So his incitement, he incited. That you mean how did he engage? He incited.
Sure.
But Rob,
how did he incite?
We've talked
That's
about
the
this.
engagement.
So incitement is a specific legal test under Brandenburg. You understand that?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That requires you to, with an intention and with close proximity, to an imminent call to lawless action. And that is what the Colorado court found.
Trump didn't call for lawless action.
Yeah, no. So it just because the literal words of the president don't mean a particular thing doesn't mean that you don't fulfill Brandenburg standard.
Okay, so what was his calls? Okay, so his literal words weren't a call for violence. So what was the call for violence?
This entirety of the ellipse speech, and also then I think an even better example is the tweet afterwards, where at the time when he knew that they had breached the Capitol, he knew people were under attack within the Capitol, he knew people were reading his tweets, and he was watching it all live, where he gave public encouragement of the purpose for why these people were here, even knowing that they were committing this lawless thing and they were listening to him as the leader of their group. I think that's a clear-cut case of incitement under the Brandenburg standard.
Yeah, again, I agree. And Kamala Harris promoting a bail fund is a clear-cut case of incitement after she saw what happened. Why isn't it? What's the difference?
So many different distinctions. First is imminence, right? Incitement requires imminence. That is
define imminence.
Imminent, something is about to happen. Like you're telling them to go do something right now, something illegal right now, something violent right now.
Trump didn't go tell them to do something illegal.
I mean, we're gonna do this whole divide in line. Is when is imminence? When has become imminence? And when can categories?
So if it's the next day, for example,
this is your shtick, Rob.
It has nothing to do with the shtick. This is important. For example, let's say this. Let's say that tomorrow is a No Kings rally, right? And I say, you go there and you fucking tell those pieces of shit by any means necessary tomorrow at the No Kings rally. And then they go and engage in an act of violence.
Imminent.
Was that
No.
That's not imminent.
No.
It being tomorrow is not imminent. So it has to be that day in the moment.
So yeah, it has to be within, it has to be like really close in time. We're talking minutes, at most like an hour. Like this is what we're talking about here, Rob. Like imminence means like right now. Same thing with like self-defense, right? You could know, for example, that someone has a plan to kill you tomorrow, but you would agree with this, right? You couldn't use deadly self-defense in that moment against the person who 100% is going to kill you tomorrow, right? You agree?
Repeat. I'm sorry. I don't want to answer incorrectly.
Take for example, like Rob, we'll use Connor got so mad at the little spat you had with Mrs. Points, and all of a sudden Counterpoints has a plan to go kill you, Rob. Okay, and for a certainty, have an inside report that he plans to do it tomorrow. Okay, that would not justify you using deadly force on him now, today, correct? From a legal perspective.
You are correct.
Yeah, right. So that's the notion of imminence that I'm trying to or is important, and it's important also, by the way, for some of these what like Trump is saying about a lot of these senators who are talking, that it would even be First Amendment protected speech to say something like this. I would never say this because I disagree with people who say that like we should do violence against Republicans, that we should do violence against Trump or against those politicians, but it is legally protected to say something like this. I am encouraging people to go out and hurt Republicans. That speech is protected. That is protected speech in America. You might not think it ought be, but advocating for violence at some abstract point in the future, though it's horrible and we would both condemn it, is protected speech. Imminence is really important to the legal standard for incitement.
I don't know that if we had a specific standard that says, I want you to go out and engage it. So just to be clear, if Trump tomorrow says, I want you to go and I want you to fucking burn down Chuck Schumer's house tomorrow, you would say that's protected speech.
Yes.
That wouldn't be engaged. I don't believe that.
Okay.
I don't believe that at all. I think that
Okay.
that's a terrible interpretation.
When you say it's terrible, do you mean that it's incorrect?
Yes.
So on what grounds, on virtue of what do you think it's incorrect?
I think it's incorrect because I think that would clearly be engaging in that violence and incitement towards that specific amount of violence. And I think it would meet the standard of...
It might be like harassment. It might be conduct targeted at an individual to intentionally put them in fear. There might be some other category that makes it unprotected speech for some other reason, or for example, a true threat, but it wouldn't meet the standard for incitement is what I'm trying to say.
I don't think that's the case. I think that it's implied that it would because there's a specific time given and it's in close proximity to what was saying. I don't think that it has to be immediate proximity and that it has to be like literally right then in that moment.
Yeah.
I don't think that would be the way that it would be ruled.
Okay. I mean, I'm just telling you the case law from Brandenburg. It's an imminent call to lawless action. And imminence here doesn't just mean a specified time. Now, I would grant to you that like if you as an individual sent a letter to someone showing that you're like planning to do some kind of act, that would fall into conspiracy and attempt liability. If you made a general call, that could be interpreted as, I think some people were taking in bad faith what Hassan Piker said, even though I don't necessarily agree with the statement about Rick Scott as a true threat. I don't think it was a true threat, but I could see ways in which public declarations could be considered true threats, but it wouldn't be incitement under Brandenburg. But I want to get into the Charlie Kirk thing, man. We've talked about the Jan 6 thing all the time.
Last thing I'll say is keep in mind that there are other ways to engage in a insurrection other than just incitement.
Correct.
Like we said, if you provide material support to someone to further their cause, then that could be considered engagement as well.
It definitely could, provided that the insurrection,
like a bail fund,
but provided the insurrection is then occurring, right? That's what's needed, right? So like, it's not enough for you like after the fact. So for example, this is where I think Destiny gets it wrong. Destiny thinks that like Marco Rubio engaged in insurrection because he politically supported Trump, who he considers to be an insurrectionist. That's absurd, right? Because Marco Rubio did no more, no less than after the insurrection that we think is true, that you don't think is true, was committed, politically supporting the former insurrectionist, right? That's not engaging in insurrection just because after the insurrection is over, you support the person who did it. Just like I agree that the pardoning of the Jan 6 insurrectionists isn't itself engagement in insurrection. It's some other thing. It could be it's other category of bad thing, maybe immoral, maybe abuse of power, but it isn't itself engagement in insurrection. Just like, by the way, like if Marjorie Taylor Greene afterwards, which I think she did, said that we should pardon a lot of the Jan 6ers because of process issues, because of this or that, that's not considered engagement in insurrection. The insurrection, to the extent that it existed, is over. And so you're not engaging in something that doesn't exist anymore.
I think that it could be engagement, right? If it's ongoing in the sense that we see the insurrection that occurs multiple times, it's reoccurring. This is exactly what happened with Black Lives Matter. It's exactly what's happening with the ICE raids. This isn't insurrections that are occurring in a vacuum. These are insurrections that are predictably occurring over and over again. That's what happened with Black Lives Matter. So to bail out someone in the context of insurrections that are occurring across the country in multiple locations on a daily basis would meet the priority for engaging in an ongoing insurrection. I don't think it means that that insurrection has to be ongoing directly from that point of that day. If that was the case, then we would say that there wasn't an ongoing insurrection of the South insurrecting against the North. It would only be each individual insurrections anytime there was a battle. I think clearly you understand that's nonsensical.
Yeah, so I agree that there can be like a certain insurrection that lasts for extended and prolonged periods of time, which one can be said to be engaged in. And this is especially in the context of a rebellion, which is, in my mind, prolonged insurrection, one that extends. And I can't give you a better definition of prolonged, right? Like any kind of legal test is going to fit this kind of line drawing problem for sure. I will definitely buy that, but you're just going to have to show that whatever she was doing, engaging in whatever nationwide thing that you're saying is existing of a movement that broadly is characterized by peaceful protest.
I think promoting a bail fund for people that are actively engaged in an insurrection and then saying things afterwards, which our commentary says that we need to take it to the streets, these actions need to continue up to and after the election. And this was, just like you say, Trump's words were dangerous as he saw this ongoing shit and he tweeted stuff out. Same could be true of a litany of Democrats that saw, both during Black Lives Matter and today, a litany of these insurrections against law enforcement officers, and yet they continue to use this dangerous rhetoric, criticizing these law enforcement officers and providing support and cover for the people that are engaged in these insurrections. I think that meets the definition of engaging in ongoing insurrections.
On my view, you mean?
What do you mean on your view?
On my view of insurrection, it wouldn't for you.
Correct. Your view of insurrection. I don't think that this, I would not want to see these people.
I'm wondering, like, what is your standard for insurrection? It seems like you want to be like, I don't want to get into insurrection. It's either all on the table or nothing. And no thing will ever meet the insurrection test.
No, I don't think that. I don't know exactly what my legal standard for insurrection would be, right? I would say that it has to be some sort of serious attempt to overthrow the government. Like encouraging people to interfere with law enforcement to some degree does not meet my standard of insurrection, because it's not like this serious attempt that could lead to the overthrow of our government institutions. Like under your definition,
so I hear what you're saying. So the audience is clear. What he's saying is that there's some kind of like seriousness parameter here, and I'm not even going to tell you that a seriousness parameter isn't unheard of in some of these discussions. The Bod and Paulson, I think in their definition, they add like an intensifier there as part of like their definition of insurrection. I don't go by Bod and Paulson's definition of insurrection. I go by Mark Graber's definition. I think his.
Oh, wait a minute! That's news to me. I thought for sure you were going by.
No, I've heard you say that. Now I think Bod and Paulson have useful historical evidence on insurrection. I think that they point to all the different historical cases, and I don't think that their definition of insurrection, his definition of insurrection, is necessarily like implausible.
Who's Graber, by the the way? Is he contemporaneous?
He's
like
he's
current
alive
man?
right now. Yeah, so he testified at the insurrection where there actually was a disqualification of this guy
Tate,
Corey something.
Tate, is that it? Corey Tate.
No, it was fuck. I'm not even.
I know. I remember the case. He was like, yeah, I know the case in Texas.
It was like New
maybe?
Mexico or
yeah, something like that.
States,
Yeah. I know. I vaguely know the case you're talking. My question, last question I have on this.
It might be Coy Griffin.
Coy Griffin. That's it. Couy.
Yeah.
Like Coy. Yeah. Why hasn't Bowden, Paulson, Graber? I don't know about. Why haven't they spoke out about whether or not there's a legal definition of insurrection occurring right now? They seem oddly silent.
It's not odd, Rob. They don't view the insurrections as bad as Jan 6.
It doesn't matter if they view it as bad. You would think for the sake of moral clarity, they'd say, wow, there are dozens of ongoing insurrections.
What do you mean you think they would say that? I don't understand why that's your
intuition. I think
that
as people that were hyper-focused on the importance of insurrection and calling it out, even if they thought that January 6th was a worse insurrection, that they would come out and be like, look, these two are insurrections. And they're not. I think we all know the reason.
I mean, you can say that, but these are originalists, conservative, legal jurists. I know that you like kind of wave that off, but these are people who go for it. Sorry.
No, I don't care about their political.
Yeah, no.
Backing.
I think you're suggesting that they're like they're in it for the Democrats, and that seems to be your.
I think they're in it because they hate Trump,
which is different.
Right?
It is different.
Like John McCain wasn't a Democrat; he hated Trump. Jim Comey wasn't a Democrat; he hated Trump. Peter Strzok, I don't think, was a Democrat; he hated Trump.
It could also be that they think Jan 6 is they've done their discourse on insurrection. Jan 6 loomed larger, and it's just not less interesting to them, or they think it's less.
I think
incorrect.
I think the amount of insurrections we see, and again, part of these insurrections, the stakes are high now. For example, we saw National Guard members being killed. Granted, it wasn't from the same lefties that are engaged in insurrection, but we have seen those lefties parroting this rhetoric shoot at ICE officers, one time wounding one in the neck, I believe back in late spring maybe, and then in the same location, the same district, we saw another person climb onto a roof and shoot at ICE officers, killing 2 detainees.
Yeah, these are horrible. These people should be in jail for the rest of their lives.
Right, but what we see is during the ongoing insurrection, right, the same rhetoric that's being used by Democratic politicians against ICE officers and against Republicans in general is being used by insurrectionists to carry out these crimes.
Yeah, so like I think that there is a broad consensus among Democratic politicians. Now, you might have an explanation for that it's plausible deniability or whatever you want to say. But among the really like the leadership, the thought leaders of Democrats, that they condemn this shit. They condemn like all these incidents. One of the things I found fucking reprehensible, and I didn't see you do it, which is to your credit. One thing that I appreciate about you is I didn't see you immediately go to blame Democrats for this shooting. You at least waited some time for more facts to be put in before you started talking about it, which I think is to your credit, and also something that not every conservative influencer did. But that said, like, really, who has said the most edgy shit on some of these incidents? It's like Destiny. Like, that is like the edgiest stuff. But even that, I don't hear him expressly advocating for violence.
Well,
I've seen randos say some fucked up shit.
We could get into Destiny if you like, but no, the point is, you could say we condemn this killing, right? You could say that we condemn this assassination, and I think probably many of the Democrats, public officials probably do. But the problem is when you parrot the same lies that literally the killer was going after Charlie for, like, it seems to belie the fact that you want to tone down the rhetoric or something like that. For example, the New York Times, within 24 hours of Charlie Kirk's assassination, wrote a piece on him, right? They were forced to issue a retraction the next day after that. The retraction said something to the effect of this. We reported yesterday in our story that Charlie Kirk said some anti-Semitic quotes during his podcast. It is true that he said those quotes, but he was quoting someone else and arguing against them. So the paper of record that most Democrats would say is the most important newspaper in the country, within 24 hours was writing a story falsely smearing Charlie Kirk as a fascist, citing evidence where he was actually arguing against fascists. That's the sort of rhetoric and the sort of thing people are like, yeah, we're not happy that he was killed, but honestly, he kind of had it coming.
But do you understand?
That's the rhetoric that they're
using. First of all, the New York Times makes fucking disaster decisions like this, or they have shit slip through all the time. Libs fucking are so critical. Even though I agree, your assessment of New York Times as the paper of record, as the Libs Bible sometimes isn't wrong. I'm not disputing that at all. All I'm telling you is that this kind of shit happens to the New York Times occasionally, and more than occasionally, and especially leftists criticize them for some of their coverage on like Israel, Palestine, that kind of shit, where they're like, bomb dropped, instead of like, the active verbs, it's passive language, et cetera, et cetera. But it's to the New York Times' credit that they got something totally wrong as you're representing it, and then apologized and retracted for it. When the fuck do you see that kind of shit happening with these conservative influencer ghouls who immediately, it was so crazy, and I'm glad you didn't do this, and again, I'd say it's to your credit, but they went from suggesting that it's the Democrats' fault because, this guy was clearly radicalized by fucking Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin, and then when it turned out the guy was an Afghan, it's immediately Biden's fault, and without skipping a beat.
I mean, the National Guard shooting.
The National Guard
Is what you're
shooting, right?
referencing.
Yeah,
that's okay.
And what I'm trying to say is, like, where are the retractions for that? Where are the retractions for Dan Bongino and everyone trying to peddle these narratives where for years, like, Democrats are maligned as planning the pipe bombing and,
We can get
no
to
evidence.
we could get to the pipe bomb. What I'll say about this though is it's different to have individual. I've already criticized Bongino and stuff with the Epstein Files and the lack of retraction, right? But it's different to have individuals versus like a newspaper of this equivalent. And show me any time that these prominent newspapers that do things like this have made that mistake in the other direction. Show me a left winger being assassinated, brutally attacked, or something, and these papers within 24 hours basically saying, "Wow, they're really bad people, though they sort of had it coming," and then saying, "Our bad, we got it exactly wrong." It doesn't happen. You're not going to be able to find it.
I don't know if you'll laugh or you'll scream at me, but I think that they did this with Hunter Biden and Ken Vogel's reporting. I think Ken Vogel just and oftentimes Maggie Haberman too. They just like take what Trump or Giuliani say and just publish it with like out any scruples and scrutiny, or at least not the degree that which I think. Now it's not a murder exactly, and as I sit here, I can't give you a like comparison to what you're asking for. But I think that there are plenty of times where Democrats have taken issue with how they've
no.
and at the same time, wait, one last thing I'll let you respond is Ezra Klein, who is the liberal darling, comes out and says Charlie Kirk, he did democracy the right way. And all of us who think that Charlie Kirk was an authoritarian guy and heavily criticize him, though I condemned the shooting instantly, and I think that it's horrible. And I thought it was fucking.
We called him a fascist, right? As soon as the shooting occurred,
because it was my belief before then. Wouldn't it be like inconsistent and crazy of me to change my mind on that just because?
No, of course. But to parrot the language immediately following his death, that he was a fascist language that was equal to what the shooter was saying.
But I'm not parodying the killer. I'm parodying my own opinion. That
You're welcome to use that opinion. What I'm saying is, when we see that's done by an individual like you, it's one thing. I think it's grotesque and you're wrong about him being a fascist. But when we see this parroted by Democratic politicians and papers of records that Democrats trust, that's a different matter altogether. Yeah, and the devil is in the details. I disagree with you. I disagree with you about the characterization of Ken Vogel and the reporting on Hunter Biden anyways. But even aside from that, it's massively different than when someone is killed. Reverence is usually paid to a political figure that is killed.
I gave him 24 hours. I gave him 24 hours.
Not you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the New York Times.
Oh.
So normally they would pay reverence to a political figure that was killed, and instead
Ezra Klein did. Ezra Klein, this darling,
again,
was like
New York Times. What I'm saying is the paper of record, instead of paying reverence, actually decided to smear Charlie Kirk and then have to retract 24 hours because their smear was false.
What I'm saying is it's to their credit that they corrected it.
It's not to the credit. I mean, imagine. I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. Are you telling me for a chance if like a prominent Democrat was assassinated, right, that you think the New York Times would come out and be like, well, this person did say, a bunch of heinous things? You think that would say that in like the immediate aftermath of that assassination and then get something 100% wrong, the wrong direction of it? You think that would happen? They wouldn't I don't think they would say anything that negative anyways, and they would certainly fact check the shit out of it. Yes.
For political figures who have been assassinated in this country, it's not like, first of all, political assassination, regrettably, it's unfortunate, is part of almost the DNA of American political life, and it's unfortunate. And the response to the death, either untimely, unlawful, or natural, of politicians isn't uniformly praising or having reverence. Some people, like myself, kind of view it a little bit cowardly to have this, like, now in good
Can you
taste,
show me the example of a left-winger that was like brutally attacked, murdered, something like that, where the New York Times or a prominent left-leaning papers like that came out were basically highly critical of them?
As I sit here, I don't know that I can provide you one off the top of my head. Give me some time. I'm not sure if you can find a light case for it. But what I'll say is, what do you think more likely happened? That this sinister New York Times reporter was like trying to fuck with Kirk, or he heard Kirk say that in like an out of context clip and reported on it and got that shit wrong? Which of those two things do you think is more likely?
I don't think that either of those are the most likely scenarios, so I reject both.
Okay, go for
I
it.
think that they disliked Charlie Kirk, right, and went to find things that they thought were negative that he said. Then they stumbled upon that quote and just heard it and weren't critical of it, so they reported it, only to be informed later and probably threatened with a lawsuit that, no, you dumbasses, he did say that, but he was angry about it, and he was arguing against the quote that he was reading. That's what I think happened.
assuming
They intentionally went searching for inflammatory things, he said,
Was this an
to
op-ed?
justify their. I don't. No, I don't think so.
Well, I think my intuition of that probably changes. Like, if they are specific, because what you're saying doesn't sound implausible to me that someone could do that someone could be searching for bad things of Kirk. And I guess my intuition about whether that was like a good thing or bad thing to do might depend on like whether it was an op-ed or whether it was the reporting part of it. But here's the thing, Rob. Like, to me, okay, assume that was the motivation. Liberal newspaper is liberal. More at 11. Like, what is the whole fucking? What is your point about?
Well,
this?
it's not. The point is that basically the implication that we heard from prominent Democrats is they may have said the right thing. First off, they saw the mass amounts of Democrats that were celebrating this. So in the same time that was occurring, they basically were making the argument, well, yeah, but he was a really horrible person, so we understand.
Well, I think that part of Charlie Kirk's image has always been as a firebrand and as someone who is. Okay, so part of reporting what Charlie Kirk meant to America and how Republicans saw him and how Democrats saw him surely involves trying to assess why people are either upset with him or why people support him. In fact, in order to even explain, right, like why there could be people, and there were, in fact, and I condemn it, celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, you would even just to have context. A good reporter would need to explain why people were upset at him. So I just the context in which that comes up, I think, really matters to me, and whether or not we have evidence that it was done maliciously. We can keep going down this line, but I'm curious. Like, all right,
I disagree.
Yeah.
By the way, I'll just say this real quick.
Yeah,
Like, according to a recent poll, I have to see where it came from, but according to this recent poll, a plurality of Democrats say that the person most responsible for the assassination of Charlie Kirk was Charlie Kirk and his own beliefs. They had that as higher than the beliefs and thoughts of the shooter.
The problem I have with a lot of these polls, Rob, is there's a couple senses in which people can use the term responsible, right? Like, if we mean is culpable. And that, I think, is not an unfair interpretation, Rob, what you're saying as culpable, because people will say, like, you caused this, you did this, sometimes to reference, like, you are culpable for what you did. In other words, you did a moral ought not, right? But there are other people who say, like, who mean it in a different sense. Like, he's responsible if he, as like a but-for thing, if he weren't saying these things, he wouldn't have been killed. Now, both things, I agree with it in one sense and not in another. I disagree, right, that he was culpable for his own death. I think that's preposterous, absurd, and I think that the person who's responsible, and this will get into what you think ought be done, using the death of Charlie Kirk, which is you complain about, the person who was responsible for his death is, in fact, the shooter, Tyler Robinson. And maybe there's some negligence somewhere else, or if you could prove one of these theories, Candace Owens, etc., that, like, I don't know, Egypt or Israel or the combination of France and all these people did it, then you can see culpability there, or whoever was helping them, if there's actually evidence of it. But if you were to ask me, but for Charlie Kirk's views, would he have been killed? I think that, like, that's our whole argument, that it's a political assassination, that the causal relationship.
But there's two problems with that.
Yeah.
There's two problems with that. One, you could say, you could take that ad reducto anywhere and say, but for the birth of Charlie Kirk, would he have been assassinated? So it's like, yeah, I guess you could always blame anyone who's killed because they wouldn't have been killed if they don't exist. That seems to be a bad standard.
I think
and the problem is, even if I accept what you're saying here, the problem is it doesn't say, do you think Charlie Kirk is partly responsible for his own death, right? That's not the question. It is who is most responsible. And one of the options given is quite literally the mental health and views of the perpetrator. And so people saw these two options and said, the views of the killer or Charlie Kirk himself. Even under your loose interpretation of responsible, they still said Charlie Kirk was most responsible.
So, Rob, I want to be clear. It is quite possible that this poll elides whatever issue I'm talking about or whatever. But, like, I will just often see that, like, the polling done on, like, violence, the way they phrase it can sometimes be ambiguous. And I'm not saying that I would interpret responsibility that way. I'm just saying that some people might. But some people might interpret responsible. Yeah, if you hadn't done this, I'll give you another example, right? Like, some people have said things like, fuck around and find out. If you go to a bad part of town, if you move to the city, I don't want to hear
your boy Destiny.
Exactly, right? So people who have said this have... what they mean by, like, fuck around, find out, you do this and whatever happens to you, there's a sense of responsibility that even, I think, intuitively appeals to Republicans at times. I'll give you, again, the context of moving back into the cities. I've heard Republicans say, I don't want to hear about your complaints regarding violence, if you get mugged or whatever, don't come crying to me. You chose to live in this city after you knew Democrat policies, whatever. And that could be the sense in which some people are answering that. But to put all of that
That's a different level, because it would be the equivalent of saying, well, if you wear, it's the equivalent of, well, you wore a short dress and you work down the street.
That's what I mean.
There are people, okay, but you wouldn't say that no one in their right mind would say that she's most responsible, even more responsible than the sexual assault.
I agree. I think it would all I'm
Right.
giving you is a general complaint that I would need to see how it's asked. Maybe this polling is done in a good way. I'm not sure. I'm not a fucking statistician, but I just will sometimes see, even also by the another example of this is the recent strikes on Venezuela, drug boats, where you see how the polling is done, and it's like, do you think that we should destroy drug boats in the middle of the ocean? Like, and their answer is like, yes, we should do that. But oftentimes that's like not the important moral issue. The important moral issue is, should we in fact like kill people in these strikes when they're being targeted? So
Which group or persons would you say is most responsible for each event? The fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk in Utah on September 10th, 2025. Corporate media, there's a small percentage that say that. This is limited to Democrats with certain degrees, but it's the same without the degrees if you look at it with the Democrats.
Got it.
Political opponents, 15%. Their own political views and rhetoric, 40% when it comes to Charlie Kirk. And then the mental health and views of each perpetrator, 32%. Unsure, no opinion, 10%.
This is this is exactly the problem, Rob. Like, this kind of question is kind of, it seems to imply some kind of causality term of it, not a culpability term of it. What is most responsible?
Oh, no.
Okay, I mean, maybe.
I totally. I could go to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay, go for it.
And then we can go where you want with it. But
Yeah, no. Regardless of how Democrats view, let me give you what you want. I think that there's, even you can see with Luigi Mangione, there's a lot of like flirtation kind of stuff. Even among people I know, like I was having I'm not going to name names, with some lawyers that I knew who were kind of like Luigi pilled. I'm like, fuck, that's like a little, that's a little spicy.
It's beginning very, and like there's a lot of polling that suggests this. Like there were polling that suggests more than 50% of Democrats said that it would at least be somewhat justifiable to murder Donald Trump or Elon Musk. Slightly different numbers regarding the two of them, right? So it's definitely becoming more prolific. Now, I think that legally, absolutely, we shouldn't stymie people's speech to call Trump or Kirk or anyone else a fascist. I think that any legal threshold of that would be absurd. But I think that morally, what we see is...
Elon says it. And fucking Trump is saying shit that they should be
I agree. Other people say it. What I'm saying is the difference that we see right now with the left is there's very few sort of condemnations of the violent scale that's occurring on almost on a nightly basis. Yes, it's absolutely true. Up until the point of you yourself, where it seems that your very lack of interest in the actual insurrections that are occurring on a weekly basis for the Democrats, and you have very little interest in
I
it.
condemn the violence, and so does Gavin Newsom.
You're saying it, but you're sort of laughing here because we know what's going on. Sure, I know I'm supposed to say that I condemn it. I'm not even saying
I'm laughing because I'm exasperated that we're going back to the insurrection point.
The point is, we don't have to go back to it. The point that I'm trying to say is it's clear that Democrats are like, oh, yeah, I guess violence is bad. But anyways, they are insurrection. Anyways, there are criminals.
Clear.
Anyways, they are Gestapo.
You say it's clear just like because you can read their... You can kind of see what their feelings are, and the way they say it kind of signals a wink, wink, nod, nod to you, right?
Well, it's not even just the way they say it. It's the lack of interest in it, like your lack of interest in the insurrections.
I covered extensively litigation on the National Guard deployment, specifically in California, and I read the trial opinion on Posse Comitatus and the allegations by the government on what was going on there. And so it's in the context in which I was, steeping myself in these facts. I've done more so than like any other left-wing streamer, and I'm covering like the legal arguments. Now the facts are being filtered oftentimes through that context, and but it's not usually my want to just put videos of the violence going on, if that's your point. But I have addressed them, and I have talked about it. I'm not shying away from it at all. And Democrats, and this you can't deny, at least the politicians, they have almost to a man condemned the violent stuff whenever it's prominent and it comes up.
No. In fact, quite the opposite. As they see this violence, what they're doing is suggesting things like, we need to get the masks off these people. And they're saying things like, we know that this could be, and it's no joke, though, because we know that people are following these agents home and attacking them. Hang on
a second. You can have a principled position that this kind of lack of identification of a federal officer. By the way, I saw your debate with tomfoolery. Very I did not agree with him, to say the least. Necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I could say about you that I respect is I don't think that you've ever said any. There are certain things that people say that really like get under my craw. There was a time I debated this guy Vegan Gaines too. When people start suggesting that they would take the law into their own hands, I think that you have to be very careful about suggesting shit like that. And so like when I talked to Vegan Gaines, he was like, he happens to be a black gentleman. He's like, oh, if you're black and the police pull you over, don't listen, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, don't fucking say that, man. That's really bad. That could literally lead to someone being harmed. That's a bad idea. Tom, in his instance, saying like, if I see, people detaining someone that looks like law enforcement, I'm going to demand to see their credentials. And if not, I'm going to start using violence against them. That's bad. That's fucking a bad idea.
But listen, I tend to agree that like these kind of sovereign citizen type arguments I sometimes hear that like, yes, the cops can effectuate an arrest illegally. That doesn't give you justification to use deadly force in those instances.
Correct.
And even so I was having this conversation with Avi about the strikes. We got into the weeds about the potential justifications for use of force there, because definition of murder is killing of a human being, causing the death of another with malice aforethought in an unjustified manner, and unjustified there is with reference to the law. It's not redundant. There can be authorizations such as self-defense that will, make something that would otherwise be a murder, an intentional killing. There's no other like qualifying exception or anything, be not murder, right? And so the self-defense context, it could be the case that we're not in an active hostile, non-international state conflict with these gangs. It could be the case that America's committing a war crime or some kind of like illegal stop of these drug ships for whatever reason. And notwithstanding the fact that their initial confrontation were illegal, if the drug boats started firing upon American personnel, they would be well within their rights under U.S. law to fire back, notwithstanding all the illegality coming up to it. So my prior in terms of like, what's good recommendation for people, I think in general, the advice, and there's always the exception that proves the rule, but in general, that you should submit to displays of authority so as not to get yourself fucking killed. That's totally in line with what the Democrats are saying about making officers identify themselves, right? What you just said there.
It's not just a principled stance to say that they identify themselves, because the problem is this is occurring in the context of these officers being attacked over and over again. And the Democrats are repeatedly saying a bunch of stuff that they know will jeopardize them. It's not just a principled stance of take your mask off. It's also things like we've seen Democratic politicians actually, at least one of them, break into an ICE facility and trespass and then shove and by legal definition commit assault against ICE agents. Of course, indefinitely put on hold that trial, even though we see the video evidence in front of us. I believe you muted yourself.
Oh, shit. That better?
Yeah.
How about the sandwich thrower?
Yeah, clear assault.
So I actually think under the legal definition of assault, at least the little case. So this is an opinion with 51%. I'll put it a little higher. I'll say 6. I think they meet the legal threshold for assault under the jurisdiction there, because it really just is like an offensive touching. It's kind of incorporating the common law there, and I don't see what the legal argument is for why that would definitionally not fit under assault. Whether or not they ought to have charged it as a matter of discretion, I would not have charged it, because juries can sometimes, if they think it's all bullshit and stupid. And one of the problems was like internally, the cops were all like laughing about it. Not exactly the best evidence when you're trying to claim this is a serious felony assault, is to have people. Now, I don't say that that's legal for purposes of the analysis. But I just say that I think it was a stupid decision to charge in that case. And one of many.
Well, I don't think so, because the reason that they charge is because the mass amounts of violence that we see occurring to these agents all over the place. So they're trying to set a precedent like, look, we have to protect these people. If it was a one-off incident, of course, you can make that claim. But we see routinely that these ICE agents are being attacked with vehicles, having things thrown at their vehicles, being physically assaulted on foot. We see these occurring over and over again. We actually had an incident in Chicago where they were being rammed and boxed in, and they called, and law enforcement whistleblowers from Chicago PD said that they were specifically instructed not to respond to the call. So there's evidence that these ICE agents are under massive attack, and the attacks on them are going up far more than they have been, at least during the Biden administration. And at the same time, the Democrats' big narrative is like, yeah, we don't like those attacks, but you can't send the National Guard to protect them. We want these people unmasked. And we actually see some Democratic politicians that are saying, like, these are Gestapo-type people. It's possibly illegal what they're doing. We just want to remind you, if you obey illegal orders, it didn't work with Nuremberg, etc. It's clear that the full-throated push is
criticize Trump's policies on that.
It's not Trump's
but
policies.
But
it's
all of
also
that fall
talking
well
about.
short of encouraging violence.
Well, I think that I'm not saying that it meets the legal definition.
I'm not saying legally. It's not even encouragement of violence.
Oh, it's not just that it's encouraging. It's intentionally setting the dominoes up that someone will act upon it in a poor manner.
You're going to have to make that case.
Of course,
it's not even to the Democrats' political advantage to do that. I heard this, by the way, of the shooter, right? Like, even assuming that the person might have been motivated by the statements of Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin. He's this, like, I don't know, resistance lib-pilled Afghan national who's, like, waiting to get the signal from his CIA handler Slotkin. Even assuming that, like, can anyone make the case from a cui bono perspective that it's in the Democrats' interest, after they had just won in the district court level on the National Guard issue for DC, for them to, like, signal intentionally that this National Guard person be shoots? Like, what's the theory there, Rob?
I don't think listen, I don't think that the idea is that they want to signal that the actual shooting occurs. It's the same thing that they wanted to signal, by the way, in action that you basically supported. It's not being charged criminally, when they leaked the Dobbs decision, and then people were protesting outside Supreme Court justices' houses. Well, you had people like Chuck Schumer saying that people like Kavanaugh had reaped the whirlwind. It's not that they actually wanted someone to commit an act of violence.
Wait, I just want to say pause. It was a bad statement that he apologized for. More than I can say for a lot of Republicans,
But
or like
nonetheless,
Mike Lee, or like Mike
Well,
Lee. But go
after
ahead.
the assassination attempt, he apologized?
I don't know when exactly he apologized. It might have been It's certainly. I suspect it was after. I'm just telling you, I don't know, Rob. I suspect it was afterwards, but he did apologize, which is, again, more than I can say for your side.
The point that I'm trying to get to is, it was never the intent that someone, I would say, it most likely wasn't the intent that someone actually carries out an act of violence. However, it was the intent that their supporters would harass and intimidate in hopes of changing the view. That's why take Schumer out of it. What do you think the intent of the people outside Kavanaugh's house was, other than the assassin?
Yeah, presumably to express one of two things, I think. Three things. Either to intentionally cause fear and intrude on their privacy, which I think would be a crime if that was their intent. If their intent was to display to the world that they're politically against this upcoming opinion, or they're intending to change that. And we've talked a little bit about the law with respect to trying to coerce or influence the opinion of a judge. And I think the jury's out on how some of those interact with First Amendment principles.
Yeah, well, I think that it was obvious that they were trying to change the opinion, right? That's what the idea, and that's what the person that leaked it intended. The person that leaked it didn't intend, like, oh, I'm just expressing my dislike of this. They leaked it because they intended for people to make their voice heard, and hopefully to intimidate, shame, embarrass, whatever you may be, in hopes that this would eventually change the decision.
That's true, but the thing is, the law that you're citing there applies both to, and this, you guys have to understand. So, Rob, there is a statute that purports to make criminal some of this conduct. I'm not denying that, and Rob is correct when he says that there is a statute purporting to do that. By the way, there's also a statute that purports to say, encouraging disloyalty or insubordination from troops is itself like a crime. But you have to understand how these things, just because Congress passed a statute, doesn't mean that it's constitutional. And the same statute that applies to, influencing court opinions through protests applies both to, like, outside homes, but also outside courthouses. And no one seems to deny that there is a legitimate protest justification to be outside the Supreme Court itself to argue or to yell, this is a horrible opinion. And so the only difference in terms of the application of law is, like, well, it's worse. I don't agree with this protest outside their homes. I disagree. I just want to be clear. I think that was stupid to do, both politically, and I just think it there is a potential for bad shit to occur, and I totally think
which happened, an assassination attempt.
Yeah, the guy, I think the guy actually, like, submitted himself to.
I mean,
but, I'm not
that's
remembering the fact.
parsing words.
That's part of the reason why I was against the protest occurring outside their homes. But all I'm saying is there are First Amendment principles to consider here that because the law as written applies both to the home and to outside the courthouse, which everyone seems to accept as well within normal limits.
Nonetheless, by the letter of the law, would you admit this is illegal? You just say that the law itself's not constitutional.
Supreme law of the land is the Constitution. To the extent that the law conflicts with the Constitution,
right,
it is not against the law.
Okay, what I'm saying is, by the letter of the law, by the letter of what was written there, it violates that. It may be that law is unconstitutional, though.
Presuming that there were individuals, which I suspect there were, whose intention in the protest was opinion, the letter of that statute says that those kinds of protests directed at changing opinions are unlawful and criminal. The question is, can that be constitutionally applied as to the individuals in public places? Because they were authorized to be where they were. The question is, can it?
That's great. I'm great to get that admission that by the letter there are people that violate it. You mentioned the seditious six.
I've always said that.
You mentioned the seditious six, the Mark Kelly stuff. You mentioned the law there that says that, to get people to question or be hesitant of orders. I forget the exact wording of the law. You think that law is unconstitutional as well?
I think certain as applied instances would be unconstitutional. Yeah, it would be unconstitutional that, like, for example, I'll give you an example, right? Like one of the seminal cases in the First Amendment jurisprudence, where initially the First Amendment doctrine that was being applied in 10s and 20s, there were a bunch of people. If you remember Hitchens talks about this, actually a famous case, the Schneck decision, where they were trying to encourage people not to sign up to the draft, and they were arrested under the then existing espionage laws for motivating people to not follow the law there. And it was upheld in the Schneck decision that like advocacy for unruly, for people not to follow with the military, that was illegal, and it was upheld as constitutional apply to them. But we changed all that with Brandenburg, and nowadays, not allowed. Just like I could say something like this, like all the troops need to immediately quit the military and stop what's going on. That is like per se protected under Brandenburg. I mean, that is the very fact pattern that where like the change in the interpretation applies.
When was the statute? What was the statute? I don't have it in front of me.
It's a predecessor statute to some of these. Like, it might be the Espionage Act. It might be some other sedition act.
So that occurred after Brandenburg?
That was
this
before.
Law was written. So this law was written before Brandenburg.
What I'm referencing is the Schneck decision that happened during World War I, the recruitment and after World War I. There was a statute there that made it. Look, it's.
No. I understand. Yeah. I get what you're saying with the Schneck. I'm saying that the statute that people are accusing Mark Kelly and company of violating was that statute written after Brandenburg.
Oh, I have no idea. But whether it is or not, they have to obey Brandenburg.
Okay, so would you argue that based on how that statute is written, that Mark Kelly and etc. have violated it? You just say that it violates Brandenburg. You don't say that.
But it both would have, if it was their intent to encourage insubordination, which I think it categorically was not, because it's not insubordination to obey an unlawful order. You have to prove that their intent was to do that. So both in the factual sense of intent, you don't meet it. But even if it was their intent, I think it would be protected under Brandenburg. Yeah, that is my opinion.
Someone in the chat said, this is true as well, but Kelly, is he still adherent to the UCMJ?
He's in some sort of status. For him, I'm not sure what the precedent would be if Brandenburg applies to currently enlisted people. So I don't know if we've ever confronted that issue, and have to plead ignorance in terms of First Amendment standard as applied. People are I think retired or whatever service, but in their capacity, in their like private capacity, it would shock me if people who are part of the military couldn't express their political views on their own time.
I think that based on the statute it's written, I need to get I don't have it in front of me. I wish I did. I forget what the U.S.
I reviewed
code
your
was.
conversation with Ryan. Yeah, you guys brought it up. I'm not doubting that. You guys did bring it up.
But I think that it's clear that most likely, based as it's written, that Kelly and company did do that. The question of whether or not this violates Brandenburg, I would have to plead ignorance on. But what I'm trying to get is, it seems a lot of times like what you and other people want to do is like, well, technically it violates that statute. I just think that statute's incorrect and unconstitutional. Fine, then charge them and let them fight it in court, whether or not the statute itself is constitutional. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, no,
and if it's not, then so be it. They should be charged based on the law that's written.
I'm not fine with it. I don't think that we should apply clearly unconstitutional laws. I think it's clearly unconstitutional. So I
don't think you're right. There's a lot of things. Like, for example, you clearly thought that Trump should have been removed from office under Section 14 or Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, right?
I did think that that's what the law meant, but I never predicted
the Supreme Court disagreed.
Hang on a second.
In a 7-2, right?
I just want to be clear. I never, ever, ever predicted that would be the result, ever. And I think that there were, that he could at least raise arguments to that effect. But here we have an on-point case where, because we've never dealt with that interpretation of Section 3, we do have on-point precedent for Brandenburg. That's the difference.
No, I think, but again, the difference is your interpretation of what's obviously constitutional or not is disagreed by credible people. This aren't people that are fucking just loons. It's not just some people that's a layman like me. They're actually credible people, including Supreme Court justices, that may vehemently disagree with you. So my argument is that this should be charged. It is as written, and then if it's not constitutional, fine.
Well, I guess I don't.
But I don't see the problem
question.
with charging it.
I guess I don't understand your question. If your question is what I would do, I would not apply something that I found to be clearly unconstitutional. Now, if you don't think it's clearly unconstitutional or you haven't been convinced by that, I can understand maybe why you disagree. But I just think that that's an argument.
Well, what I'm suggesting is what I'm getting is the admission here that it's like, it's different with the Kelly situation, but like at least with the other situation,
sure
and I think there's at least room with the Kelly situation. It's like, okay, they did violate this possibly, but I just don't think that the law is constitutional. So if it goes to the court that this law is constitutional,
so I never had an admission that I think they violated the statute, even if it were constitutional.
No. I said not with the Kelly situation. But I think that
I think no one here, they've showed evidence that they want to cause insubordination.
You said, I'm talking about the two cases we're talking about are the statute that talked about the protesting outside of the houses, and you said you do assume someone violated that statute, but think that it's unconstitutional. You assumed. You said that.
I actually don't take that view. I am.
Seemed that you suggested you assumed that someone did that. That's what you said.
No, sorry. I have not asserted. I think that the law is unconstitutional. I've said that there are serious questions about its constitutionality.
Yeah. Well, then then you should have supported the charging of people.
No, that doesn't follow either.
If you clearly think that some people fell into that and you don't 100% know that the law is unconstitutional, then it seems like some sort of charges were warranted. Especially when it led to an assassination attempt of a Supreme Court justice.
You have no idea. You're not going to be able to prove that.
Well, I could prove that the gathering of people outside there laid an atmosphere that someone that was engaged in that also.
That's not what.
I don't need to prove. No. Don't misunderstand me. Yes, for a legal standard to prove that's one thing, but what I'm suggesting is if it is a situation where it's up to the discretion whether or not to prosecute, and we can see that it meets the violation of the law based on a technicality, and this situation was severe enough that it was leading to an assassination attempt of Kavanaugh, that would increase the intensity for wanting to. But just like the sandwich thrower, if it happens in a vacuum and it's like, yeah, that's the only attack on ICE that occurred this year, I completely agree. It's like, I don't think that rises to the level of needing to file charges, but it came in response and in an atmosphere where ICE agents are being attacked over and over again. That's why it's important to make examples of the people that are assaulting them, even in what seems to be benign ways. Same principle. You would agree there's prosecutorial discretion on this, right?
What do you mean prosecutorial discretion on it? Can you? Okay, my bad. When you say there's prosecutorial discretion on it, I guess there's always prosecutorial discretion.
Correct.
I mean, that's another independent reason why I would not be in support of these charges. And you don't even believe this, Rob. I mean, like, really, would you support, by the letter of the law, all the conservative protesters outside of the Supreme Court anytime some issue is happening would be covered under the statute? But you would never support, as either a prosecutorial discretion matter or as just a policy matter, for you to go after those people who are conservative.
That's true, but there's a difference here. What we're talking about is an escalation of severity in two ways. One, it's not just people outside the court, it's people outside private Supreme Court justices' home, which increases the level of severity. Second, it is something that happened in the environment where there was literally an assassination attempt on one of the justices. Both of those raise the stakes, which would mean that you would be more likely to prosecute that. That's my point.
But hang on a second. If the Rob Noerr of the left came and said, hang on a second, don't you think that they're both technically covered there? We have to treat them the same exact way. Isn't that what you always say about all these cases? That we have to treat all technical violations exactly the same, no matter what? And that's what, that was your point about insurrection you just made. Was like, it's clear you don't care about corrupting, the influencing the judges because you only want to apply it to one group of people. But clearly you recognize that there are cases where, intensifiers for severity.
Well, of course, there's intensifiers for severity, but it would apply on the individual law, right? For example, with the law on insurrection, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, I think that we haven't applied it for almost anything, and so the implication should be not applying it, right? You seem to suggest that it's something that if someone engages in an insurrection, can you think of a situation, if it met your definition of a sitting U.S. congressman, president, vice president, etc., that engaged in an insurrection, that you wouldn't want to apply Section 3 of the 14th Amendment?
As I sit here, no.
Exactly. That's why I brought up that point to you, because it seems intuitive that that would be a bar that people would say, yes, once we accept that this is engagement of an insurrection, we should be serious and not leave anyone hold office.
No, but that is not your point. Your point was not about enforcement priorities. It was about whether I'm a hypocrite for covering one thing or another, and that whether or not I truly care about what you say I care about.
No, it's certainly true. It's certainly true that you're a hypocrite in the ways that you've covered these situations and that you don't really care about like what's going on with the left-wing insurrection. That's true. The point that I'm trying to make, though, is based on your standard of what you said the importance of this was about Trump with January 6th, then you would be a hypocrite if you don't feel that that would be the same with Democrat politicians that have engaged in insurrections now. Right? And you admit, yes, that is true.
Well,
I would say that if I thought they engaged in insurrection, I can't think of an example that I wouldn't want them removed from office.
It would have to be something weird that I haven't thought about. But in general, if a politician engages in insurrection, I believe the Constitution requires them be disqualified, and that they must be therefore. And so
that's a different burden, right, than like assault. Where it's like with assault, you wouldn't say, nah, I don't think that everyone that technically meets the violation of the law of assault needs to be charged. You would agree with that.
I totally agree with that, but the point there, and
Exactly
that's also the point on some of these cases where I try to distinguish to no avail to you, who calls me a Democrat shill on the Hillary Clinton email stuff and all that stuff. When we talk about like what makes sense to charge and what doesn't make sense to charge. Query also, by the way, Lindsey Halligan and the fucking bullshit case against Comey, etc. But we're talking about what I was referencing when I was saying like what I thought was a double standard in you is this notion that I don't really care about insurrections merely because I might think one is worse or versus not. Right? We were talking about the use of prosecutorial discretion is formed by things like severity, things like the actual consequences that occur. I'm not saying that those aren't things that you might consider discretion.
You're mistaken, right? It wasn't even that we were talking about legal consequences when I was talking about your disinterest in insurrections now. We weren't even talking about it in the context of legal application. I was merely saying that you
That's my
seem
point,
to think
Rob.
that insurrections... No. Now you're conflating saying like this separate point that like about applying Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which we just had a discussion about that. But the bulk of the hypocrisy that I was saying was that yes, you certainly could think that one insurrection is more severe than others, but it seemed that you put importance on the idea of insurrections in the first place. And now when I said that your definition was so broad that clearly both before and after you gave me that definition, Democrats were going to have things or left-wingers were going to have many examples of what would be insurrections. I warned you of this, and then predictably, when we see, as always, Democrats decide to riot, which is tantamount based on your definition of an insurrection, all of a sudden your interest in pointing out insurrection seemed to wane precipitously.
No, I mean, I think that you're just mischaracterizing the nature of my of what I said.
So. I think anyone who's subjective can see that.
All right, I mean, you can think that.
I think.
And by the way, I just want to make a slight point here. I do want to get to the Charlie Kirk point at some point and get your take.
Go ahead, move on wherever you want to take it. It's fine.
For sure. But do you ever get the sense that like, okay, you can make this too broad criticism. What about the too narrow criticism? Like, for example, let's say something like this. I said something like, a whale is an aquatic animal. And you're like, well, that's too broad, right? But then it's like, okay, let me give you a better definition. A whale is an aquatic animal of this specific genus and species that fits whatever definition is for beluga whale. You would be like, wait, that's not a good definition of whale. And the reason it wouldn't be a quote-unquote good definition of whale is in virtue of how the term whale is used by people. In other words, the meaning of a term is supposed to map onto usage. And especially when we're talking about like a legal definition, we need to appeal to some usage. And so, the criticism that you levy, too broad, to the extent that it means anything really that we ought to take into consideration, wouldn't the too narrow thing apply for you? Like, if it's not including...
Yeah. No. Absolutely, there could be. I don't think you could say too narrow because I basically haven't taken a stance on what I think the legal definition of insurrection is. In fact, as you know, when I was going to debate you on this, and then I ended up debating Destiny at first, I don't think there is a standard definition of what insurrection is. Let me finish, and I'll explain, right? What I'm saying is that Yes, there's absolutely, you could say, Rob, I think the way that you're loosely interpreting insurrection would be far too narrow, because I think that there would be things that would rise to the level of insurrection that most objective people would say, yeah, that looks like it rises to the definition, or most legal people would say, yeah, that rises to the level that would be outside of your definition. So absolutely, there is a criticism that you could say that definitions that I'm offering or implying to are too narrow. However, what I'm suggesting is what we should default to is how many times it's been charged since basically the days of the Civil War. And
Why?
see, it's how we could literally, because if we could point to hundreds of examples of insurrections occurring, literally hundreds, and never once have any of these laws been charged, then it would seem to suggest that no, it doesn't seem a time to start charging them now just so you can back up the conviction of the President of the United States.
That's the charging decision, and this is kind of like a semantic or language philosophy question, which is separate about what the word "quote unquote" means, right? Like, you would never say that, like, oh, you know, look at all in the past in history, there have been numerous adult human females that were considered women back before they knew anything about gametes and chromosomes or anything like that, and therefore, because of these, you know, we didn't call those people men. We shouldn't call them men now under our current, definitions of male and gender and like male and female. And that, I think, is missing the point. The question isn't, or I thought the question wasn't, is it useful for this definition to be a particular thing? It's, what is the usage of the term? In other words, how can you claim, right, that my definition is too loose or too broad if you don't have a reference, right? You have to have some notion of insurrection before you can say that mine is quote unquote too broad.
You're conflating two things. You're conflating a colloquial use of the word versus a legal use of the word. So it's all right for me to say, I don't think at this point there is a standard legal definition, because since 1864, the last time that like insurrection was declared, there's literally been zero charges, when based on the definition you're giving, there would literally have been hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of insurrections, and not once was any of them charged. It seems to be then that the way that this has been interpreted is insurrection was something that they were hyper-focused on right after the Civil War, and that was the intent of what was going on. After that, a bunch of things that have met that definition, they're like, we choose to not charge as an insurrection. If it rises to the level of crimes, there are other things that we could charge, which has been the case every single time up until the accusations of January 6th, right? And it continues to go back to that afterwards when we see the insurrections based on what you say is the definition that that left-wingers are engaged with now. What I think is the colloquial definition is different, and that's sort of what you're explaining by like the definition of what we consider man or woman. Sure, definitions gradually change of words, and we use these words in ways that oftentimes become different and change over time. What's the word where you like, I'm fucking half asleep, etymology or whatever of words.
Yeah,
I understand that, right? Yeah, so I understand, to go back, not the insect thing, like the history of words, right? Like, yes, I understand that. And so, yes, you could make a claim that my definition of the term insurrection, where I'm basically like a serious attempt to overthrow the government, is too narrow. Like, you could say that, but that's not the argument we're making from a legal perspective. The legal argument's completely different than what my colloquial definition of the term insurrection is.
Okay, but so you're suggesting that, well, because we don't have all these enforcement actions that are numerous in the intervening period, therefore the meaning of insurrection has changed by virtue of the fact that we've seen less prosecutions and cases involving the term insurrection.
Not less, zero.
Well, first of all, I'm not so sure about that. I have done a deep dive. I'm not remembering now the different cases and when the last case of insurrection was. Insurrection is a form of treason, of levying war. As I sit here, I'm not remembering when the last one was.
Insurrection is a form of treason, or treason is a form of insurrection?
Insurrection is a form of treason. Treason is the broader category.
So then everyone who commits an insurrection commits treason.
That's correct.
Okay, and so therefore every single person technically engaged in it, and one of the punishments for treason could be death, correct?
That's correct.
So every single person currently that is engaged in insurrections against ICE could legally be put to death.
I think that's possibly true, yes.
So just to be clear, and furthermore, given your definition of insurrection, that would mean that something like this, two people decide that they are going to protest marijuana laws and end up shoving a police officer to stop them from arresting someone that's...
No, that was Andrew Wilson. Hang on a second. That was Andrew Wilson's...
To destiny.
a stylized hypothetical, which I think had a bunch of problems in it. But to answer your question, we can just get to the point. Just because I think that there's a maximum punishment that was allowed under the historical definition, when I say that insurrection is a form of treason, I'm not saying that I want it to be this way. It just is, Rob. You chart out the history of the term insurrection. A synonym for it is levying war. Levying war. And if you look at the Constitution for what defines treason, it's giving aid or comfort to enemies and levying war against the United States. So you're like, wait, you're just saying that the punishment could be
then I think that the definition of insurrection you give doesn't meet up to the standard of levying war.
In virtue of what? In virtue of what could you say that? Right? You would have to have some. So I think it's informed by your intuitive notion that it couldn't be the case. Like it just couldn't. It just seems.
How does the court define war?
I don't know that I have.
We would need to define the term. We would need a legal definition of the term levy and a legal definition of the term war, correct?
No, not necessarily. Just because the two words. Okay, you act so surprised. This is not a foreign concept to you, because we've had this conversation about territorial jurisdiction for purposes of the habeas corpus statutes.
You're wrong on basically.
On what?
No, I'm not wrong. Jurisdiction debate. You won't. But anyways,
okay.
Proceed.
But just two words combined doesn't necessarily mean that the independent definitions of both create the unified definition.
Well, then define the legal concept of levying war. What the legal definition of levying war is?
It's what the test is for insurrection, because they're synonymous. You understand?
No, so you're telling me that levying war doesn't mean like. I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't think that you're correct.
Wait, when you say you don't think I'm correct, in virtue of what?
Show me proof that insurrection means it is levying war synonymous.
I sent you the Graeber paper. And we can hang on. I'll even just right now as we sit here, Graeber on.
You don't even have to send it. Just tell me what his quote is that suggests that.
So I'll give you one example. Okay. So have you heard of the John Brown raid on Harper's Ferry? This is the white guy who was a anti-slave person, right?
Yeah.
So they look at these cases of like the Harper's Ferry raid, of various attacks on the fugitive slave laws, right, where they were preventing and frustrating enforcement of the fugitive slave laws, and those are instances in which they charged them with they referred to what they were doing as insurrection, and they I think John Brown was literally charged with conspiracy for insurrection. And the tests there, and he was hanged for that and treason, were coextensive. And so if you track the history of what is being talked about when they're talking about insurrection and the different legal definitions they're using, they were used synonymously as a form of treason. Hang on, I'm pulling up the paper right now so I can quote from it correctly. So all I'm doing is trying to provide like an actual rounded out.
I mean, you tell me, I'll grant you that I'm looking at AI, and this could be absolute bullshit, as we know that it's garbage when it comes to legal matters. Mm-hmm. So if I will take your word if you're saying some of this shit's untrue, right? But it says, when I'm talking about Graeber specifically and how they define the term levying war, the courts, it says, mere conspiracy or planning's not enough. This is central holding an ex parte Pullman. I would say that intuitively makes sense. There must be an overact of raising and marching an armed body of men.
Yeah. Wait. So what are you trying to say there?
So there needs
to be actual open and avowed situations. It can't be something so you haven't done an insurrection if you've just like planned for it.
No. Yeah, I agree. But raising and marching an armed body of men.
Yeah. So those aren't the technical elements of insurrection. Just because
But not insurrection. We're talking about the term levying war.
Okay. So. But the question is whether or not levying war is the same thing as insurrection. And to do that, you don't just look at the elements thereof. You look at whether there's an equality being made in the various different treatises and cases between them. And so this is what Graeber cites here. Americans, from his paper, Americans in the 19th century regarded, quote, insurrection as a synonym for, quote, levying war, with the proviso, as Chief Justice John Marshall noted in United States versus Burr, that, quote, levying war was a technical term. Levying war in the constitutional sense did not require, as Trump's lawyer suggested, massive armies, a violent national conflict, or a declaration of war. Persons levied war against the United States when they sought to overthrow the government of the United States, resisted by force federal authority, or resisted by force the implementation of any federal law. Levying war was often a local affair. An insurrection could be limited to a neighborhood or county as long as persons were resisting by force or violence the implementation of federal law. Adjudicating a case arising from the whiskey insurrection, Justice Patterson in U.S. v. Mitchell declared, quote, an insurrection with an avowed design to suppress public offices is an act of levying war. That's
Okay,
U.S. v. versus
so,
Mitchell, 2
this-
U.S.C.
this-
348.
This proceeds to say, like, levying war. Marshall's opinion allowed to a specific narrow adoption and technical historically rooted definition of levying war that was deliberately designed to make treason convictions almost impossible in cases of domestic insurrection that lack clear foreign involvement or monarchical intent. It says one of those is an overt raising and marching of armed men. I would think that you could have an insurrection based on your definition without an overt marching of armed men. In addition, it gives examples of things that weren't constituting levying war. You tell me if these are incorrect. I'm willing to hear it. All right. It says,
Where's this from?
resistance. This is just literally an AI thing I'm reading. Right. It says resistance to a single marshal or tax collector, even violence resistance, was treated as a riot and not treason. Is that
That's not
true?
Wait, hang on. That's not true. One of the very famous cases of insurrection, the whiskey insurrection, was Americans gathering like around the tax collector's home and like not even using force, just like threatening force against that person for the purpose of frustrating the enforcement of the federal tax. So that's an
But
example.
I don't know if that was just against one tax collector, was it?
So there were multiple. So yes, that one act was an act of insurrection. There happened to be other things as well.
Different
but
than
that,
levying war.
but that by the way, that by itself would be considered insurrection under the test. And these people, I mean, it's one of the most famous cases of insurrection. There was a pre-Civil War understanding for what insurrection meant. The Civil War didn't invent the concept of insurrection. But this is the kind of analysis that I'm encouraging, Rob, because if you see the different cases where, yes, it's true, there are less cases as in the 20th century, et cetera, maybe even very little, maybe even none. We're taught as like originalist interpretation that we're supposed to apply the public meaning of the term at the time it's enacted. That's what I've been told by all these conservative jurists. And so I think it's important to go through it.
Let me be clear. Another example is Fry's Rebellion, 1799.
Yes, exactly.
Was that levying war?
Yes.
It was treason?
Yes.
This says that Marshall and other courts and commentators revoked the treason and said that Marshall treated it as clearly not treason under the strict definition.
So there were statements on Fry's Rebellion that, so I think Adams spoke out about it, that for whatever reason, they either pardoned him or whatever, but that is and Graeber talks about the Fry's Rebellion, they have a back and forth on it, that it was definitely legally considered treason at the time, and it's synonymous with insurrection. we can talk about that.
I'm just saying that, I'm not saying, by the
hang on.
way, I'm reading a bullshit summary, so I'm not saying that this is correct. I'm just saying, is it true that, I'm asking you, is it true that Marshall later commented on this and said this clearly wasn't treason?
I'm not remembering Marshall's opinion on Fry's Rebellion. I'm real effing for Marshall here, so I'm just being honest with you. But
dude, I'm not claiming that I fucking understand, like, know this. I'm reading this shit in real time.
So here, I searched Fry's Rebellion. Okay, judges and treatise writers discussing insurrection against fugitive slave laws and considering treason during the Civil War relied on case law developed in the cases involving participants in the whiskey insurrection and the Fry's insurrection. Justices sometimes elaborate on such decisions, such as United States v. Mitchell and case of Fry's. Nevertheless, justices on the J., Ellsworth, and Marshall courts would have recognized and endorsed the constitutional law of treason and insurrection as articulated by justices on the Taney and Chase courts, as well as their lower federal court and state court contemporaries. So let me find the analysis on the Fry's Rebellion.
This is so here's a quote from John Marshall. This claims from the United States versus Burr in 1807. Marshall says, quote, the court has been informed from the bench that the case of Fry's was not considered, even by those that decided it, a case of constructive levying of war, but as an actual levying of war, and that the
Oh,
opinion
yeah,
of the
very
judges, I'm just reading, and that the assemblage was for the purpose of resisting laws generally, and not merely for the purpose of resisting a particular tax law, which was the object of the insurrection. Yet it is perfectly clear that the insurrection was not general, it was local. It was confined to a few townships and a few counties, and it did not extend beyond the limits of Pennsylvania. Even there it was partial. The opinion that this was a levying war has been very much questioned, and it is in fact well worthy of observation that no prosecution for treason has been instituted since that time, although there have been insurrections which, if the principle be correct, would have justified such prosecution.
So, like, that by itself states that Marshall's opinion is that the Freeze insurrection was in fact an insurrection of a local kind, right? Not of this broad conflict, but of a local kind. And
Correct. And it says that that they, people said that it didn't raise to the level of levying war or treason. And in fact, there haven't been any prosecution as such in similar situation.
Listen,
It proceeds.
You should send me the source. Like, I don't want to debate against AI right now. I understand what you're saying.
Oh no, it's a quote from United States versus Burr in 1807.
What's the quote say?
August 1807. The court, it starts with this. The court has been informed from the bench that the case of Freeze was not considered, even by those who decided, a case of constructive levying of war, but is an actual levying. That's how it starts.
So constructive levying of war is like a legal fiction of levying war. And so when he says it's not a constructive levying of war, it's actual levying of war, that's him saying it is in fact levying of war. And of course, levying of war, this is called the Freeze insurrection, right? Understand? It's like a German guy or something. That's his last name.
But what he's saying is, it's perfectly clear that the insurrection was not general. It was local. It was confined to a few townships.
That's proving my point. That's him conflating.
But listen, I want to be clear. The argument that we're having here isn't the definition of insurrection. It's arguing if it's synonymous with levying war.
No, that quote proves it.
The opinion was that this was a levying of war has been very much questioned, he says, and it is in fact well worthy of observation that no prosecution for treason has been instituted since that time, although there have been insurrection which, if the principle be correct, would have justified such prosecutions. In other words, he's saying, if this was in fact treason, we have seen that there are other cases that would have met this bar, and it's worth noting that none of them have been charged as treason.
I'm not seeing that quote. In other words,
been charged as...
You should send it to me. I will definitely respond. But at least you can acknowledge there that what they're citing is that the case, that the case is synonymizing levying war with insurrection.
If you go to the private chat, I'll put it in there. Okay. It's bullshit. One paragraph.
Been informed.
And then again, it says other things I'm reading here, and this speaks to Graeber. And again, you've read Graeber, and presumably you know more, but it says Graeber's larger argument is that this cramped definition was politically deliberate. Federalists and Republicans alike wanted to prevent the treason clause from being used against domestic political opponents. Both parties feared that the broad definition would allow whichever party controlled the federal government to brand its armed political enemies as traitors. So Marshall and the courts essentially read levying war to require something very close to a real civil war or foreign-backed invasion before the treason clause could be triggered. In short, Graeber summarizes the early court's definition of levying war as, quote, an actual military assemblage of armed men gathered for a public object of resisting or overthrowing the laws or authority of the United States by force on a scale large enough to resemble war, not mere riot or private violence. Is that true?
I have no idea. How could I possibly respond to that particular quote?
Well,
generated by an AI. I don't know what you're talking. I'm trying to look for the quotes. I just control F.
No. I'm just saying, as someone who's read Graeber and understands his interpretation, does that? I'm not saying. Do you think that quote word for word is true? Does that ring true of what he's suggesting?
That Republicans were trying to limit and cabin.
No, the specific quote that he cite there, that Graeber defines levying war as, quote, an actual military assemblage of armed men gathered for a public object of resisting or overthrowing the laws or authority of the United States by force on a scale large enough to resemble war, not mere riot or private violence.
So no, because that definition isn't the one he gives for insurrection, and he treats them as synonymous. So levying war, let's see. Like it's Graeber's point that levying war is insurrection, and so to the extent that levying war is not encompassed by his definition of insurrection, then it wouldn't be clear. Constitutional authorities in the United States during the Civil War emphasized that levying war prong of the treason clause in the federal statutes punishing treason. The indictments against Jefferson Davis for treason spoke of levying war. rather than adhering to their enemies, because relying on the latter might have implied the lawfulness of secession, right? Because then it implies that, like, it's a foreign government. They didn't want to do that. This is Justice Stephen Field, when charging the jury in U.S. versus Greathouse, explained why Confederates, because they considered Confederates traitors, right? The Confederates were traitors. Why were they traitors? Because they committed treason. How did they commit treason? By levying war. And that is how they did insurrection. And so this is Justice Stephen Field in U.S. versus Greathouse. He stated the second clause applies only to the subjects of foreign powers in a state of open hostility. It does not embrace rebels and insurrection against their own government. An enemy is always the subject of a foreign power who owes no allegiance to our government or country. And so that's him saying you have to rely on levying war, not giving aid or comfort to the enemies. And so that is them acknowledging, right? These traitors, who engaged in this Civil War insurrection, committed treason by levying war. And that is why treason is the bigger category. Underneath it is levying war.
I will say this. I'm willing to accept that this AI could absolutely be 100% bullshit, and I've seen it make up quotes. So by no means will I interpret that Graeber actually said that. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying it would be interesting because what you're reading there isn't necessarily a specific definition that he's giving of levying war. He's sort of talking about it in a context that's in other things. I'll grant you that, but I don't know that it goes as far as specifically defining that term as to more say that there was actual things that coincide with the insurrection. I don't know that it goes to the point where it says that those actual things are synonymous. The other thing I'm just reading this now. This may actually prove your point. I don't know. I could bring it up on screen. This is from Justia. Is that how you pronounce this shit? You know what that is,
Yeah,
right?
Justia, yeah.
Yeah. So here's what it says on levying war. We'll just read. It may prove your point. I haven't read it. Yeah. Section 3, Clause 1 of treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of two witnesses the same overt act. Annotations. Early judicial interpretation of the meaning of treason in terms of levying war was conditioned by the partisan struggles of the early 19th century, which involved the treason trials of Aaron Burr and his associates, and Ex parte Bowman, which involved two of Burr's Confederates. Chief Justice Marshall, speaking for himself and three other justices, confined the meaning of levying war to the actual waging of war. Quote, However flagitious may be the crime of conspiring to subvert the force of government of our country, such conspiracy is not treason. To conspire to levy war and actually to levy war are distinct offenses.
Okay, the distinction is conspiracy there and levying war.
Yes, totally agree. Totally agree. That's what he's saying at this point. Absolutely. Don't disagree. The first must be brought into open action by the assemblage of men for the purpose of treasonable in itself, or the fact of levying war cannot have been committed. So far as this principle has been carried, that it has been determined that the actual enlistment of men to serve against the government does not amount to the levying of war. Marshall was careful, however, to state that the court did not mean that no person could be guilty of this crime who had not appeared in arms.
Correct.
On the contrary, it makes sense. On the contrary, if the war actually be levied, that is, if the body of men who had actually assembled for the purpose of effecting by force a treasonable purpose, all of those who perform any part, however minute or however remote from the scene or the action, who are actually leagued in general conspiracy are to be considered traitors. But there must be an actual assemblage of men for the treasonable purpose. On the basis of these considerations, and because no part of the crime charge has been committed at the District of Columbia, the court held that Bowman and Swart could not be tried in the district and ordered their discharge. Marshall continued by saying that the crime of treason should not be extended by construction to doubtful cases, and concluded that no conspiracy for overturning the government and no enlisting of men to effect it would be an actual levying of war.
And
not long after.
So understand what's going on there in audience as well. So what they're saying is, we don't want to be willy-nilly applying treason to anyone who just is like talking about and conspiring to overthrow the government. That this label is only when they actually do it. And now you can engage in it and you can be part of a levying war even if you're remote and you're not actually the people holding arms once there actually is a levying of war / insurrection / treason. But that you need to have an actual actus reus, an actual thing occurring. But this doesn't help us in terms of
No, and the rest of this isn't going to help either. I've read, and the Burr trial just basically makes the same point. That's like the reason Burr got off the hook was that he wasn't specifically there at the time, which meant that just the conspiring of it wouldn't be the act of.
Oh my God. Why do we always go down this road?
I think his computer just went down.
Oh,
Just give
shit.
a second. We are currently making getting him a new computer. Oh,
Button and
there we go.
exited my own damn stream. It's all right. So yeah,
No, this is all really interesting. And I encourage we should talk more about this. But you should really just like read the Graeber paper. It's really convincing, man. And I promise you, I was resistant to the Section 3 argument when Josiah first presented it to me. But they're really, if you took in a historical lens, now you could come out and say, Rob, I don't think we should apply the historical test for whatever reason. But if you look at the cases that were actually applied historically, it's nothing approaching the kind of restrictive definition that you're seeming to think is adequate.
But
and appropriate.
the point that I'm making, and even if that Marshall quote is true, which I don't know that it is, but it sounds like it's probably true, right? Is that he's saying like, look, we're very, like, if this is literally treason, there's been many cases where this would have applied, and yet it's never been charged in those cases.
I don't know.
Seems to be, and that's Marshall. I mean, fuck, Marshall's writing in when, like 18 fucking
early 1800s.
Yeah, so like the idea, right? The idea that we've seen since then, hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of times, the insurrections would have been done, and never once have they even been charged as an insurrection, let alone as treason. Seems to be.
This is what Marshall says in Case of Fries. This is from the Graeber paper. Chase in Case of Fries declared. That's Chase. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Marshall maintained. It is altogether immaterial whether the force used to be sufficient to effectuate the object. This is Marshall, right? Any force connected with the intention will constitute the crime of levying of war. And so that is him saying, just because it's a futile insurrection, that it won't be able to effectuate its purpose in overturning the law or overcoming the government or whatever, that doesn't make it not levying war. Just because there's one person, not one person, 100 people or 1,000 or more than that it doesn't change whether or not it's an insurrection. That's Marshall. I can try to look for the quotes. You should send them to me.
Yeah. I put the quote in the private, so you could.
I googled the start of it and I didn't see jack shit.
Okay, it might actually be bullshit.
Be careful with the AI stuff. But
I know. I'm fully admitting that. Anyways,
I want to move on.
Charlie Kirk
yes,
stuff. I think to the. Never mind. I won't even make it to the point where you're like, the law that you think was unconstitutional because it would apply protesting outside a courthouse should be protected. I think that the law that be applied to treason, that literally treason, which the punishment could be death, could literally be a few people sort of protesting an implementation of a tax law. Seems fucking.
That doesn't mean that I want that to occur.
It doesn't matter. The fact
I don't
that
even
that
agree with
would
the
be
capital punishment.
The fact that could be a legal remedy. What's the minimal punishment for treason?
I don't know that there is one under our law. Maybe there is. Is there?
I don't know. But nonetheless,
I have no fucking clue. But even just the charging decision. I'm not saying that we should necessarily charge all these people with treason. But you're like acting as though I want these consequences to occur. I'm just relaying to you what I understand these terms to mean, and that's different than saying I want to execute all these people. Which, of course, I don't even agree with capital punishment. And I think there would need to be an independent analysis of whether or not under cruel and unusual punishment you can apply the death penalty in such cases. So there's a separate constitutional protection that might help you out from the death penalty there. But I wouldn't support the death penalty there. I'm just telling you what I understand. Like, I have to be honest with you, right? If I'm relying on the Graeber definition, which I am, which I think that's the better of the argument, and I understand what, according to Graeber's lights, insurrection means levying war, which is a form of treason, I just have to be honest. Yes, I think it's a form of treason. That doesn't mean that I think everyone should be charged with treason for a bunch of reasons. And it's similar, by the way, of why, or one of the reasons why Smith didn't charge insurrection is because they had other statutes that are like easier to charge, like obstruction, like conspiracy. Those things are easier, and they're not insurrection.
So just to be clear, just last thing I'll make on this point, right? You admit that there are people that have engaged in insurrection, at least to some degree, that you've seen against ICE.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
So it would be
with the caveat that I don't know their names. I haven't done a deep dive in their trials, but I think the balance of evidence. I think that there's at least more than one. I've seen at least one.
So then you would not think that it would be illegal or unconstitutional for Trump's DOJ to arrest them and then give them the death penalty?
I haven't done the analysis on the actual Eighth Amendment cruel and unusual punishment thing, but assuming that they charge them with treason and not insurrection. Do you understand that, right? Like insurrection.
Yeah, but you would say that these are treasons as well.
If they charge them with treason and got a conviction, then by definition they could get the death penalty.
But okay, so you would be okay with that because clearly you're
No,
admitting
I
that
just
they-
wait. Why are you
no,
saying
no, no,
that?
no.
Like,
You would be okay with it in that it would be legal for Trump to do so.
assuming that the Eighth Amendment analysis followed through, and assuming that they were able to get treason convictions, then I do think that in other words, if the Eighth Amendment analysis provided that it's not cruel and unusual to kill people who commit treason, then I do think that that would be legal to obtain the punishment.
I think that's obvious because at the time that they barred cruel and unusual punishment, the death penalty existed.
I'm not so sure, Rob. You seem to think that the meaning of insurrection is very like living constitutional interpretation, where like we have to we change the meaning of what insurrection means based on decisions to prosecute in the 20th century. That seems like a very like activist judge type thing to do.
But those are two completely different things, right? Like saying what the punishment should be, right, for a crime is different than saying our interpretation of what the crime is. Are two completely different things.
No. What I'm saying is the meaning of cruel and unusual, right? At the time of the founding of the country, the definition of a felony meant punishable by death. All felonies were capital offenses where death could be happening. And so that's changed. Part of the reason the explanation from a constitutional perspective is the words in the Eighth Amendment are cruel and unusual, right? And that has some kind of like societal determiner there, and that we should read into that something like an updating standard. But someone like Scalia would say that death is available for any felony, right? Now, if you agreed with that interpretation of Scalia says every felony is liable for the death penalty. Do you understand that? Okay. If you agreed that that is the correct originalist interpretation of what felony is, and that the Eighth Amendment doesn't protect further than that, and someone said to you, you think it's a felony, Rob, therefore you think that they should legally be allowed to be put to death, you would say, yeah, legally they could if you accept that framework, but I wouldn't agree with that happening.
Yes, I agree. I'm not saying you would agree with it happening. I'm saying that you couldn't say that Trump or his team committed a crime by sentencing them to death, right? And as far as like the cruel and unusual, if your argument is correct me if I'm wrong, cruel and unusual would have to imply that the punishment itself is cruel and unusual, not that in being applied in certain cases, correct?
Not under the current framework of the court. The court has said that the death penalty is cruel and unusual if applied in certain cases and not others. So the punishment itself, it's not just a neutral observation of the punishment in and of itself. And people have criticized that, Rob, but I'm just telling you that.
That's interesting. Yeah. So then the term unusual means something.
Yeah. For example, the Breyer perspective on this, where he's very much a value-laden approach, he's saying what they were doing with the Eighth Amendment wasn't like constitutionalizing the punishment that then existed at the time, because the punishments that then existed at the time, which they didn't consider to be unusual, were things like the pillory, things that are like abhorrent to our current standards. And so he says, well, they weren't just enacting the things that existed then, they were applying a more kind of general perspective that it should be evolving standards of decency with respect to the Eighth Amendment.
So would it be unusual if we, for example, would say like, look, even though the scope of the possible punishment of, say, treason, right? Even though the scope includes up till death, it's unusual because everyone that's been charged with that, here's 13 cases that have been charged in the past 100 years, and the maximum punishment for all of them was like 10 years. So to now select one,
I think that someone like Breyer, if faced with a Eighth Amendment challenge of that kind, would be looking at the kinds of convictions that we've seen recently to inform the question of whether it's cruel and unusual, but not the question of whether or not, cruel and unusual means a particular thing as like a general concept or value. So if you interpret cruel or unusual to be specific to a given societal context, and this is the criticism from Scalia, which is you just assuming that, societal standards always increase. You can imagine a situation in which we become more debased and more violent and more aggressive. And that's the kind of criticism from Scalia. But yes, if you were to produce a bunch of recent convictions for treason in which death penalty was not applied, that would be, I think, relevant to someone like Breyer. Yeah, for sure.
Well, I think then I would say it's unusual punishment if we've seen hundreds upon hundreds of examples of insurrection and the punishment of them didn't include anything near to the level. What the suggestion was that the punishments be levied against the people of January 6th.
Maybe you'd have a case there for Eighth Amendment purposes that the punishment should not be death. That's the caveat
Not
I'm
even
saying.
death. What's the punishment been for anyone that's engaged in
hey,
insurrections?
The court doesn't go that far in terms of the cruel and unusual. They seem to assume that any penalty of term of years in prison is not subject to cruel and unusual.
Okay, so then to be clear, you wouldn't have any objection whatsoever on a legal basis. You might on a moral or think it's incorrect.
Yeah.
If Trump would sentence them to life in prison.
From a legal perspective, assuming the statute authorized that, and I assume it does for treason, I would not have a legal issue with that being the punishment. Now, the court's going to have to make its own determination. Yeah,
Get those motherfuckers.
All right, let's talk Kirk. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Always interested to talk insurrection. And also, let me know when you. I understand. Like I'm
up
intruding on your
24
time.
hours. I don't give a shit.
So you get really mad with the Republican Party in that they didn't use the Charlie Kirk assassination for part of their narrative or policy they want to do. You cite, for example, who's this guy? Sam. Who's the fucker? He does Fishbowl.
Sam Hyde.
Sam Hyde. You say you have 2 weeks to do something about this.
Correct.
And my understanding is the guy turned himself in. They're charging him with murder. They're charging him with a bunch of shit. He is liable, and it seems to be intent on behalf of Utah authorities or even maybe federal to seek the death penalty. What more did you want to happen that they didn't do?
So there's two questions. There's what they could legally do as a matter of legislation, executive orders, et cetera, prosecutions, right? And then there's what they could have done narratively. As far as what they legally could have done, I don't know how much more you would do other than investigate networks of people that have funded people that have actually engaged in insurrections and violence against law enforcement and against the Trump administration. So I think that there's a case, and hopefully they're doing that. I doubt they're doing it to the extent that they should, that they need to do the same sort of tools and investigative techniques that was used against the Trump administration based on alternate electors in January 6th. Use those same tools and survey all of these Democrats that may have connections to groups that are engaged in violence that we see. That should be absolutely warranted, and they absolutely should use those tools. So I hope that that's something that's occurring. I doubt it is, but that is something that I would like to see happen. Investigate literally every fucking Democrat that there's any suspicion whatsoever that would meet the legal bar for surveying all of their materials to find out if they had connections to the people that are engaged in these insurrections. That's number one.
The thing is,
secondly,
I would support them investigating connections that Tyler Robinson had with other Democrats or anybody. So like,
well, not just Tyler Robinson. Not just Tyler Robinson. I'm saying anybody that engaged, anybody or group that engaged in any insurrection, because what the assassination of Kirk represented was the culmination of the normalization of the violence against Trump supporters, Republicans, law enforcement officers operating under Trump, etc. And so you should use that opportunity to say, legally,
how do you figure? How do you figure? Because of the fascist bullet?
Because, well, it's clear that this person was spouting rhetoric of the left and was a lefty and was trying to kill Trump or trying to kill Charlie Kirk, or did kill Charlie Kirk because he didn't like him for his right-wing
As
views.
an extension of the ICE protests? You link those?
I think no, it's not necessarily as an extension of the ICE protests. It is indicative of the violence that is endemic against Trump, law enforcement, etc., coming from the left. And so what we should do is, there is now a legal precedent to be set that the barrier has been broken. It's okay to survey the communications of dozens of senators of the opposition party, no problem, as long as there is a predicate, which the bar for starting these investigations, as you know, is very low. And so they should use these tools for surveillance to see if there's any connections to radical left-wing groups that are engaged in acts of violence and Democrats that are espousing the same sort of rhetoric.
I just don't understand why you think that's not happening, right? Like, because they are criminally investigating, and Trump's ordering it, and it's happening. Like, we have reports that they're investigating Democrats for all sorts of shit. Trump is like legit, and I don't know why I would expect this consistency from you. Like, you're not condemning Trump ordering publicly Pam Bondi to conduct these kinds of investigations. I assume now you think it's okay to do that because you think Biden did that or something.
Sure.
But okay.
No, Biden, he was a human vegetable. The people that were running the administration did that.
By which you mean Merrick Garland, his attorney general?
I mean, there was who was running the administration? You tell me.
I mean, Biden and his advisors.
Okay, well, it wasn't Biden. He was a human vegetable. You guys covered up for him. The argument seems to be
Trump
that
is like falling asleep in half his. He's relying on advisors too. He's relying on advisors.
Again, it's not even close. It's an apples to oranges comparison. We could see the decline of Joe Biden, and it was gaslit and
we
lied
can see
about
the
all
decline
of
of Donald
Democrats.
Trump.
Not
we can see a big decline.
It's not anywhere close. Not to the level that was Joe
Okay,
Biden.
but it's your
Nowhere
contention.
close.
It's your contention that he's just following advice from people all the time anyway. And so, like, isn't it on
The
all
difference
fours
is the difference is this. It seems to be that when we saw the people intentionally going after Donald Trump, the argument was up, but Biden himself didn't order it. So it wasn't that the guy in charge ordered it. My argument is Biden wasn't really the guy in charge. The people in charge were the people that were telling Biden what to do every day. So in effect, it was the people in charge that were specifically targeting Donald Trump.
If you
That's
define the people in charge to include the heads of the DOJ, I guess
Correct.
by definition you're correct, because the DOJ is the one
Yes.
launching the investigation. But that's just like a
Yes.
trivially
So I
true
don't see-
statement. That's just trivially true. It doesn't mean there's any misconduct.
But the
Usually-
difference is the difference is you make a big deal. It's like, well, if Trump says it instead of the head of the DOJ, then it's this big deal.
right, because
I'm
there's a
saying-
norm to isolate the DOJ from political influence. That's
Well,
the
there's
norm.
also a norm not to have a human vegetable as president that's covered up for the
Okay,
entire
I mean,
cabinet.
I don't
and
see how that's
party.
relevant to the.
Of course it's relevant, because the
to hell
point
with
I'm going to
norms?
say, there is the reason that there would be a norm of isolation, which there actually isn't a norm of isolation, as just ask Eric Holder, Obama's wingman, right? That norm doesn't exist, and it was shattered at least under Holder, right? And what we see is, though, that we have the people, the idea of that norm is because we want there to be a separation from the person that's making the decision, the top dog, and the people that are underneath him, right? There should be that buffer zone, right?
Yeah, that we don't think that the administration, that it's a good idea because of the awesome power of criminal prosecution that you recognize more than anybody, because you said the politicalization
Sure.
was one of the biggest threats, that we don't
course.
want there to be even the appearance that this awesome power is being wielded for political benefit. But now it seems like you're indifferent to political prosecutions under Trump.
No. What I want is the equal standard that was employed against Trump to be employed against the other side.
Right, so
just
you're
like
okay
with
with
cancel.
Right, so
Well,
like,
just
so you're
like
okay
with-
with political
just-
prosecutions because you view the standard that the Democrats use under Biden to be political prosecutions, and you're saying you want the same standard. Therefore, you do want political prosecutions now, correct?
No, what I want is the same standard that was used. I think the standard is the bar for starting an investigation is very low. Correct?
Hang on.
Is the
that's not-
bar for starting an
Yes,
investigation very low?
That's true. It always
Okay.
was true. But hang
Okay,
on.
so what I'm
talking about something
suggesting
different.
is if there is a bar that is met that suggests that there's reason to investigate even Democrat members of Congress, Democrat candidates, the opposition of Donald Trump, then absolutely they should be investigated.
No, but
I don't
if-
think they
if
should
an
be left off the
investigation-
hook.
If an
I don't think they should
investigation,
be
no,
left off the hook. No one's
everyone-
above the law.
Everyone agrees with that. No, everyone agrees with that. The question is,
Great, so then investigate.
If their motivation is political, you wouldn't agree with that, would you?
No, I think if the motivation is they think that there's a serious crime.
No, I'm not asking that question. I'm asking if it's the case. This is a hypothetical. It's a conditional if, right? If the prosecution was motivated by political animus, then you would be against it, correct? If
Sure, it's not.
Okay, so you don't think that the Comey prosecution is politically motivated?
Do you?
Yes, obviously.
I know. I think they think Comey legitimately broke the law, and it
Oh,
was
really?
serious. Yes.
Yeah. So why is Trump like Trump doesn't even know what
Do
they're
you
charging
think
him
that?
with?
Do you think the Bragg? Do you think the Bragg, Letitia James, Fannie Willis were politically motivated?
No.
Okay. I also don't think that the prosecution of Comey's politically
Okay.
motivated. Great.
But this isn't sincere from you. Because you
Of course
think
it's sincere. Of course it is. I think that they think that it's a huge deal that the head of the FBI was biased and putting their thumb on the scale to help one political party over another. And I think they think that's one of the most dangerous and egregious crimes possible, which warrants an investigation and a charge.
Right, so-
It also so happens that Donald Trump would like that charge that maybe has personal animus against Comey, but that's not the reason that the charge is there. That's not the reason that the investigation is there. It's there because the stakes of this were so high. That's why it's there.
So just to be clear, then, it's not sincerely your belief that Fannie Willis et al. Are apolitical and did these charges on an apolitical basis. You think that it was politically motivated,
Correct.
And
Yes.
and you think that this sincerely, you think it's not. This one is, right?
That is correct. I sincerely don't
so
think
on-
that this is politically motivated.
Okay, so given that, on what better ground do you stand than me? Like, you're just saying it's different too. So like all this time about I'm not going to debate these people because they don't acknowledge the obvious political hypocrisy. Like all of that kind of boils down to a disagreement on the merits of what the evidence tend to show.
What the better question is, what ground do you have to say that I'm standing on different merits than you?
Well, I think that. Well, hang on. I'm saying that your argument is essentially the same.
That's correct. My
Wait, hang
argument's
on.
the same as yours. You
Yeah,
agree.
but I know, but you are acting as though we're standing on different ground. That unlike me, you are kind of like, I'm okay with political prosecution, and you're not. But the whole point is you don't think this is political prosecution. You think
That's
the other
correct.
stuff is, and that's my position
That's
in
correct.
reverse. And so it's not a
So then
categorical difference, you know.
Then the best thing we should do is have an equal standard. Okay, start the prosecutions. Sounds good.
Okay, but this isn't your sincere belief. You were
Of
arguing
course, it's my
against this.
sincere belief. It is my sincere. Do you think I sincerely believe that what James Comey did was one of the most damaging things possible to our country?
What stuff do you think he did that he's being charged
I
for?
think that he was encouraged in helping put his thumb on the scale to help one political party over another.
That's not
And
what
I
this
think
case
that
is
he-
about. That's not what the case is about.
I understand, but I think that warrants the investigation into the severity of those actions. In the committing of those actions, they found out that he committed crimes. In the case that he committed crimes, it was authorizing the leak of material he wasn't supposed to media sources.
No,
So yes, it should be charged.
So
But
no,
the
that's not
investi-
even true. I mean, it's him allegedly, and I think it's stupid, and I don't think it's even true at all in any capacity. Allegedly lying to Congress. Not that he wasn't authorized to share that information.
No, well, first, he wasn't authorized to share the information, but yes, it was that he lied to Congress about
Wait, you don't
sharing
think
that information.
You don't
What's
think the FBI director is allowed to make like selective leaks? Then clearly you must think that what Kash Patel is doing right now is fucked up. I mean, he's the FBI director. He can he has some leeway to release information.
I don't think. Are you allowed to leak classified information as the FBI director?
No, but there's not an allegation that Comey leaked classified information.
Well, some of the information may have been classified. I
They
don't know.
have it, but that's not an allegation in the actual complaint. That's not the
Well,
fact pattern here.
nonetheless, you are correct that the allegation specifically was that he lied under oath about it, which he clearly did. So I'm fine with that. Yes,
no,
of course he
okay,
did.
okay, but the reason that you're citing for going after him, and this I think proves it's political, is not the nature of the charge. And the reason we think it's so important
That's
to do
not
it is because of other shit that aren't related to the actual
No,
case.
that's not true. Okay, so given that, would you say then that all the charges of everyone connected to Trump surrounding the Russiagate investigation were clearly politically motivated because no one was charged with what the underlying investigation was?
No.
Okay, so in other words, they investigated them for something that they thought was serious. They were unable to prove that things, but they found other crimes while they were doing that investigation.
Yeah, they found other sources.
Cool.
of-
Same with James Comey.
No, but hang on a second. You would then apply like a standard to the individual cases about whether or not you think those cases are based in fact and law. And when you said and you defended the prosecution, it wouldn't just be like, well, he's he did this other shit that isn't charged. It would stand on its own 2 feet. But the first thing
Yes,
you brought
I
up
agree.
are the other,
I think
is
the
other
charge
shit.
against Comey stands on its own 2 feet.
Okay, and that is an insane
You may
take.
disagree. You may disagree with the charge, but your argument is, this proves political motivation. I say no. In the same way that you would say it doesn't prove political motivation that they charge that they charge George Papadopoulos with lying because they were investigating him for possible quote unquote collusion. You know, that's not the actual term, but they investigated him for like conspiring illegal with Russians, and they were unable to prove any of that. Right? But same
Joe-
thing here.
No, but come on, man. Like, so Donald Trump right now. So your contention is he's going after Comey on an apolitical fashion. And I just have to ask you then, if Joe Biden had issued a tweet such as one that Trump issued with respect to Trump obviously colluded, Trump obviously tried to steal the election, I'm ordering you to open this investigation, would you say that's political or not political? And give me your thoughts.
No, I don't think that it necessarily would be political in this sense, right? If the idea is that there was a legitimate belief that the crime was committed, that would be something that you would say would mean by definitions apolitical, correct?
Yeah, if they don't have in their subjective minds a political purpose, then it's by definition the motivation is not political. Agreed?
And just to be clear, your argument is that Alvin Bragg, Fannie Willis, and Letitia James didn't have in their mind a political purpose.
Correct.
I'm unwilling to talk to you anymore about this. That's clearly bullshit. So,
Why?
next, what do you want to talk about with regards to the second point about Charlie Kirk?
Why couldn't I say why couldn't I say that of you and Trump? Why couldn't I say that of you and Trump? You're unwilling to acknowledge the obvious political fashion of the James Comey indictment.
All I want's an equal standard. You sheepishly laughing and smiling.
You do the
because
same
you know
thing.
that that's
Wait.
you sheepishly want the same standard. That's it.
But why is that a basis not
You
talking about it
started
anymore?
the precedent. You started the precedent. You're saying obviously there was no political motivation in this. Everyone who's remotely objective knows that's not true. They
That's
know
not an
that
argument.
these charges. These know that these charges would not have been brought against anyone lest they be Donald Trump and running as the political opposition of the Democrats.
Oh wait,
We know it.
testing.
That's
You
why
hear me,
it
right?
was novel theories that were never applied.
that's
in so many
that's an
cases.
interesting argument. It might convince your audience. We just know it. I mean, like that is not convincing to me. We know it.
Okay,
Who does that
so-
convince?
Okay, so do you know that I know that Comey's political?
I don't know that you know that that Comey's political. I suspect that you
do
acknowledge
know-
it.
Okay, but prove it.
I think that you see the tweets from Donald Trump where he extolled Pam Bondi to charge these people. You understand the flimsy nature of the case. You understand all of its problems. And you acknowledge that the reason you want Comey charged has nothing to do with the substance of this lying offense. What you want him to be charged for is because of a quote-unquote coup that he did with Crossfire Hurricane that is nothing to do with this case. And so if the case is motivated, at least in your mind, by settling scores on conduct that was legal, and just because it, in his mind or in your mind, negatively affected them politically, I think that you understand that there's politics underlying it.
I think that that might be a convincing argument to your audience, but that's not an argument.
Well, I think I can make an argument.
You can't speak to the commission of my mind
So
any more than I can speak
evidence.
to yours. Was it Letitia James that, in part, when she was campaigning, ran on a promise of going after Donald Trump?
Not in those terms, no.
What did she say? Quote?
I don't. Hang on. You have made that allegation.
Okay, I'll get the specific quote.
So she said essentially that we're going to investigate his various different things at a time when there was an ongoing investigation by Cyrus Vance Jr. I think clearly referencing the context of those investigations and what was happening in New York and what was the resumption of investigations against the Trump organization that were ongoing.
I think that what she said it in a political rally, though, right?
That's correct.
So why would she say this in a political rally?
What do you
if
mean?
It didn't have any political motivations.
Okay, so Trump said lock her up. Trump at a political rally said we should go after James Comey. He said all this shit, Rob. So you understand, right? So by your own standard, these are political. Because Trump has talked about this on political stump speeches with Brennan and Comey.
So one, I noticed that wasn't an answer. Second, Trump's not the actual prosecutor, right? The prosecutor bringing charge, there's no evidence that was political. Unlike with Letitia James, she literally was the prosecutor bringing the charge.
So now you're denying Trump's influence to bring about these charges. That he didn't order this from his direct subordinate.
What's that?
So because Trump is the president, because Trump has supervisory authority over the DOJ, but he's not the specific person who brought the charges, nothing he could do could be political prosecution, even if he says all this shit at the rally, and even if he directs his DOJ to do the thing.
Did he direct the DOJ to charge him? What was the quote?
Yes.
Or did he direct the DOJ to investigate?
Donald Trump, no, to charge. Hang on. Donald Trump, quote to...
Okay, I'm willing to hear that.
Pam Bondi. Pam, I have reviewed over 30 statements and posts saying that essentially the same old story as last time. All talk, no action. Nothing is being done. What about Comey, Adams, Shifty Shift, Letitia? They're all guilty as hell, but nothing is going to be done. Then we almost put in a Democratic-supported U.S. attorney in Virginia, with a really bad Republican past, a woke rhino, so in political terms, this whole thing in political terms, who was never going to do his job. That's why 2 of the worst Dem senators pushed him so hard. He even lied to the media and said he quit and that we had no case. No, I fired him, and there is a great case. And many lawyers and legal pundits say so. Lindsey Halligan is a really good lawyer and likes you a lot. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation, credibility. They impeached me twice. They indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. President Donald J. Trump. And so you're going to tell us charges? Oh my God! Wait, so you don't think that's a directive to get justice?
Quote from Letitia James: "We're going to continue to look at his business transaction and his holdings here in the state of New York." She vowed, "He should know that we here in New York, and I in particular, we are not scared of you. I'm going to shine a bright light in every corner of his real estate dealings and every dealing, demand truthfulness at every turn." She said that in a political rally. You don't think that's political connotation?
Hang on. The commentary itself is certainly it's political in that nature. That doesn't prove that the charge is being brought, or it wasn't even charges. It was a civil case of fraud.
Why do you think she brought it up in a political rally? Do you think that she thought that benefited her politically to say that?
Presumably she did, but that doesn't make the underlying thing. Wait, but this is something you would grant for Trump, right? So by your own lights, right? Trump would be.
I'm saying that I have the same standard as you.
Wait. So you're okay with political prosecution?
I am saying that I have the same standard as you. I think that your standard, that you're saying that it is not political motivation, I have the same standard that I say about Trump. We know that you're full of shit, and you were full of shit.
And you're not on Trump. And you're not on Trump.
Nope, I'm telling the truth with Trump. I don't think it's politically motivated.
Okay, I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth on Letitia James.
Great. So then the investigations are warranted. We agree. Start the investigations. Both investigations warranted. The bar for starting investigations
we have differences of opinion. We have differences of opinion about whether.
You might disagree.
But you're on no better footing.
Is the bar for starting an investigation very low?
Oh, it sure is. Yeah, it doesn't mean that you can do
political
political
Were they allowed to start an investigation into James Comey?
I don't believe that they can under political. I think it's unconstitutional to bring in a political to do it for political reasons.
Yeah, but it's not. But it's not political. In your opinion, it's political. In mine, it's not. By the same token, it would be unconstitutional for them to bring charges against Trump for political reasons.
Presuming that they're political. That's the thing.
Right.
And I don't presume it.
We know that they were political. We know.
Okay,
you
we know.
disagree because you're partisan and you wanted the.
And you disagree about Letitia James because you're partisan.
That's right. You can say that. That's well within your rights.
Okay, no one's denying your right to say things.
Even many Democrats have said, yeah, we know that they wouldn't have brought these charges against Trump.
Loser centrists like Ryan Mullally will say shit like that when it's not fucking justified at all.
You're being disingenuous, and the problem is and this is what you've done and what Democrats have done over and over again. You broke these norms because you wanted to get Trump at all costs, so you were okay with the political lawfare, and you sit there and pretended and lied and been disingenuous, saying, no, there's nothing political about this. We're not targeting him for political reasons.
Aren't you no better? You're claiming Trump isn't political.
You're right. You can say I'm no better. So
no, I'm not asking, can I say it? I'm saying, isn't it convincing to you by that logic that you're also a disingenuous hack?
I want the same standard.
Which is political prosecution by your own lights.
No, it's not political. I don't believe that Trump's doing political prosecutions. His DOJ is doing political prosecutions.
Okay, but you're saying apply the same standard, and the standard that you think is that it's not political when Letitia James does it, but of course you think it is.
I think it is. You think it isn't. I think you're full of shit and you're lying.
I think you're full of shit
and I'm lying.
Yeah.
I think the standard should be applied that go ahead and start the investigations in both scenarios.
Oh shit. Okay. Even if you judge it to be political.
No, I don't think it is political.
Right. So then we have to actually have
I think it was obvious political going after Trump in the ways they did it, and you absolutely supported it, even though you admit that.
But not the way they went after Comey. Not the way they went after Comey. That wasn't political.
That is correct. I don't think it was the way they went after Comey.
Okay.
Now I can say, incidentally, what you do is have plausible deniability by just, and this is something that the Democrats do all the time. They say, no, I don't believe that. When everybody knows you're full of shit, that's what the little smirking and smiling's about. We know that you know it was political motivation,
and we know that you know that it's political for Trump, and we know that it's political for Trump, and you can say what you're saying. I disagree.
How would you prove that something's a political prosecution?
Well, how do we think that anyone has any intention? We prove it with circumstantial evidence, right?
Okay, what's the circumstantial evidence that you would prove?
Well, let's look at it. The Truth Social post says it couches all of this in political terms. There's no reference to specific crimes that Comey did or the basis of them. It's instead referencing things that Comey didn't do and wasn't a part of, namely the impeachment scandal, the indictments that occurred that weren't a responsibility of Comey. So he's couching it in political terms by his own terms. He's saying, we have to make sure that there's no rhino. We got to make sure we're going after the Democrats. He's specifically targeting them based on things that were totally within these people's rights and that don't bear on Comey. And they have to do with the grudge that Comey vexed him politically and has been criticizing him. And if Comey, and the truth of the matter is, in your heart of hearts, you understand it.
He's not the prosecutor.
He's the head. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it that you
can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways that you're you're going to try to deny, which is not true. That's again what the smirks are about. You know that there was political motivation into the litany of cases that were brought against. You could say that I know it, so you're acknowledging. That's an implicit acknowledgement that you know that about the cases.
Hell no.
Trump.
I'm just saying.
So
that
what you're doing
you
is
have to actually make your case.
You're trying to have plausible deniability because you know it would be not constitutional in your own terms. Right? See, there's a tacit admission.
No, we both disagree on the merits here about what's motivating the particular prosecution.
We know that it was political. We know
it was political for Trump. Yes, we know that.
We know that it was political for Letitia James and the Democrats and Alvin Bragg and company.
And we know it was political with Trump. We don't know about Letitia
That's what
James.
the smiling's about. So
the smiling is this is a ridiculous circular thing where we just assume we're right.
What happened is you guys started this. You guys went after the obvious political motivation and having all these ridiculous lawfare cases against Trump. All of them. Then, now that the shoe's on the other foot, you're like, oh my God, you can't do that. We don't give a fuck what you think. You started it.
Because you're okay with by saying you started it.
You don't give a fuck about the law.
Hang on. By saying you started it.
Do not give a fuck about the law.
By saying you started it, aren't you saying that you're continuing it? By your own lights, then you're doing political prosecutions.
No, I'm not saying I'm continuing.
Then why would you have to say you started it? You should be like, we're above you. We're not doing the same thing.
I'm saying that you started the obvious political warfare against Trump. Now you're claiming that there's political lawfare against your side when you know it was political lawfare against Trump. I'm disagreeing. I don't think this is lawfare.
I'm disagreeing too. I don't think it's lawfare against Trump.
Right. But I disagree that you know that it was
I disagree
lawfare.
that you know. I think you know this is lawfare.
You could say that it doesn't matter. Then the same standard should apply. Okay.
I mean, no. If our standard is no political prosecutions, we agree that's our standard. We're just disagreeing on which applies.
Right,
when.
but it's obvious that it was a political prosecution,
and it's obvious this is a political prosecution.
You can say that, but you're willfully denying, as you So what's happening is you supported the political, and just so everyone knows, this is what happened. Pisco knows that his own rationale would say that it's unconstitutional to have a political prosecution. He knows that the prosecutions against Trump were political. And so he has no choice but to save face because he wanted those prosecutions to say, no, I don't see evidence that these were political. I think that they would have went after other people in the same situation if they weren't Donald Trump. Of course, he knows that that's not true, but he has to say that to save face because he has to have plausible deniability. He can't admit the truth. That's like, you know what? Yeah, fuck. I think Trump's a really bad guy, and I was okay because I think he did break the law for him being targeted. Yes, you would.
I wouldn't be okay with that. So the difference is between me, like I've said that Biden did impeachable things. You say that I always defend Biden all the time. That's not the case.
So true.
And
you said
and
after
all
it
of
didn't
my
matter, like Democrats always.
I never said that. I had debates vicious debates as recently as like last week on the pardons, condemning Biden for them. Condemning
Yes, the last day of Biden's office, you said he should be impeached.
No, I didn't. No. In fact, and I can pull you guys to this to the tape there. I said before the pardon and before the election and before he dropped out, I said if Biden ever pardons Hunter Biden, then and breaks his promise, I will call for his impeachment. And then I followed through on that.
When did he pardon him?
He pardoned it near the end of the term. But I'm saying I set the standard. I set the standard. I set the standard before the election. And I also did the same thing with the border stuff and whatever. I don't hear you ever saying that what Trump is doing is impeachable, that he should be removed.
It doesn't matter. Unlike you, I actually criticize heavily things that Trump's do. You defend almost entirely until it doesn't matter anymore at the end of a term, the actions that Joe Biden has taken.
It's so ridiculous you said because it's the direct opposite criticism I get from everyone else among my audience that I go way, way, way too hard on the Democrats, that I say that, Schumer needs to be out. I say Hakeem Jeffries needs to be out, that I'm constantly criticizing the Democrats. So it's just funny.
What's that have to do with the Biden administration?
No, I just think it's, hang on a second. What does my criticism of Biden have to do with the Biden administration?
No. You just said Chuck Schumer. They say I'm too hard on Chuck Schumer.
No, on the Democrats more broadly, but it does relate.
The Biden
Democrats, Biden was the head of the Democrats, the Democratic Party. You ever heard of it? And
What's
it's your contention. You ever heard of the Democratic Party that Biden was the head
I have
of?
heard of the Democratic Party.
And it's your contention. It's your contention that Biden wasn't even like doing any of the movers and shakers.
So
and it was
just
all
to
run
be
by these
clear,
people anyway.
Based on this logic, if I criticize Adam Kissinger, then I could say I'm basically criticizing the Trump party.
No,
right?
what I was trying to preempt what you would say because I criticized both Biden and other members of the Democratic Party.
So give me some criticism you had of Biden, like year 1, year 2, year 3.
As I sit here, okay, so year 1, I thought that his attempts to curry favor with in certain bipartisan legislation was ill-fated. So, for example, his insistence, even though I think in retrospect, his efforts might have been laudable in that sense, I think he should have started earlier on with the notion that Obama had to learn the hard way that these people aren't operating in good faith. And so, for the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, that was a good get, but I thought that he should have been more pushing of legislation.
So just to be clear, your criticism of Biden's like, well, I think a little that he shouldn't have tried to be bipartisan.
You asked specifically for criticisms. First of all, as I sit here, I don't have access to the full array of criticisms that I had for Biden over the the timeline. You asked specifically for criticisms in the early years, right? Is that right? In the first 2 years.
Yeah. Year 1, year 2.
If I think
about year 3, what was criticism year 3?
The application process for the Afghan nationals was a complete and total disorganized mess, and they did not have their ducks in a row for what they should have been able to see. Well in advance.
And you criticized them for that in real time?
I'm not sure if I vocalized it. I'm not sure. I know I thought that. I'm not sure. Wait, hang on a second. So this is the Rob Gambit. He goes, "You need to provide the exact form of evidence that I'm seeking."
I asked for something it's not the exact form. All it is like I'm saying when it matters, I'll criticize Trump. I did it all his first term. I did it all. I'm doing it. I started off. In fact, so many times we come on the show and we start off and you're like, hey, what do you think about some of these things Trump's doing? Almost every time I talk to you, I'm like, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks. You never did that with Biden.
Wait, hang on. So whether I do the same amount of criticism against Biden that you do against Trump.
Give me an example. That's all I'm asking.
So I've given you examples that you've rejected because you think that they're useless or
no.
I'll give you another example. Before the election was determined, before the Trump administration, Trump won the election, before Biden was subbed out, and you're going to have to deal with it, I said that it was corrupt and illegal what Biden did with the border. And that was a criticism I had, and I vocalized it. What do you do with that?
Oh, you mean when he reinstituted the executive orders?
No.
What do you mean corrupt what he did with the border? Not that he wasn't enforcing the border. It was when that he issued executive orders.
when he illegally, after trying to get the same policy passed by Congress and saying that he needed Congress to act, when he closed the border illegally.
Through executive action.
Yes.
Which is basically what I said. When he reinstituted
No. You said reinstitute executive actions. This was a new action. This wasn't a continuation of a Trump policy.
I guess when I said
action.
reinstitute executive action, what I was implying is that he went back to enforcing the border via executive action, such as was the case before him.
What do you mean back to enforcing? No, I'm talking about a specific action that he took.
Did the Trump administration close the border through what you consider to be illegal executive action?
Not in the same way that Biden did, no.
Okay, so they didn't. So just to be clear, they did not. That's great to know. So there you have it, folks. Trump administration did not close the border through executive action in a manner
that
Pisco
what I
thought was
said.
illegal.
I said they're not the same.
So then,
Dude,
yes, the answer is yes.
You're just looking for a fucking gotcha. It's so pathetic. Let's try to deal with what I'm saying.
Let's do a Pisco yes, no. Yes or no, Pisco. Did the Trump administration first term illegally, in your estimation, illegally control the border with executive action?
They did illegal actions with respect to the border, yes.
Okay, the answer is yes. Did Biden do that?
Yes.
Okay, so they reinstituted illegally controlling the border via executive
action. So
action.
now you're changing what you're saying. So instead, because you got caught in some, it doesn't even matter, right?
What was my
what you were trying to do? You said reinstituted executive actions, and you're saying is what I meant by that was reinstituted what you take to be illegal actions. That's what you meant when you said reinstitute executive actions.
No, what I meant...
Clearly what you were implying, Rob, what you were implying was he was just taking previous Trump policies and doing them again. That's what you were saying.
No, what I was implying was that he did very similar things to Trump, which is true. He did. It didn't have to be the exact... Of course, he didn't say the exact executive order. He would have to create a new order, but it was, in effect, almost the same things that Trump was doing.
No, I don't even agree with that. I think that they're different in character. I mean, Trump did a bunch of other illegal stuff at the border, and he was trying to limit asylum in other ways. It was actually Trump that continued and intensified the Biden border strategy, which is to, at this point, like asylum, there are very limited channels for asylum. I mean, they even have a pause altogether for asylum right now, which I think is...
the point is, it was just like...
but how do you deal with that? I criticized him for that. So what's your point about that? I criticized him harshly for that?
Okay, fair enough. You criticize it for one thing that you thought actual enforcement of the border.
It doesn't matter for you.
I'm not sure. What do you mean it doesn't matter for me? I said fair enough, right? What I'm saying is, overwhelmingly what happened is I'll be hypercritical of people on my side all the time. You might give some sort of criticism from time to time, but particularly when it comes, and I've said this about you all along, right? It's not that you have an adherence to any one specific Democratic politician. The overarching belief that you have is Orange Man bad. So it doesn't matter. You'll say all kinds of crazy shit and help to take down Biden, et cetera, as long as it means taking down Orange Man. That's why you will hyper defend all of the obvious corrupt shit that we see from organizations that are investigating Donald Trump. For example, you at one point when we had, which I don't know in our history that this has ever been proven, a presidential campaign and later presidential party was spied on using FISA warrants, which in your estimation, at least some of them were illegal. And when pressed on this, you said, it's regrettable.
Yeah, so I've looked for this quote of "it's regrettable." You've been using this as a meme for the longest time. You agree Carter Page wasn't a member of the campaign when the FISA warrant was executed, correct?
Doesn't matter. You agreed that
I mean, why doesn't that matter? You said that they spied on his campaign.
Does the FISA warrant give them the ability to spy on communications within the campaign?
Not if there's not a member of the communications tangentially that are part of the campaign, but you consider that you consider that to be a FISA warrant. So so for example, if there was like a water boy, which this guy was, who was affiliated with, and remember, the Trump administration said that Carter Page, and guys, we're back to Carter Page, we're back to Russia. They said that he was not affiliated with the campaign. They lied about whether Carter Page was affiliated with the campaign. They did. Just to be clear, you can
Hillary's
see
team lied about funding the dossier.
I'm just saying. But this guy was a water boy, no connections, major connections to Trump. He wasn't in major discussions with Trump at all. He was in there for a short period of time. And what you characterize is that they executed FISA warrants on the campaign because months after he left the campaign, in his limited capacity, they executed a FISA warrant against him then.
Mm-hmm. Does the two-hop rule mean that they could have spied on everyone that Carter Page contacted and everyone those people contacted?
The two-hop rule applies to bulk surveillance methods that the NSA uses. The FISA warrant lets you get everything. So the two-hop rule is like irrelevant. I mean, the two-hop rule applies to like metadata that you get with the bulk surveillance thing. So I've also been hearing you say two-hop rule all this time. You've been doing it wrong. I don't want to burst your bubble, but just like, by the way, when you keep saying they threw Molotov cocktails on May 30th, after I debunked you and after I admitted you on Twitter, I hear you keep saying they threw Molotov cocktails. I mean, I can get that. If you really test me on that, Rob, I will get you after
They didn't throw Molotov cocktails?
Yes, you admitted there was no evidence of that. You admitted that.
All you had was shit on. Okay, maybe that's good. They just lit shit on fire. They weren't the form of Molotov cocktails.
So yeah, you can set a fire. You can set a fire without it being a Molotov cocktail. Correct?
Okay, but yeah, I don't remember if we had the argument. Nonetheless, I want to get back to. I want to get back to the two-hop. I want to get back to the two-hop.
So the two-hop rule relates to bulk surveillance methods that the NSA uses and the connections to the different foreign principle that's at issue there. But a FISA warrant.
Do I explain the two-hop rule correctly?
As to the bulk surveillance methods, yes.
Okay, and
more or less.
Your argument is that a FISA warrant goes even further than that.
Yes, a FISA warrant doesn't relate to those methods, right? The FISA warrant is a warrant to get everything. The FISA warrant is to get all their communication.
Everything.
If you have a FISA warrant as against Carter Page, you can look at all his shit. It's not limited by you can set up surveillance in his fucking house.
Can you look at all the shit of the people he's communicated with?
No, you can't go. The FISA warrant, you don't get to take that and go investigate Trump. It applies to one person, but you're going to get his communications with anybody. But that's just what we get with a FISA warrant. But you've been using the two-hop rule to suggest that the FISA warrant is applicable as to Trump and anyone he talked to. That's just not. That's where you've been misleading. You've been saying the two-hop rule for.
No,
this is the first time you're hearing this because this is the same shit that John Sullivan and these people say.
I did not say that. I said that it's everyone that Carter Page talked to and everyone they talked to.
You get metadata from those people if you use the authorities. I don't remember the exact executive action there, but the authorities of the NSA that were authorized by whatever subsection of the National Surveillance Act or whatever the act is, you are able to get like bulk metadata in that two-hop rule. But that applies to like 90+% of the country, and that's what was like so like the revelations of Edward Snowden or whatever during the Obama administration was that the NSA was collecting like this bulk metadata for like everyone, for like 90% of people. You've been conflated it as a specific strategy against Trump and his campaign to suggest that the warrant.
Wait. It sounds like what you're saying here is, yes, the FISA warrant, like all of these other tools, the two-hop rule would apply.
No, the two-hop rule applies to the bulk metadata surveillance of these intelligence agencies as relates to it, like communications coming into the country. That's where the two-hop rule applies.
So with this FISA warrant, which is more expansive than the bulk investigative tools, your argument is they were incapable of getting metadata from the people.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying you're misconstruing the rule.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. No, it has nothing to do with misconstruing the rule. The thrust of what I'm saying is this. The specific warrant that they got on Carter Page allowed them to gather material on everyone that he talked to. No, yes, you agree?
No. They get all. You're allowed to. The warrant lets you get Carter Page's communications that he with respect and like surveil him with like a wiretap on his house and do like entry into his devices. But it doesn't let you do the search of other people. So you search Carter Page's communications. Now by nature of what a search is, right? If I search your email box, it's going to pop in like a bunch of people who are communicating with you, but you're allowed to search Carter Page's inbox. You're not allowed to search the whole campaign. And there's no evidence that additional searches were conducted. By searches, I mean the constitutional definition of search. That's what I'm talking about here, of like Trump who doesn't use email or any other members of the administration. We have no record of them doing that whatsoever.
Did they have the right to do that?
Not under no. I just told you. Explain. You know.
I mean, I think that you're fundamentally incorrect about this, and I think that you're explaining
by virtue of what? By virtue of what?
I think that the way you're explaining it is. I just want to be clear. FISA warrant more expansive than bulk surveillance tools.
The FISA warrant as to a particular individual, yes.
So just to be clear, it would be illegal under the FISA warrant if they got communications, say, between Carter Page and George Papadopoulos, and Carter Page never talked to Paul Manafort.
Mm-hmm.
And Papadopoulos did talk to Paul Manafort. It would be illegal for them to get any of the conversations between, or any of the metadata between the conversations of Carter Page and of Papadopoulos and Paul Manafort.
there could be other legal ways to get them, but through the warrant, you're not allowed to then search Papadopoulos' email box.
What do you mean there could be other legal ways to get them that you would be allowed to use through the FISA process?
There are other doctrines that might have. What I'm trying to say is there could be other authorities potentially for which a search can be justified. I don't have no reason to believe that they're there. So for an example, I'm going to provide you a concrete example. So there's the third party doctrine. If you give over your communications to some of these social media companies, sometimes you don't even need a warrant to get those communications, right? If it's done through like Facebook or Twitter or something, you can subpoena those places. You don't need to get a warrant. So there are other potential avenues the government might have taken to get communications as between Papadopoulos and others that didn't amount to a search warrant. All I'm saying is my criticism here, or my commentary, relates to the FISA warrant. The FISA warrant doesn't give you authority by virtue of the communications with Papadopoulos to go search Papadopoulos' email box, for example, or his papers. You can search Carter pages. And the way I've heard you talk about the two-hop rule is that this was allowing legally this bulk amount of searches by virtue of it being a FISA warrant into like everyone associated with a campaign, which isn't the case. You're misapplying the two-hop rule from the metadata bulk procedures, which doesn't deal with the contents of these communications, to the FISA warrant.
I think you're incorrect. Everyone that I've seen talk about this disagrees, including media sources that are mainstream media sources, people that have formerly, like Bill Benny, that have formerly there that utilize these tools, says that once you authorize a FISA warrant, it allows you to get communications via that warrant, not just between the person and everyone they're talking to, which, by the way, would be enough to justify that it was spying on the Trump team because it allowed communications with everyone he had while he was part of the Trump team, but also the communications that went thereafter it.
But no, I mean, really? So like if you have a so let's say that you have an association with Andrew Wilson, which you do, right? And all of a sudden and for whatever reason you and Andrew Wilson, I know this would never happen, but let's say that for whatever reason you abandon Andrew Wilson to start a new venture with the debate, what is it? The debate-averse, the meta debate verse, the debate panel-verse, the panel-verse, the power of the panel-verse. And all of a sudden there's a search warrant executed on Rob Noerr after your relationship with Andrew Wilson ended. Would you be like, oh my God, they spied on Andrew Wilson's company?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Hypothetical I'm addressing has to do with like how we use language. When we say like we spy on a certain thing, it implies like an intent there. So by virtue of your connections with Andrew Wilson in this stylized hypothetical, if you left it under whatever circumstances, and for some unrelated matter or even a related matter, they choose to they think that you're a spy of a foreign asset or something, and they get a warrant on you, are they targeting the Andrew Wilson World War debate with, by spying on them? Is that a warrant as to the Trump campaign or the Rob Noerr campaign or the Andrew Wilson campaign?
I would say that if my political opponent illegally spies on me, which we're acknowledging is what the FBI did, based on research provided by my opponent, and that allowed them to spy on, well, it wouldn't be my opponent. I'm working with Andrew. Andrew's running for president, and I'm on his team. And his political opponent gets a warrant to spy on me so that they could get communications between me and Andrew.
The opposition didn't get a warrant. It was the Department of Justice got a warrant.
They got the sitting political power got a warrant against the party that's running opposite of them using
That's what
information.
The question
using information paid for by the direct political opponent. Yes, that would be targeting of a political opponent. That would absolutely be fair to say.
Hang on a second. No, we're not saying are they targeting political opponents, although we should query that additionally as well. Is it targeting the campaign? If the intention is to go after an individual who was once affiliated with the campaign, and they get a search warrant just as to them. I don't think that that's the case. And for I saw someone put in some shit about Manafort. For the Manafort applications, for whatever warrant, those had to be justified on their own authorities. It's not like you got to get access to Manafort's shit because you have the FISA warrant as to Carter Page. It doesn't work that way. What I'm trying to say is the way that you've been portraying this is fundamentally flawed, because I think you're just like kind of regurgitating John Solomon talking points and Miranda Devine shit and not sort of giving it its due scrutiny.
I disagree fundamentally.
Okay.
I think that the two-hop rule would have meant that they would have been able to get these communications, and even if not, even if that would be incorrect, it is clear by if Carter Page ever talked to Donald Trump, could they have got the communications with Donald Trump?
Only by searching Carter Page's stuff.
Yes. Could they got the communications with anyone else on Trump's team that he communicated with?
But Hillary Clinton might have communicated with Carter Page. Would that be a search on Hillary Clinton? Now I understand.
They theoretically could if they wanted, right?
Yeah, they would. So if Carter Page had communicated with the Democrats, But you wouldn't say, therefore, they were targeting the Democrats because he has incidental contacts. Now, I would grant to you, Carter Page had a formal capacity with the campaign. Actually, I would say more of an informal advisor, but he was certainly having conversations with the campaign staff and that kind of thing. And he was affiliated with the campaign for sure. I just think that you've been overselling the nature of the surveillance done on the
It wouldn't matter. It's still clearly what we have is that there was a legal warrant, that it was based on information provided directly by the guy whose team's political opponent, and it was done under the auspices of an administration that was the political opponent of the person whose team they were surveying.
I mean, by those standards, then like any search warrant conducted by the Trump administration into a Democrat is also in the same vein political. If that's your standard of political.
Yes, I would say that if the Trump administration pays for disinformation that turns out to be bullshit, right, in order to then use that information to justify spying on members of their political opposition, that would be very bad.
You're begging the question of politicization.
It's not begging. It's not begging the question. That's exactly what happened. I would say that would justify that. Yes, you could say that was spying on the political opposition.
I'm not so sure about that. I think that standard.
I think that's clearly the case.
And not even Durham found that. I mean, like, you must think you do think Durham is a plant, don't you?
I don't know that he's necessarily a plant. I think that I don't know what I think about Durham, to be honest. I think that he's probably a legit guy. I think that he didn't go as far as he could have with a lot of the things he was suggesting and chose his words carefully. But even what he suggests is damning. The point of the matter is, you acknowledge that the FICE warrants were illegal.
I think that the balance of evidence suggests that they were illegal, yeah.
And you acknowledge that it enabled them to hoover up data connecting the Trump campaign.
No.
It didn't.
No, it was not valuable at all. And they didn't result in anything.
What does the value have to do
that's
with
that's how I'm understanding what you're asking. What are you asking when you say hoover up?
I mean, did it allow them to have access to communications within the Trump campaign?
By virtue of him having any communication with the Trump campaign, yes, but that doesn't mean that. But that, to be clear, that doesn't mean like what do you take hoover up to be? Hoover up has a negative connotation.
Yes, I think it is a negative connotation. Well, no, actually, I don't know that. If I say hoover up dirt in the ground, there's not a negative connotation to that.
No, but I thought you were referencing Hoover as in the FBI director.
No, fuck,
Hoover.
I meant Hoover like the vacuum cleaner, like suck up is what I meant.
My bad.
Okay, my mistake. I can see how you can be confused. Yeah, that's a phrase that we use around here, like, oh, suck that, like, get your vacuum out and hoover up. They sucked up, they swept up a bunch of shit.
Yeah, but they had access. That could be true of like any investigation into a political person would have that, right? Like that would be true of Hillary Clinton as well. Like the government. Now I know that the government was a Democratic administration, but but they were also searching emails of Clinton that could definitely get Democrats who were running for office.
But again,
Clinton.
I just want to be clear, right? Why this matters. You're right. Technically, we could say yes. Any investigation into a political opponent allows you to get information of that political opponent.
Right. So they spied on Clinton's campaign too.
Was it illegal?
No, I think the searches were probably legal, but they did spy on it, right?
Okay, but the FISA warrants were illegal, as you're admitting.
I think that it's probably that they're illegal, yeah, but they
okay. So
but I'm just saying on the I agree that there's improprieties in the search conducted of Carter Page that aren't present in some of the searches with respect to Hillary Clinton. One of the reasons is Clinton just handed over the stuff and just gave shit over, except for the stuff that Paul Gambetta et al. Deleted. I will say,
the shit they deleted that was
but that doesn't go as far as Hillary Clinton. Hey, I just want to make sure you got that. But
that's it. We'll get to that in a second.
No. We've talked about these shit all the time, Rob.
No, the point that I'm trying to make here is, right, like it's the obfuscation here is incredible. You're trying to belittle this. It's so funny. Yes, you're right. It is a technical point that's true. You're like, yeah, but Rob, anytime there's any investigation into any political person, there's communications of political groups that come up.
Exactly.
Of course, that's benign. But the two things that separate this and make it uniquely bad is, one, this information was gathered almost exclusively based on opposition research from this person's political opponent.
That's not true.
Of course. Would they have got the FISA warrants without the
That's not what you said. You said almost exclusively. Just because something is a but-for cause for them applying for the warrant, they never tried, doesn't mean that they relied exclusively on it. Two different statements.
I said almost exclusively. What else did they rely on other than this for the Carter Page FISA warrant?
There's 5 other different things that were mentioned, including his contacts, his time spent in Russia, his communications with Russians in doing the speeches, the various different speeches, his pro-Russian positions. I mean, these are all things that, it's probable cause. I'm not going to say it has no teeth to it, but yeah, it's not almost exclusive.
I think I'm within my, almost exclusive. The semantic argumentation about it is that the bulk of the reason that it was accepted to get this FISA warrant was the opposition research by Hillary Clinton.
I mean,
team. I'm sorry.
You say that, but I mean, I don't know that is.
Okay, let's just put it this way. But let's restate: would they have got the FISA warrant lest the Steele dossier?
They wouldn't have applied absent something like the Steele dossier. But that's not what you said. I'm just clarifying.
Fine. The semantic part. So the Steele dossier, the opposition research was the key linchpin to being able to get this.
It was a necessary condition for them trying to apply for the warrant.
That's number one. So it was this, and the second part is that it was illegal.
Yeah, I mean, but not every illegal search warrant does a political prosecution mean. So I'll give you an example, right? They didn't even bother getting a search warrant on Luigi Mangione's backpack, and right now that's in litigation. If it turns out that they conducted an illegal search on Luigi Mangione's backpack, you wouldn't say just because they conducted an illegal search, therefore it's political. You need some sort of inference that it's political. And the mere fact that there's a Democratic administration that uses opposition research is not going to make your case, bro. Because Trump was funneling claims by opposition research of Biden into the DOJ.
What we were saying that the obvious nature here of why this is uniquely bad is because we had one party that their DOJ or their FBI spied on the other candidate for president in an illegal fashion, his team in a legal fashion.
Well,
yes or no?
So depends on what you mean. The literal meaning? No, they did not spy on a member of his team.
Okay, explain why they didn't.
Because which search was executed against a then existing member of the Trump campaign?
Okay, they spied on a person that was a member of his team that allowed communications from his team to be surveyed.
No, because he wasn't a member of the team when the search was conducted, right? A former member.
It doesn't matter.
A former member. They searched a former member of the Trump campaign
and allowed them to get communications of the campaign.
It legally allowed them to get access to communications that might have
not legally because the warrant was illegal.
Sorry, assuming the warrant. Good point. Hey, good point. If the warrant were proper, it did give them the purported authority, the color of law, to get access to materials that otherwise might include the
So
campaign.
we have a political party that was able to survey on communications for their opponent.
Wait. A political party. The Department of Justice isn't a political party. Agreed?
We had a Department of Justice was operating under the administration of a political party.
No, under a president.
Who was
a member of a political party.
Who was getting up data through this warrant from a campaign of the opposition.
Right, but that's true. That's true of what Trump is doing now. That's true.
In order to do it, the linchpin was for them to be able to do it. Literal opposition research from the actual candidate of your party running against the other.
So I just want to be clear. If this is your standard for political searches, I want you to know right now there is a lawsuit from Dan Richman alleging that and has been sustained now by at least 2 judges on a TRO for the most recent judge, and before then in an opinion regarding the conduct of the grand jury, that the search into Richmond's emails was likely an illegal search because they did not apply for a warrant to get it. And they're relying, as part of their theory on James Comey, they're relying on these crazed fabrications of individuals coming from political perspectives. Under your standard, that would be a political, a witch hunt of some kind, because they're going after their political rivals with an illegal search based on political bullshit.
If there was an illegal search that comes through, then I'm willing to look at what the circumstances around that were, and I would be willing to. However, you're unwilling to talk about the severity of this and are downplaying it.
I think that you're upplaying it. I think I'm giving it its due consideration.
That's right. Okay. Hey, I hope that you won't raise any frustrations if Donald Trump's team pays for opposition research. Their team doesn't verify that, and their DOJ then uses it to investigate the political campaign or people that allows them to get communications from the political campaign of their opponents. I don't want to hear you complain.
I just want to be clear. Like, if there was evidence of political motivation, and oh my God, are we going to bring up the fucking? Why do we have to have this conversation every single time we talk? By the way, I want to talk about what's going on now.
You can talk about what you want. The point is the way that we got on this was I was saying that there was obvious political attacks that you didn't care about and you downplayed. You're continuing to do so now.
Right, but the thing is, regardless of whether someone finds the evidence convincing, I will say the official investigations, at least one of which you don't outwardly say is like a political actor, that's Durham, did not come to the conclusions that any particular action was motivated by political bias. At most, what Durham said was confirmation bias. And actually, Mike Johnson, then not the speaker, was like, why don't you call this political bias? And he was like, he's demurred. Like, some people had political views, but it's confirmation bias, which is usually unintentional. That's what Durham said. And so I'm just...
He has to be careful with what he says, to what he'd be able to prove in a court of law, right? The mere fact that we see the people that were involved in the top of this investigation and saying things up into including that they wanted an insurance policy to stop Donald Trump, and the preponderance of evidence of how they treated the Hillary Clinton campaign directly in the inverse way that they treated the Donald Trump campaign, up to the following two circumstances: allowing the Hillary's team to delete subpoenaed evidence and not filing any charges, and then illegally going after people connected to Trump's campaign.
I mean, then I don't know how you're going to justify all of these different declination decisions and charging decisions in Trump term 2, to say nothing of the pardons that existed, the Mayor Adams case. I mean, like, if this kind of circumstantial evidence is convincing to you, because the expression of political bias, so your conclusion from someone like Lisa Page and Peter Strzok stating their political bias is that anything they did was therefore politically motivated. That is your inference. Your inference is because they're against the Republicans, that therefore what they were doing was motivated by politics. But that basically describes every employee at the upper echelon of the DOJ. They're constantly, at one point, and I think you even probably disagree with this conduct, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel were bringing Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to whip votes against the Epstein Files legislation. So if what you're going to say is that the expression of... Wait, let me finish. The expression of a political view by Peter Strzok and Lisa Page is obvious evidence of political bias in the decisions taken by the department. I don't know what you're going to say about this DOJ, because they are so political all the time.
First off, even if they were, so what? The precedent's been set. Second, it's different to be political. By the way, it was under Barack Obama when Holder was his wingman. It was when we saw Loretta Lynch, that refused to recuse herself, met on a tarmac the husband of the person that her DOJ was investigating.
Right. So that was wrong to do. So this is me, like, that was a wrong thing to do. And that's why James Comey, I don't agree with James Comey, what he did afterward, which I think was appalling with respect to the Clinton investigation. But look at that, right? We don't have actual evidence of what was said on the tarmac between Bill Clinton and then, oh my God, you just said the name, Attorney General Loretta Lynch. Yeah. We don't actually have evidence, but that is enough, right? That meeting is enough for you to draw an inference that the decision-making on the Clinton investigation was somehow at risk of being politically motivated. Using that standard, you have to acknowledge, even if you think the standard has been set by that standard of circumstantial evidence, that what's occurring now under Trump is like 10 trillion times more indicia of politicization than what happened then.
Give me an example of Trump's team investigating someone from their own party, right? And then meeting in secret with their spouse. Give me an example.
This is your gambit. So I need to provide you a one-to-one in that level of granularity, that it needs to be a private meeting that happens between the wife of the, like, investigating into the wife of a Republican candidate.
Okay, let's do any type of meeting
that happened on a Tuesday at 2:00 in the morning with, like, when they were both wearing slacks. I mean, that's the level of granularity you're getting at, Rob. I think that's crazy.
Give me an example of any meeting with any family member, both public or private, for someone that the Trump DOJ was investigating.
Well, they stopped investigating those like family members related to let me think. So, for example, Elon Musk, political ally of the administration, dropped all those investigations by the IRS, by other agencies, I think the FAA. So tons of investigations now being dropped that relate to specific interests of Donald Trump. Donald Trump obviously closed out investigations on his first day in office into various different individuals related to January 6th. That was part of his executive order on January 6th. And so there's plenty of, I mean, I don't even think that I'm hearing you to deny it, that Trump has wielded his influence over the Department of Justice in ways that affect people who are close to him. I mean, that must be obvious to you.
key difference of what we're talking about here is it's one thing to drop investigations of people. It's another thing to have two investigations going near simultaneously against both candidates for president of the United States and going as aggressively as possible after one candidate, including getting what would be illegal FISA warrants to get data from their campaign, right? Versus the other that you're meeting in secret with the spouse, right? And then allowing them to do things such as not charging the fact that they blatantly deleted subpoenaed evidence. And each step of the way, your argument's going to be, well, prosecutor discretion. They had the ability to do those things if they want. Then on top of that, we see the agents, on top of when these stark differences occurred, are talking about things like wanting an insurance policy to stop Donald Trump.
Yeah, like I don't know what to say. The kind of words that are issued by the Pam Bondi and Trump are like way worse than what the insurance policy bullshit. Like they're directing their Department of Justice to issue letters to states to politically gerrymander. Like they're invoking their powers under civil rights
criminal investigations into people.
No, those are that's just thing. Hang on. I mean, there's plenty of political involvement in the criminal decisions. I'm just giving you an example of the way in which that they're operating the Department of Justice in ways that like there's so much indicia that they're doing it at behest of the political party and Trump. I mean, I've given you examples. Granted, they're not in the criminal context. There's other examples of that, but of lobbying particular members of Congress on the Epstein Files. Like, what is the purpose of that from the Justice Department's perspective? Perhaps, I guess. Okay, go for it.
Tons of reasons.
Yeah, go for it.
It could be germane to national security.
You think that that's okay? So you think that they
could be
Pam Bondi? Well, what do you think that? Do you think that Pam Bondi is getting that meeting with Lauren Boebert because she thinks that, or because Trump wants it?
It could be that people in the intel community said something of this. Listen, there were connections with the FBI and the CIA, and maybe there was connections with Mossad, or maybe there was connections with French intelligence or with UK intelligence. And there's no there that implicates like any serious person with like diddling children. But what's going to happen if we release these files is it's going to expose some of our intelligent methods. Now, we can't just come out and say that it'll look bad. So can you please convince colleagues of yours that like, hey, maybe we shouldn't vote to release these things?
Yeah, but you don't buy this, Rob, because you hate the intelligence community, right? You don't buy this shit. You think they're all covering up for pedophiles.
No, whoa. That's certainly a possibility, and I would buy that and think that Trump's horribly fucking wrong to do so.
Oh.
I think that's terrible. I think the most likely explanation is this. There are people like... It's the same sort of process that you see when there's a grand jury, information comes up in the grand jury, but there aren't charges that are brought. You don't release evidence that impugns someone's moral character, but it's not a crime. For example, if there's grand jury testimony that shows that part of it's not part of the crime, but that I cheated on my wife, and then no charges are filed, you don't just say, but still we're going to release information that Rob cheated on his wife. You wouldn't do that. There's not a purpose to like release shit that would embarrass. So I think a lot of what's going on here and a hesitancy to release some of these files it's probably a bunch of people's beliefs like, look, I didn't do shit, but my name is going to show up, right? And I would like that to not happen. So can we make sure that we're not releasing this? By the way, something I'm still against. I say, fuck those people, release the names. But that's different than like, this is some heinous political motivation. Like, I think that that's markedly different.
I mean, like, I think one of the things that you said to me we talked about this some months ago. You were like, I think what's the most plausible thing is they're like political donors or some shit to Trump that he's trying to protect, and it's unsavory and fucked up. But that like that's probably what's going on is to say
but that's what I'm saying. That's what I agree.
Isn't that by definition political? Like it seems like and also that's horrible. Like if it's the case that there's like this crime of the century and that the Epstein crimes go far beyond Epstein and Maxwell and the few other individuals that we seem to have some information that it went beyond, as a lot of Trump people suggest, and even frankly a lot of Democrats and left-wing people suggest as well. Sometimes I think wrongly, because I think that there is no smoking gun that Trump did a crime related to the Epstein Files. I'll just be upfront and say that. But in those cases, like, if it's the case that he's covering up those crimes to benefit his political donors or Israeli intelligence agencies, if that's like the grand motivation, that's like an impeachable thing, right? I mean,
no.
He should resign for that.
You're saying multiple things, right? So there's a couple differentiations. The protecting intel thing is horrible, and I'm against it, but I don't know if that's impeachable. My guess is that people in the executive all the time lobby for and do things to protect intelligence agencies and intelligence agencies of allies. And even though I might think that that's really bad, I don't know that that rises to the level of impeachable. If he is doing this to protect people who he doesn't believe committed crimes, it's just, look, it's just benign shit like my name's on a list. It's still bad, but I don't think it raises the level of impeachable.
Really?
But if he is knowingly helping people cover up heinous crimes that they committed, that 100% absolutely is fucking impeachable. Without a doubt. I would say that's too far. If he says, here's Jim Smith, and Jim Smith promised to send me campaign dollars if I cover up the fact that he diddled evidence that he diddled kids on Epstein Islands, not only is that impeachable, but I hope that there's some clever way of charging Trump with accessory after the fact and he spends the rest of his life in prison. That's how I would feel about that. But that's different than if people are coming to him, and it might not just be Republicans, it might be Democratic colleagues, because it turns out there's some embarrassment already that we see with Democrats connected to Epstein.
Thing.
So it doesn't matter. So that wouldn't be a political motivation as much as just people saying, like, listen, this is going to be bad and it's going to shake up and cause a lot of damage in this country to a lot of innocent individuals. So we would like if you don't do this, if you don't release this, because we didn't do any crimes. And if Trump goes to Bonnie and says, do we have evidence that these folks committed crimes? And she's like, no, we don't really have that. Like, what we actually have is that they were at the island, but it doesn't rise to the level that we were going to make any charges or anything. And so he'd say, fine, then don't release that shit.
You know, I understand that rationale, and there are even situations. This is why what I argued, by the way, in the Hunter Biden laptop situation, where people like, who's this motherfucker? Matt Taibbi was saying, like, the problem was the FBI didn't come out and authenticate the hard drive when they knew it was authentic, even though they didn't have access to that hard drive. It was a different device, right? Like, I can sympathize with the argument that, like, ongoing investigations, this kind of shit can be very intrusive, and it can give a lot of indicia of misconduct, even if you can't allege it. Like, for example, when Comey brought out that shit about Hillary Clinton outside of the context of a formal charging decision, whatever, right? That's at least the official reason that he was let go by the Trump administration early on in the term. So I can understand in principle or in abstract that rationale. Here's the problem, and something that I think you should appreciate about how bad the administration has handled it. No matter what comes out of the Epstein files, no one is going to believe it if it doesn't confirm, and nothing will convince them because they just have no more credibility and people have lost patience. And so this issue is
that's
fucked.
100%. I totally agree with that. By the way, on both sides.
Agreed.
Like, if the files get released tomorrow, and why would you?
Trump's not in them, right? Yeah.
If you're a Democrat, why would you believe it? You're like, bullshit. We've seen him play games. If the files get released tomorrow and it doesn't show anyone committed crimes, a lot of Trump supporters are going to say, bullshit, the cover-up's on. Yeah, no one's going to, and you're right. Now, it's not just on Trump. That's also on the Biden administration and groups that didn't have any incentive and didn't push to release any of this shit either. And it's the problem with
this is they didn't play the same games, Rob. They didn't play the same games.
Well, they didn't even pretend to suggest they were going to release it. The problem with all this goes back to a root cause even deeper, though. The problem with this goes with distrust of organizations like the FBI from the get-go. For example, there's people like me that one of the things I see with the obvious crimes that Epstein committed in 2008, and then like sort of the flexible way that they were able to sort of charge him with like basically a nothing crime and then seal the record of all of it, right? Which is basically what happened in 2008 under the original Epstein trial, 2008 or 2009.
You mean the cooperation agreement that was the subject of him pleading guilty to the state offenses in Florida, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was like under seal, like, and then like, so that shit, like people are like, what's going on with the FBI? There's fast and loose here. Then we see things like the politicization of the FBI in the investigation into Trump versus the investigation into Hillary. Even Democrats say, based on the behavior of James Comey, they didn't trust the FBI and Comey because he announced the, all this shit about Hillary, etc. So the FBI played these games long before Trump that had people being like, we don't fucking trust these people. Would you trust something that Kash Patel or Pam Bondi's FBI said?
Fuck no. Yeah.
Right. So why would I trust something that James did? So that's the problem. They've played games and they've had a history of this for so long. The big problem, all of this, like the big significant problems start when the FBI was tasked with investigating both the Republican and Democrat candidates for president. And the way they handled
trace this all
themselves,
back to 2016 and the investigation.
I think that is the most stark example. Of course, there are times when you could say all sorts of corruption with the FBI. In fact, for me, the first wake-up call to the FBI potentially being corrupt was Waco. right? And the actions that saw there. And there was all kinds of shady shit that went on. Like, for example, we know for a fact that during the siege, when the fire started, that many of the children that died in Waco actually didn't die of the fire. They died because the mass amounts of tear gas that were thrown in by the FBI agents there, which basically caused it to act as strychnine or some shit like that killed these kids in one of the most painful ways possible. Like when you saw that and like all kinds of other shit, like there was,
I'm not read into the Waco stuff.
Yes,
so,
all I'm saying is that there was also, or you could go to Ruby Red. There are all sorts of examples.
Then, like I agree with you that the FBI does not have even close to a spotless record in terms of misappropriation, and I mean, look no further than the Church Committee in the 70s, the kind of abuses that we were talking about. And so my proposal is...
They're spying on fucking MLK. They're spying on fucking Malcolm X. Yes, the point is, it certainly exacerbates and reaches crescendo in 2016. And maybe even if they have done everything right, it was inevitable because they were tasked with investigating both candidates for president. Unfortunately, they failed spectacularly.
But it's made it worse. Trump has made it worse because now, like, they initially say there's no basis to continue investigating. And then Trump says, now investigate only the Democrats. And I'm like, dude, you are specifically doing this so in such a way that no one, no matter what the result is, it's going to further the division.
The horse has been left out of the barn. I don't care that you feel like it's divisive because of that after what we had to set through with what they did to Trump. I just don't care what your feelings are.
Yeah, I mean, like whether you care or not isn't for debate. Whether I care or not is not debate.
You did not give a shit about the obvious politicization.
We have a difference of opinion
targeting Trump. You did not. You did not care. And you did not.
I'll never understand this position from you, Rob. You're like, I won't have these kinds of conversations with people who don't agree with me. I'm just like, why? This is not
that. So, am I having the conversation with you?
No, I think you are.
I'm just saying I don't care about your feelings.
Well, okay.
Okay.
Was I ever said that you do care about my feelings?
No, what I'm saying is I don't care that you're like, oh, now it's lamentable that it looks like Trump's using the FBI for political purposes. I don't give a shit that you think that. That's how we felt, and you didn't care.
Okay, but I mean, I would.
So
agree
I don't
with
care that you feel that
subjective. I mean, I wasn't arguing that you did care. I was making an assertion. You can either deny it and say that it doesn't apply, but I didn't really sort of say that I thought you cared about what I think.
No, what I'm saying is that, like,
you can either agree or not.
The problem is it was a predictable thing. The reason, though, yes, two things could simultaneously be true. That we should have equal application of the law, that's true, but that we also understand that there are circumstances that say we should be very hesitant to pull the trigger on taking certain actions when it comes to key political figures, because the impulse is such that it will incentivize political parties to utilize those tools to go after their opponents. And the Democrats started that.
And it's by our own lights, it's going to get worse. I mean, look at what the Democrats. I mean, that's what you've. Even if you take on your assumptions, the payback is going to be, even assuming that it is political retribution, going to be worse.
When the Democrats get back in office, it'll be worse.
And right now, you think that's the most likely thing, at least for congressional. Maybe not for president.
I would say both right now.
Well, I still have you, and I don't want to take all your time. I do want to ask about the MAGA Civil War. I'm going to give my opinion.
Oh, real quick, can I just say this? The other part about Charlie Kirk, not just the legislative, they should have been pushing the narrative as well.
Oh, the narrative that Democrats all wanted this?
The narrative, no, I'm not saying the Democrats wanted the narrative, that the Democrats' rhetoric and the dehumanizing nature of it means that so many Democrat supporters are actually cheerful of when heinous things like this occur. They should be out there pushing every day. They should be pushing. They should have did this in 2020. They should have, every day that they talk, have footage of the left-wing riots that we see constantly. They should be continuing to do that. Every time they give a rally, they should have clips up of the Democrats that are cheering the death of Charlie Kirk, of the rhetoric that we've had of people calling him a fascist, people like you. Because it would help them politically, and that's what's necessary, because the Democrats really are that bloodthirsty. That's what I want to see. Didn't you want to see, don't you say all the time, I want to see Democrats be more forceful. I want to see their rhetoric be better to go on the offense. Don't you say that all the time?
No, yeah,
okay, that's why they ought.
I was just asking you why. I mean,
I thought you were like, no, that's why.
I'm not implying anything.
Because, and it's true. That's why they should be doing it. So
okay, and that's what you think they crucially didn't do. Like, you don't think they went, as they were going so hard on the Kirk narrative. They were really pushing it, and they were really
they did so poor that the victim of the Charlie Kirk assassination is
St. Jimmy
Kimmel.
I don't think that you believe that. I mean, do you really?
Of course I do. Of course. I believe that supplanted the narrative.
Well, then that's their own fault for doing what
Yes!
they said. Yeah.
Yes! I agree. That's exactly my point.
In going after Kimmel. But going after Kimmel in response to the Charlie Kirk thing is, then what is it? It's the narrative problem?
No, it's their own fault for allowing the narrative to be
so they should have gone after Kimmel. They just should have been better about PR?
Yeah, I didn't particularly like that. I didn't particularly like, who was it, the chair of the FEC?
Yeah, Brendan Carr or something.
Yeah, like, I didn't particularly like his comments. I didn't find them particularly egregious, but it's just fucking stupid, and it just opens the window to sort of people saying, oh, he's the victim. Jimmy Kimmel was a fucking asshole, and he knew what he was doing, and he was doing so for political reasons. And it is true that these broadcast networks are blatantly political and one-sided on it, but I don't want the chair of the FEC coming out and specifically going after someone like Jimmy Kimmel like that. If you want to stop funding these people for political violence on public airwaves or pull their license or whatever, fine, make that a decision you're going to do.
Don't know,
you don't talk about it openly.
I don't understand on what basis you can say that they failed to try to do that at the very minimum. Maybe you say that they didn't effectuate it, but they had a monster truck show for this guy's memorial. They were constantly saying the Democrats want us dead, the Democrats want to kill you. They all it was all no holds barred.
They did not. They did not do so in an effective way, and they quickly moved on to it, including Donald Trump.
Because Trump started. Oh, this was crazy. Did you see Trump when he was like, "What do you feel about Kirk? What's going on?" Oh, yeah, I'm not that sad about it. Anyway, look at my ball. Look at my ball.
Yeah, that was a bad look. That was a bad look. And I understand. I don't think it was. I understand what he was trying to say, but optically it was terrible. And the other thing is this, right? If there had been 2 assassination attempts against Kamala Harris going into the election, it would have been the biggest story in the fucking world. If there would have been a prominent Democrat activist, I don't know who the Democrat version of Charlie Kirk would be. There basically is no one. And Kirk was unique in his skill and sort of his ability to affect. There's really, I'm trying to think who maybe a Democrat equivalent would be. I don't know if you could think of someone.
I think there's influencers, but he I would say, and I heard Gavin Newsom say this as well, and I think he's probably right that the organizational aspect to Charlie Kirk it isn't being reflected within a direct analog in the Democratic Party, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. And so I don't know who I would look like. Maybe a James Carville or I don't know, a George anyway, someone that you identify with, here's someone that's out there trying to be a public voice to push for Democrat things, and he has serious connections.
You would forget about it, Rob. I mean, people forgot about the.
That's not true at all. They still talk about January 6th every day ad nauseum.
I understand that, but that's a little bit. I think the difference is you just don't see Jan 6 as that big of a deal.
It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Right. And secondly, right, if there had been mass amounts of Republicans that would have celebrated like we saw with Charlie Kirk, right? And then if the immediate reaction would have been conservative media to be like, oh, he said this, oh, never mind, we retract that. And conservative politicians would be like, well, they were a communist, AOC gets killed. And
they would definitely say that, bro. They would definitely say that.
If AOC got murdered, right, at a rally,
God forbid.
Right? Maybe she's a politician, but you get it. She's close to
Charlie
Kirk.
But Rob, you're not looking at me with a straight face and saying they wouldn't call attention to her horrendous views within hours of her death.
They may, but
they would definitely.
I'm saying the Democrats would still be talking about it ad nauseum.
Oh, sure. You guys aren't talking about Charlie Kirk. You guys released fucking "We Are the World" songs about Charlie Kirk. You half the time that they killed Charlie Kirk.
Not the politicians, not the Trump administration, not the politician. You're right. We're talking about Charlie Kirk. Candace Owens is. Fucking idiot.
The whole debate is about whether Charlie Kirk was. So now that is a self-own on a different thing. I agree, but that's on Candace Owens, and
I agree. I'm not. But what I'm saying is that the politicians are incapable of winning a narrative. If we saw violent riots against law enforcement night after night after night done by Republicans in red areas, where basically the mayors sit back and we're like, there's not much we could do, like we see in places like Portland, the Democrats would be hopping on that. There would be the most massive FBI investigation.
I think Republicans are not horrible at messaging unity. Sometimes they fuck up really bad just because they're either stupid, incompetent, or whatever. But do you think think about Chuck Schumer, right? Chuck Schumer, you already gave a bunch of statements where he's like, these are objectively irresponsible statements that he's made, that he's apologized for. He goes, everyone's so aroused these days. We're all aroused. And then later, a Democratic congressperson comes on stage and says, guys, we all need to fuck Trump. I mean, these people, they're not master strategists. Half of their Twitter feeds.
I'm not saying that, but they know how to go on the offense. They know how to weaponize like a tragedy.
Really, I feel like far too often Democrats are like giving explanations and actually answering questions. One thing that JD Vance does that I don't know how effective this is, but it's at least clever, is he will never ever fucking like directly answer a question. He'll just be like, the real question you should be asking is da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I feel like the Democrats, to the extent that they're doing messaging, sometimes with these like bullshit framing from these biased news organizations who are now being more and more influenced by Trump world and being bought out by Trump affiliates, no different than CBS, et cetera, et cetera. But one thing I think Democrats should follow suit is they should stop accepting the framing of Republicans and like sort of answering
they never get any they hardly ever get any difficult questions, dude. That's why we saw that woman, what's her name, that's running for governor in California, completely fucking break apart at the most benign question.
Yeah, but that's not a
that's Democrats in a nutshell. They're never asked. Nancy Pelosi freaks out all the time when she's rarely asked a difficult question.
You're talking about Porter who is an unhinged person who has other comments of like a potentially and anytime I hear like rumblings, and this was true of Kamala too, that there's like some staff issues of like being abusive to staff. I also find this of waiters, people who like disrespect waiters. There's just something that like goes off, and I'm like, something's not right up here. And I'm hearing that also by Plattner in terms of like problems holding on to staff, these personnel issues, and there was some of that going on with Porter, etc. But and Pelosi is ancient. I mean, she's like old as dirt.
I mean, leader. What's the difficult question you've heard Chuck Schumer answer?
Chuck Schumer answer? I don't know if I can right now off the top of my back remember all the questions asked to Chuck Schumer. The most recent interview that I just heard was Ezra Klein talking to Gavin Newsom, and in that interview, half the time, like Gavin Newsom will try to say something, and Ezra Klein's like, "You're trying to relate to Charlie Kirk or Steve Bannon as people. I don't need you to do that. I don't want you to hear that." So like, I can't imagine actually a Republican, fielding those kinds of questions in that kind of way. Maybe there are some, and look no further than what they're doing with the Pentagon press corps. They're like imposing all these fucking stooged losers who are just bootlicking shills, even by your lights.
We just lived through 4 years of human vegetable Joe Biden almost taking no questions that weren't pre-scripted, and the media completely going along with it.
Dude, I mean, I think that you over make your case on that. That is just not
okay. So Jake Tapper, who has no reason to carry water for the Republicans, correct?
I mean, I don't know that he has a reason to carry water for Republicans.
Okay, he wrote an entire book about how the media was duped, and now looking back, it seems odd that they didn't have any access and weren't able to ask like difficult questions of Biden, etc.
Yeah, so I think that there is a certain selection of problems that exist there. The first is, I think that there were people who were willing to just go along and are politically biased in that respect. And I think that that's true even of people at some of these major organizations, including, but not limited to, the New York Times, et cetera, et cetera. And I also think that there's some culpability on behalf of the Biden administration itself for not giving access. And the reason they're not giving access is because they understand what that access would entail. That said, you like blame me for covering up for Biden's cognitive decline. You like pretty much blame every Democratic influencer for lying. And you say like, no one should believe us because we lied.
Yeah, you lied about something so blatant. Well, maybe lie is not the best word, right? You intentionally withheld the truth. And when specifically asked if you saw a cognitive decline, you lied. Is that fair? But I don't know that each influencer was specifically asked.
No,
but yes, when you said, if you denied, I don't see evidence of his cognitive decline, you lied. And if you didn't talk about his cognitive decline.
You're not going to find that quote from me. What you'll find from Josiah is that Trump is worse than Biden, which I don't accept at the time that happened. And I think that he deserves to eat a little bit of, and shout out Josiah, I love you. I don't know if he's still listening. I think he donated at some point. But I think that some people who are kind of being like, this is just the same exact thing as Trump. But that said, like Trump right now, he looks noticeably worse. And I think that
that was never that. No. That was never the accusation of Biden. It wasn't that old man looks older, old man looks less energetic. It was old man looks like he has dementia. Yeah, Trump doesn't look like he has dementia.
You see Trump, first of all, Trump is talking about how he has like a bunch of doctors like congratulating him on resolving basic fucking dementia tests that are like easy as fuck. He is acting weird as hell.
Trump's always talked like that.
Why is he getting these MRIs?
Trump's always talked like that. He Trump like that in his first term. And the question is, why did the same media that was hyper focused on Trump's health in the first term somehow completely miss Biden's health failures in his second term and now go right back to questioning Trump's health? So the reason that Trump's out there talking about MRIs and stuff is because he's an idiot and he takes the bait all the time, and he sees Democrats' narrative saying this man's unfit. So he's saying, look, I took these tests, I'm not unfit.
I provided evidence of this was a campaign issue in the Democratic primary. So the media was talking about Biden's age issues and gaffes. Now
that's not. Yes, while you're technically true that some people talked about it in a benign way during the primary, the truth is during almost the entirety of the Biden administration, and even when they did talk about it, they were incredibly sympathetic and not forceful with the obvious truth that everyone with two sets of eyes could see, that the man was severely mentally impaired, cognitively impaired.
If everyone could see it, in what sense were the American people duped? And if you ask them consistently in polling that they all believed it, then I think that your case that they tried to pull a fast one over the American people, at least from the perspective of the media, at least you should acknowledge that it didn't work, right?
Well, it did work for a long time.
I'm not sure. I think people always had concerns about his cognitive health.
Not to the extent that what it was. What happened was, what we do know is this, that the media was never going to cover the story to the extent it deserved to be until Biden shit the bed in the debate.
Well, that was like a national moment. That was like a what the fuck moment. That was like insane moment.
Do you think a week before that Biden was much better than he was during that debate?
No, I think they probably had knowledge that it was much worse than what he put.
And yet the media wasn't talking about it.
No, that's not the media. No, that's not the media. That's the insiders, his little group, his little 3 advisor people who I'm not remembering their names. Managing him. And yes, I think that is absolutely that's fucked up as shit.
No, it's not just that. For example, we see people like Jake Tapper and others admitting this. For example, George Clooney admitted at the fundraiser that he did before that debate that he's like, yeah, we saw the signs, we knew it was up. Now, that wasn't just the 3 people connected to Biden. That was all sorts of people that were there and saw this.
So I want your line in the sand. I want your line in the sand. If it comes out later that someone who's allied with Trump, someone who's close, either his children or some other actor who's affiliated, knows that Trump's health condition right now is worse than it seems. Either he has some kind of early onset thing, or he has a brain cancer, and that they're not disclosing it now, that you're going to say that it's political corruption, that it's the height of problems with the journalism and all that shit. That if we have a light case.
No, what I'm going to say is as follows. When the evidence is overwhelming, right, as we saw with the Biden administration, when we see that there is an intentional lack of access giving to the media, and when the media almost on the whole takes the exact opposite stance, that people are believing cheap fakes and things like that see this, which was the line
somewhere. I like
the but overwhelmingly you can see there's a problem. And that's the other difference between Trump and Biden.
The one where
say what you will, Trump is the most available president in my lifetime. The dude talks to the press way more than he should. And always off script. That's why he gets in trouble so much saying shit.
He says shit that doesn't make any sense. I mean, the other day, I think I retweeted him saying we have a Fed where he's just saying nonsense and he's messing up his words and saying crazy shit.
It's not even remotely close. It's not even remotely close.
I think that you vastly underestimate the amount of gaffes and verbal slip-ups and clear signs of cognitive decline.
It's not close. We had one man that was basically shielded intentionally from the press, and the press willfully stood by and let it happen. And then we could see him over and over with embarrassing moments that looked like the guy had no idea where he was at. And then we have with Trump, who talks more to the press than any fucking human being ever should.
Yeah, and
who's public all the time.
Through cognitive decline. He's going through cognitive decline. Why can't you admit that, Rob?
The things you could see a few moments out of the hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of minutes where he's talking, where there doesn't seem to be problems. Now, I'm not going to say that anyone could slip up words here and there. That wasn't the problem with Joe Biden. The problem was exactly what we saw on that debate stage. And we could see that guy over and over. And now the same press that was complicit, knowing full well that they weren't being given access, but not speaking up about it, right? And that saw the same footage we saw and didn't speak up about it. Now they're going, oh, geez, why did they withhold access from us? You knew it too.
Listen, so I think that there's culpability within certain members of his insiders. I just don't think it extends as far as you do to this covert fucking conspiracy that everyone is involved in, including members of the media who I think more plausibly those who did have a light touch. Yeah, I think it's political bias. I don't think it's necessarily them intentionally withholding. For Clooney, yeah, he was, but I just don't see what is Clooney's affirmative obligation to come forward that you would apply to Trump-aligned people if the Trump-aligned people?
It's not an affirmative obligation. What it is evidence that people around Biden noticed this, right? And no one spoke up. No one. I'm not saying George Clooney didn't have any obligation. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. I'm saying the fact that he noticed it shows that probably the politicians around Biden would have also noticed it. His cabinet would have also noticed it. The media people around
one of the
him would have
biggest
noticed
problems. One of the things I thought was truly shocking was that they didn't have any cabinet meetings for like a full year. That was one thing that I was like, that is fucked up. And so but there were stories, but when people point you to the stories where they're like talking about it, you're like, oh, that's just a story in the New York Times that who read it and who was like paying attention to it and shit like that. But that's not for a lack of trying. I want to. I know your time is short. I want to talk about the strikes at some point. If you're okay with it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's murder. I think it's a war crime. And I went through it with Avi. And yeah, I don't even see like a good case that it's not. And I can explain the Alawaki strikes.
The double tap, the targeting of the boats in the first place, or both? You're going to say
both.
Okay,
yeah.
So
go ahead. The case and all right. So
start with the double tap, and then we'll go.
Okay. Yeah, I can do it.
I mean, if you want to go the other way, that's fine. I'm not trying to.
I'd prefer it just so that you can understand.
Okay.
The framework is a little bit easier there. So, the murder is defined as the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought, and that, like I mentioned before, has essentially three elements: that you actually cause the death of a human being, that you do so with malice aforethought, which isn't exactly intention. It's most intentions and some forms of recklessness, but you can downgrade an intentional malicious killing to one that's not malicious for like purposes of heat of passion, emotional disturbance. But in general, intentional killings are malicious. And the only exceptions to these kinds of things are, you can hear me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are situations in which there's a self-defense rationale or public authorization to conduct that attack. And I think that the case for public authorization, first of all, that would eliminate this being unlawful killing. If the law allows you to kill these individuals, then by definition, it is not murder. And some good examples of that are, I think, the Alawaki killing. I think that is lawful and publicly authorized. And I believe, for example, another one.
Why was it? Why was that authorized under the AUMF?
Under the AUMF and under international law, Al Qaeda was engaged in as a group, and there's definitions of that we can talk about. As an organized, cohesive group, they were engaged in a non-state, non-international armed conflict with the United States. And the rules of war in international law, and as further authorized by Congress, allows the United States to engage in hostilities and combat against belligerents and combatants who are part of that opposition group. It would be no different than Abraham Lincoln ordering troops on a bunker to go attack Confederates. Now, he doesn't need to give trials to all those people because it's not practicable to do. It's the rules of war apply in that context, and that gives you public authorization to order the death of those people. Yes, and for Al Qaeda, it's not close. There's explicit congressional authorization for that, and that's just the kind of the internal U.S. law component of it. But putting that aside, plenty of justification under international law to go after Al Qaeda and its members. There's an additional question here, which is the due process consideration, and there's a gloss here for international law as well. For the death to be justified and for you to have authorization for U.S. citizens, I agree. Alawaki has due process rights, but that doesn't mean that in every context, when it's not practicable to go obtain him and to go with SEAL Team 6 to actually try to arrest him, that you have to do that. It would be like, let's say that Americans were driving a plane or trying to go into like the Twin Towers. You wouldn't need to be like, go try to arrest that plane. You would be allowed to, in that context, make the difficult decision to destroy the American aircraft that's trying to go into that tower. And because due process requires a contextual understanding of what's going on there. And so just like there's no due process violation when it's not practical to give all these Confederates trials before you order their deaths in the context of like actual combatants, then there's no due process issue raised in the context of where you can't go to Yemen and practically abscond with this person and engage in a highly dangerous raid to go apprehend him. So that would be different than him like arriving at the airport where it is practicable to do this and without much danger. So that's the public authorization, which I think that we ought to agree that in cases of actual war or armed conflict, there is authorization for the military, the U.S. military, to kill combatants and to kill these people if they're engaged in that war, according to the rules of war. Now, what you can't do is kill people in violation of the rules of war that have been incorporated into U.S. law. These international laws, some of which have been incorporated into U.S. law, including the war crime stuff. But you couldn't kill hors de combat. You couldn't kill people who, POWs. That would be not authorized under the rules of war and therefore not publicly authorized, therefore murder. And so the analysis is simple. Number one, there was an intentional killing of these individuals. That much you won't even deny. The only question is authorization. And my point is that there is no public authorization for the use of force here. We're not in an armed conflict with these groups, even assuming the sufficient cohesiveness, which I think there probably is for the cartels, such that because there is a standard, and you can't define it exactly of like when a group is sufficiently hierarchical, right? This is where you get triggered, where like the Antifa thing isn't considered oftentimes one of these like cohesively enough groups to be engaged in armed conflict with the state. But I think the cartels sufficiently are, but they're just not engaged in armed conflict as that term is understood in international law with the United States. And therefore, there's no authorization to kill these people. And given that there's no authorization to kill these people, the only possible defense would be self-defense. And there's no good argument, or at least I haven't seen good evidence that there was a self-defense rationale in that context. And the second strike is it's gravy. Like, even assuming we were in an armed conflict with these drug cartels, even assuming that there was public authorization to do the first strike, under the rules of war, which are applicable, you're not allowed to kill hors de combat. And it seems, at least, I don't see any good reason or good evidence to suggest people weren't hors de combat.
So, several things. One, the idea that Trump would be charged for murder with this is nonsensical. We wouldn't charge presidents that take out these actions if it would later be deemed that these were illegal. He was given legal counsel that said that these would be legal, and so for them to then later be overruled, it would be absurd to say that we were going to charge Trump. If he violated the order, then perhaps you would have some sort of argument to the case. Second, there's all sorts of potential authorizations for why this would be allowed. First, you could argue under the authorization of military force that these constitute narco-terrorist and groups that were somehow collaborative with the same terrorist sort of networks that were engaged in the war on terror that we occupied, extending from 9/11. In fact, it was very fast and loose how both the Bush administration, the Obama administration, and the Biden administration, including the first Trump administration, targeted terrorists with still connections to groups surrounding September 11th, because the authorization of military force was about groups that were connected to 9/11. So they could make an argument that there are tangential connections, such as there are financial connections, there are military connections between groups like ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and drug cartels that we see in South America. Those are potential arguments we have, though I think that's the weakest of the possible justifications. Third, you can see with Article 2, which does authorize defensive strikes against imminent threats to the United States, right? Trump has this letter to Congress in September that says the imminent threat is the tens of thousands of people that are dying of the drugs that these cartel members are bringing. So he could argue, just like it's an imminent threat to bomb Al-Awlaki, even though it's obviously it wasn't. They argued it was an imminent threat, although they also said that it was justified under the AUM app. You could make the same argument here that the imminent threat doesn't necessarily have to be won through a bombing or physical violence, but the imminent threat is bringing stuff that through secondhand will lead to the death of American citizens. This would justify taking out groups that were intentionally poisoning our people, that would kill them, because that would still be seen as a self-defense. The OLC memo also suggests that the U.S. is in an armed conflict with cartels, and it cites things, allegedly, because no one's seen it, but the allegation is that there have been armed exchanges with cartel members and groups that advocate for these, both not just through the U.S. military, but also through law enforcement agencies, particularly at the southern border, that have actually been killed. You could go no further than to cite things like the Obama sort of gun running Fast and Furious, where we had cartel members that took U.S. guns, ended up killing U.S. troops or U.S. law enforcement officials, and things of that nature. So that's sort of the argument on why there was a potential use of force. Even if it would be ruled by a court that, like, no, there isn't a potential use of force here, it's not so black and white that we would say this would justify prosecuting the president of the United States or the people around him with murder, right? Secondly, based on this same rationale, even if it wouldn't be murder, we could say that other crimes that don't constitute murder, but things like negligent homicide and things like that, should be prosecutable for any time that a president orders strikes that kill people that are innocent. For example,
Wait,
the
that are
strikes
not authorized. Yes, right. Now, listen. I want to be clear. I'm not just applying it to the president. So I'm just trying to establish that a crime was committed by a particular individual. Here, let's just take Hegseth, because I think Trump's going to be largely okay because of Trump for the United States. That's going to be the main thing. Even though I think this is preposterous, I think this is probably under the logic of that opinion an official act, and he'll probably almost certainly get some version of immunity. So I'm not speaking about Trump specifically, but I will bite that bullet to say if a strike is not authorized under AMF standards, or sorry, not AMF, under the standards of the U.S. law and the rules of war, of course I would say there should be potential criminal liability.
That's the double tap. When I'm saying, you're saying even outside the scope of the double tap. And what I would say is, so if we see, for example, the Biden strikes on ISIS-K, right?
It depends on whether
did not target ISIS-K. It actually targeted innocent people.
It did not target innocent people. They tried to target. This would be like a self-defense. Now, the question here, analogize it to self-defense, and you wouldn't have a problem with this, right? So if it were the case, now I'm not saying public authorization justification defense is the same as self-defense in every respect, but use it as a tool to guide the inquiry, right? So there could be cases under which a cop, right, using in an objectively reasonable sense, not rejecting any unjustifiable risk or anything, could use self-defense to an innocent person who poses no risk. Someone pulls something quickly. They're trying to pull out their notebook or their phone, but any objective police officer in that place would have seen it as like a threat, like a quick draw or something. And under the mistaken impression that this person, but reasonable impression that this person constituted an imminent threat to serious bodily injury or death, a cop could be justified in shooting them, notwithstanding that there was actually no threat. And so you just have to think about it in that context.
But that's not an apples to apples comparison. A more apt explanation would be this. Let's say the cop sees someone that they think is a killer, right? There's a warrant out for this arrest. He's a serious criminal, right? So this killer doesn't pose an imminent threat to the cop right now, but certainly the cop's justified in drawing his weapon and arresting this person, and he could be a danger.
Absolutely.
The cop draws his weapon, shoots at this person, and kills an innocent person behind him.
Yeah, so the reason why, there could be liability, right? So I'll give you the different examples in which there's liability and when there's not liability. In the case in which this person really presents, he needs to be an imminent threat. It's not enough for this person to be a general threat, right? It must be that he is like a continuing threat to serious bodily injury or death. For example, if he was like asleep, right, and they all surround him, you can't just shoot him in the face. He needs to represent, and maybe different though, if there isn't really an easy way to access this person in the given context, and he's about to escape and he's committed these murders on the run, maybe a different situation. But in the examples I'm going to provide where it would be justified, this bystander death, and where it would not be, suppose that this cop is really, really drunk. And now it is the case that he's on the hunt for a potential killer. And it is the case that this person, it would be justified to shoot him, even maybe on sight, given whatever context that is. But he's very, very drunk, and he confuses the address of where the killer is supposed to be, and he goes to a grocery market, and he's so drunk that he thinks that this very obvious innocent person is the killer, misses the person who's an innocent person, hits another innocent person. In that context, not murder, right? Probably not murder, unless it's gross, reckless conduct, like really depraved conduct. Maybe then it would be malicious. But I would have no problem charging that person with negligent homicide or a reckless killing or manslaughter.
But I don't understand the two examples you give. I think my example is more apt to exactly what happened with the bombing of ISIS-K, which is it was someone that wasn't an imminent threat. These people of ISIS-K weren't said to be preparing an attack right then, and within the hour or so were going to commit an attack. There's no evidence that was suggested. This was considered retaliatory.
No, because self-defense wasn't the authorization there. So we're using self-defense as a lens to view a potential justification, but it's to show you that there could be successful invocations of that defense and unsuccessful invocations. So you could try to invoke self-defense as a justification for a police shooting and fail, and you could, but notwithstanding the fact that someone innocent died, but you could also invoke it and succeed, notwithstanding the fact that someone innocent died. In the case of the strike against ISIS-K, There, you have a much closer nexus to public authorization. Why? Because you're in Afghanistan, a place where you specifically were authorized to do war with Islamist groups. ISIS-K is an offshoot of Al-Qaeda. They're affiliates in that sense. And so you have public authorization, not to just attack in self-defense, but to kill combatants who are engaged in a war with the United States. So you don't need to have an necessarily imminence in the context of self-defense when it comes to public authorization to use force in an armed conflict. Those are different.
I don't know that. I don't know that. Is ISIS-K an affiliate of Al Qaeda?
It's an off. So ISIS developed out of Al Qaeda.
I think that they hate them.
They might currently. I mean, there's great deals of rivalries.
I mean, so it's. I think that that's fast and loose to say just because there's.
No, I mean, come on. I mean,
that links them.
Wait, no,
I do. I think that. I think that it's clear that you could see if you allow those extrapolations of the authorization of force to be legitimate, then clearly it's just a stone's throw away of saying that you can have some loose. You could have.
This is the BS, Rob. This is what frustrates me so much. You're saying because there's some vagueness in the AUMF and which groups are going to be targeted, that we can't ever make a distinction on that basis between a clearly unreasonable extrapolation and one that is way more in line with what was being authorized by the AMF. So if Trump claimed, for example, that Antifa was a foreign terrorist organization, which he has, affiliated with ISIS, Al-Qaeda or something, and just starts killing Democrats that he says are affiliated with Antifa or whatever, you wouldn't sit here, or I hope maybe you would, you wouldn't sit here, would you, to be like, oh yeah, well I guess, if it's okay against ISIS, it's okay against Antifa Democrats. No, I mean there have to be some reasonable interpretations and some unreasonable.
That's a clear. What if there is evidence that these narco terrorists in Venezuela have engaged in gun running, financial deals with Al Qaeda?
Wait, deals specifically with Al Qaeda?
Correct.
No, I don't think that would be, first of all, that evidence, I haven't seen it, but I don't know that would be enough to establish that that group is currently in an armed conflict with America such that we can invoke the rules of war. It would be like no different than like, so if they're like, you're selling arms, when Russia is selling arms to Ukraine and America is selling arms, Russia's buying arms from China, and Ukraine's buying arms from America, does that mean that we're at war with Russia or at war with China? We're not in armed conflict with them.
But that's not what the AUMF said. It was far more broad than that.
The AUMF said, hang on.
It said that the joint resolution to authorize the President of the United States to use armed forces against those responsible for the recent attacks launched against the United States, whereas September 11th, blah, 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 whereas such acts render both necessary and appropriate.
In general, this is a quote.
Yes.
The President is authorized to use all necessary and appropriate force against those nations, organizations, or persons he determines planned, authorized, committed, or aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September 11, 2001, or harbored such organizations or persons in order to prevent any future acts of international terrorism against the United States by such nations, organizations, or persons. So there's some broadness there. I'm not going to deny you that this is not a model of clarity. What I'm trying to tell you, though, is that if this was purporting to authorize force against people who are not in armed conflict with the United States, it wouldn't matter. I mean, like I suppose maybe it would be operating in whatever framework that is, but it's not the rules of war as understood internationally. But even putting that apart, this is not. I don't think you can reasonably interpret this to mean mere violations of American drug policy.
Well, no, they could say that it's not just mere violations. It's that these narco-terrorists are funding things that are attacks on U.S. citizens, or they're cooperating with Islamic terrorist organizations, etc. There is potential there. Now, to be fair, I haven't heard Trump's team make this claim. But if they do later make this claim, you would have to say that it's broad enough that there's a possibility that could apply. I mean, nonetheless, getting back to
logic,
the ISIS...
we're in an armed conflict with anyone who sends weapons to, or any kind of money by that logic, or any kind of benefit whatsoever to Afghanistan. Send any kind of benefit whatsoever to, like, we're in an armed conflict.
I would think a reasonable interpretation that would be that it intends and accomplishes sending money to terrorists. Illegal organization is intending to and accomplish sending aid to one of these terrorist organizations. That would be the harboring.
But assuming it was just drugs, you would grant that that's unreasonable to read the AUMF as authorizing it as to drug runners. I mean, by that logic, wouldn't China be in an armed conflict with the United States? You wouldn't grant that, right?
I would say this: if they don't make the connection to any sort of collaboration with some terrorist group, that the AMUF probably shouldn't apply.
Okay. In which case,
That's what I would say.
I think
but
that
they
there
don't
isn't
need to
authorization.
necessarily. It could be that they are just using drugs if it was to profit other groups that were terror groups. I think that would arguably still apply, because my problem is I don't like the AUMF because I think it's intentionally broad and basically you could cleverly use it to justify fucking murdering anyone. All you have to do is have a tenuous connection to, like, well, you're tenuously connected to Islamic terrorism, which was an offshoot of Al Qaeda. And 25 years ago, there was this attack in the United States. Now we have broad range anytime we say Islamic terrorism to bomb the fuck out of anything.
But also understand that the AUMF would apply internally as well, right? Like, this would give authorization, because understand, right? The rules of war, right? We were at a war with Al Qaeda. The rules of war in these armed state conflicts, they don't just stop at particular borders, right? In the context of the American Civil War, that was another non-state conflict to which America was a party with internal people. That the rules of war and authorization here it's not just, now it's a matter of policy that Trump hasn't yet, done bombing runs on internal drug smugglers in this country. But if you take the view that we're currently in an armed conflict such that the AUMF applies, such that the rules of war apply with these various different cartels, then the use of force is justified under public authorities internally and externally, in the high seas, in our waters, and in our border. There's no limitation there. And I don't.
You have to agree with that.
No, I don't. Why would
Milwaukee?
No, because we actually were in an armed conflict, in a non-state armed conflict with Al Qaeda, and he was a member of Al Qaeda. I mean, that is clear in terms of the AUMF. It's an easy case.
It is. The idea of whether it be foreign or domestic is non-consequential to the AUMF. It would not say that, for example, we can't attack Al Qaeda groups that are domestic, right?
That's my point.
Wouldn't say that.
That's my point. Is that the AUMF, if there were Al Qaeda cells in the United States, there might be some additional due process concerns raised in terms of apprehending U.S. citizens who are involved there. I'm not saying the due process clause doesn't work potentially at times to protect al-Awlaki, for sure, but it's just, is it practicable to apprehend this person? That's the question. And in Yemen, where al-Awlaki was, it was not practicable for the American. It would be different, like I said, if it's in an airport or somewhere else. But it would justify. You are correct that the AUMF does justify the use of the military against al-Qaeda operatives in the United States.
Correct.
That's how you have to.
Yeah, I don't understand the point you're making. Yes, we're both in agreement.
No, but that would you grant that the basis of the armed conflict, but alleged armed conflict between these cartels and America would justify the use of military authorities to kill in this country with military force and strikes various different members who are facilitating drug propagation?
If they could say that those facilitations were done with the intention and knowing of helping Islamic terrorist groups that we somehow connected to 9/11, yeah, I don't see why that wouldn't be the case.
Do you have a reason to believe that there's any association with Al-Qaeda?
No, I just got that. Well, no, that's what I said. I said if Trump makes this case, the AUMF would apply. Right? That's all I'm saying. I haven't heard him made the case. I was clear about that. I'm just saying that you could potentially say, and by the way, the wording of it is another thing I dislike about this is the wording of it's just like, let me get it again, but it says something very vague, like that the president authorized all necessary to prevent against those nations, blah, 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 that he determines.
Right.
Which is very problematic because it doesn't matter if it's correct or not. All that matters is that he determined it, which is bad, but that's how it's written.
Yeah, so I don't know that we've ever addressed the scope of reviewability of the determinations of the president, but by that, you would not, would you, grant that the mere subjective determination by a president of someone's connection to, one of these various different groups that it authorizes force against would be sufficient to make it legal, right? Like if Trump declared, it says, I say that Barack Hussein Obama, he is a member of Al-Qaeda. He started ISIS. He's the founder of ISIS, which Trump has said, by the way. He founded ISIS. And then Trump bombs him. You would not be like, okay, well, I guess that was legal because he determined that Obama was a member of Al-Qaeda. You wouldn't say that, would you? Would you say it?
No, I would like to think that I would say that would be illegal. And it's one of those things, as we talked about when it came to the sort of Supreme Court decision, we would find other ways to creatively arrest that person. There would be enough wiggle room that we would do that. But the problem is, as you well know, just like when you were talking about the insurrection law, it doesn't matter how we would like it to be used. The way the law is written is the way the law is written. I think this is intentionally vague, even for other reasons. Like the idea, like, dude, listen, this is so fucking bad. This is why I was against this from the first place. It says this, it says, force against those nations, that organizations or persons that he determined planned, authorized, committed, or aided terrorist attacks on 9/11. Fine, you could argue that's reasonable. Anyone that arguably helped with the terror attacks on 9/11, great, all right. But then this is where it gets problematic. It says, or harbored. How do we define harbored? Such organizations or persons.
No, listen. I'm going to buy what you're going to say, which is this is broad language. And it's potentially problematic language. I'm not here to dispute that whatsoever. These are neocons who are writing this shit and
I hate
bipartisan support. Right. And I grant that. However, there are reasonable interpretations and unreasonable interpretations. And I promise you, if I know anything, I know that if Joe Biden said, I determined that Donald Trump, he is a member of Al-Qaeda, and so we're drone striking him right now.
But that's different. That's such an absurd. None of us are buying that.
I'm just granting the principle that the mere determination of the president, you would not be like, well, it says he determines it. Because there are some determinations that you say are so preposterous, are so wild, that you would not accept it. You really wouldn't.
But if Trump could make a case that's like, look, I had several intel people tell me that they saw financial connections between Al-Qaeda or ISIS or Al-Nursa or Al-Shabaab and these cartels, which evidence has shown quite frequently, and we've heard this a lot, that the cartels do have connections to terrorists around the world. If he can make that claim, it's going to be problematic to argue that these weren't legal.
No, I don't think it would
based on the AUMF. So no, we haven't seen that evidence, but I'm telling you, that's going to be a potential claim that they make. And they're going to say, we didn't have to release that evidence publicly. That's intel. We don't have to do that.
Hang on. Whether or not that there would be some remedy that we could charge them, I'm very not optimistic at all that anyone is going to be held responsible for this whatsoever. I mean, if you were to ask me, what are the chances that someone has held criminally liable for this? I would be like less than 0.2%. Because Trump is just going to pardon everyone involved, and separate from why are you shaking your head?
But no, that's not even my point. I acknowledge this implicitly. However, what I'm saying is it's going to go beyond that. If there's a solid chance that the courts will rule, yeah, it's not even that he could pardon or that we don't have the mechanism to charge. It's literally not illegal. It's not a matter of it's illegal, but we can't charge.
No, I understand. It could be possible that a court could say this is authorized. I think, by the way, if someone I don't think Obama should have been immune for the Alawaki thing. I think that he shouldn't have presidential immunity. He should just be able to raise a public authorization defense. And I think Obama should have won on that defense. And for that reason, I think it's so clear, the Alawaki strikes, that they were justified in terms of legal justification, not in terms of policy. I'm just saying legal justification, that I wouldn't support charging Obama for it, because I think it's just so obviously authorized under the AMF and under the rules of war. But that is a separate question. Like, it is possible that a court could say it was authorized. My contention is not that a court could say that it's authorized, is that based on currently available evidence, I think it's a preposterous
okay, let me go further. Forget the could thing. If hypothetically you saw evidence, you were able to see it. Now, the chances of the public ever seeing this sort of evidence have existed, but it was evidence that you believed that was like, listen, these Venezuelan cartels and the Venezuelan government itself that is connected with these cartels are financing Al-Qaeda.
Yeah.
Would you then think, and you believed, yep, I see the link, would that be justified to strike them under the AUMF, in your opinion?
So under the AUMF, if they're explicitly funding Al-Qaeda operatives and that kind of thing, then I think you have a better, I have to think about it, but if there's a direct tie with Al-Qaeda as it is, I think it's possible the AUMF would authorize those kind of strikes. You would need to show, however, that America is under the rules of war. I believe, in addition, I think America should follow the rules of war in addition to its own authorization strats, that we are fighting with combatants who are engaged in that conflict. I don't think it would be enough to show that there's a mere connection between them. I think, so for example, I mean, there's a connection between countries, potentially America and Ukraine. That doesn't mean that Russia is in an armed conflict with America just because we're funding Ukraine, unless you buy that.
They could say the AUMF doesn't say that's necessary. It says in order to prevent future terror attacks. It doesn't have to be conflict occurring in real time.
What I'm saying is that the authorization by Congress is a necessary condition, not sufficient to justify, in my opinion. I'm not saying that people can disagree. In my opinion, that congressional authorization is not a sufficient condition to justify a public authority's use of military. You just got deleted.
Morally, you might make that claim, but I don't know that legally you would have leg to stand on. Nonetheless, I want to get back to something. forget. Let's do the double tap real quick. What I'll just say what I was saying about ISIS-K is it's not that they would be charged with murder. It's that they could be charged with negligent homicide or other sorts of crimes because they were wrong in the way that they.
No. Not that they should be charged. They should be allowed to be charged. I don't agree with the immunity decision. And the question there would be, when you had this basis to do this strike on this place, is that a strike that, under the circumstances, was reasonably, that they had a reasonable belief was authorized in that sense? That, in other words, that the authorization itself, the question there would be whether the strike was authorized given the information then available to the people who made that decision. But I do think, right, like, imagine this, right? Like, you would not, if this were a more insane situation, you would obviously grant it, right? Like, let's say that in the context of the war on Vietnam, there was just like a very clear, like an American car filled with white kids traveling in New York, and some, again, I'm going to give you an insane hypothetical so you bite the bullet and understand it. And some like really fucking high or tired person's like, oh, I think that's the Viet Cong in New York driving this. And they're just so negligent. They're grossly negligent. And they fire it. And they kill like a car filled with 4 American college students. You would say then that, okay, now he claims, and he might have even subjectively believed that they were Viet Cong, but the basis to say that you were authorized on the strikes, given the facts there, is so preposterous that we're not going to give you that defense here just on the mere allegation that you subjectively believed it. Even if you did believe it, that we're going to apply some kind of standard here for public authority. Otherwise, it would just eliminate all potential.
I don't know. I think you're making sort of the opposite point that I thought you were going to make there. I'll just say this to get to the double tap thing. 2 things on it, right? One, like the original narrative that was put about Pete Hegseth was blatantly a joke and a hoax from the get-go. There was never any evidence to suggest that Pete Hegseth authorized a double tap ever. Even CNN's reporting and the other, what was it, the New York Post that reported this, none of it ever suggested that Hegseth specifically said, go ahead and order a second strike. This was a hoax and a narrative that was pushed out from the get-go.
When you say hoax, what do you mean?
I mean that there was never any evidence. The way that this was spun was that Pete Hegseth committed a crime because he ordered a strike, saw that people were surviving, and ordered a second strike when they were orders to combat, or that he ordered, don't take any prisoners, no quarter given, or something like that. There was never any evidence to suggest either of those, despite the narrative that was pushed.
So the specific reporting, I don't think sort of ferrets out the specific individuals in charge for making the decision, but it does suggest an intentional decision. Whether it came from Hegseth or an admiral, I still think that needs to be, we don't have the full facts there. We need to have hearings and shit over what's going on. I hope that you support that there should be hearings, there should be an investigation into this. You would grant that, right?
I think that there should be the normal amount of oversight. I don't know that we need special hearings, and I'll get to the reason why here in a second.
Okay.
Because literally every time that we use any sort of drone to have an attack, it's almost every single time a double tap. Almost every single time, under every president. There is never the ability. Let's say that there's a target.
Orders to combat. That's what I'm talking
Yes, correct. So, for example, let's say bin Laden. There's an order given that says take out bin Laden. And let's say we did it with the drone strike. If we hit him once and he's wounded, right, are we allowed to hit him again?
It depends on whether you're hors de combat by virtue of your injury, and that's a
define hors de combat.
The international law and the manual of the Defense Department references that standard. So hang on, hors de combat. So this is the international law one that believe the Americans follow. Incorporated these attacking persons who are recognized as hors de combat is prohibited. A person hors de combat is A, anyone who is in the power of an adverse party, so like someone who is captured, right? So those
hostage or something.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Anyone who is defenseless because of unconsciousness, shipwreck, wounds, or sickness. Anyone who is defenseless because of unconsciousness, shipwreck, wounds, or sickness. And C, anyone who clearly expresses an intention to surrender, provided he or she abstains from any hostile act and does not attempt to escape. And that applies, by the way, to everyone. You can lose hors de combat status, but there's a specific
define
what?
Define defenseless.
they I don't know that there's a specific definition of defenseless here. What they're saying is someone who is unable. Some of these are going to be primitives, Rob. Right? I can't define what is. Defending oneself. You know. I don't know
Okay,
if
so
I can
let me give you a
anymore.
hypothetical. I'm
Yeah.
in Vietnam. This
Yeah.
would apply theoretically to a conflict like Vietnam, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm like a tunnel rat, right?
Yeah.
And I come out and there's a Vietnamese and he draws his gun on me and I shoot him and he's critically wounded and he can no longer lift up his gun. But he grabs his radio and starts saying, "He's here, send more troops." Am I allowed to shoot him to prevent that?
Yeah, he is now not abstained from a hostile act, and he's lost hors de combat status.
So the argument that we hear from the Trump administration is that they were communicating with other people.
No, but that would
Then they're not hors de
hang on.
combat.
That would presuppose the rules of war applying, and that the introduction of drugs themselves are hostile acts. So that's
Right. So we're back to step one.
No,
Right.
that's step one. But in addition, the evidence provided is, you would admit, contradictory. There are some people who said they have radios. Other people who have walked out of that have completely different interpretations.
What were
they
the
didn't have
other things
radios.
that were claimed?
So Democratic people said that there was no evidence of any radios or of any communications that happened afterwards.
If there was communication, there's no hors de combat. Then, correct?
No, mere communication. You would agree, mere communication. That's not what it says.
No, that's absurd.
No,
That's absurd.
what do you
Let me
mean it's
explain
absurd?
why. Because if they're radioing someone, we don't wait to hear what they're radioing. Under the auspices that they could be radioing in help to attack us.
If you, what I'm telling you is that mere communication. If it's the case that the indicia, show, and that there's precedent to suppose that the mere talking or communication by itself constitutes a hostile act, I mean, then we can have a conversation. I'm not aware of those international precedents, but if, for example, which is often the case, that these Americans were able to intercept their communications, if we knew, for example, that they were radioing to get cargo, or they were radioing with respect to their families, to say goodbye to their families or something like that. There are situations, you would agree, wouldn't you, that mere communication, supposing the Americans knew that they weren't doing a hostile act and not attempting to escape, that's what most matters. Now, you could say that calling by itself should be interpreted as a hostile act, and then you're going to have to cite some precedent for that, or some interpretation of
Well,
that.
I think that it would. I would think that, so for example, what we see here, it's not just that these people were targeted, but it was that the boat itself was a military objective, correct?
So assuming that the rules of war applies, assuming that we're in an armed conflict, and assuming that it's a hostile act and these people are combatants, then yeah, you're allowed to shoot and destroy the boat.
Okay.
All that's not true, though, but go ahead.
Yeah, right. And you would be allowed to destroy that target even if there were people on it.
You would be allowed to destroy it even if there are combatants on it. And sometimes you can have even third parties, but you would need to do the kind of calculus that is normal of these kinds of acts of war.
Right. And so given all of those things, if they either directly communicated, the overwhelming evidence would be they're not hors de combat, right? Because
that's your case to make.
No, I think that that's entirely reasonable. I think that, like, in that situation where it's like someone's radioing in, right, that would say that is the potential that they're radioing in backup. And so therefore the ability to radio in implies that they're not hors de combat. And furthermore, if there was a fear that they would do that, it would justify.
Oh, really?
So
Any fear, and no matter how unconnected
I
the
would
facts,
think that that's.
So what is this rule
Yes.
actually doing? If you're saying even a fear that they call someone, then this rule is totally teethless. That can't be the right interpretation.
There would need to be affirmative given by the people that showed that they were, like, actively surrendering or were incapable of communication, etc.
That's not what
That
this
would
says.
be a different situation.
It says anyone who is defenseless because of shipwreck.
Okay, but you wouldn't be defenseless because of shipwreck if you're capable of defending yourself, in that you're capable of calling in backup.
Where's the, force?
That would
argument?
mean you're not defenseless.
But-
Your ability to pick up your gun and shoot at me means you're not defenseless, even if you're shipwrecked. Would you concede that?
Yeah, but that would be true of potentially, like, all number of shipwrecked people. I'm sure there's tons of people who have the physical capability to call individuals in terms of their body. That wouldn't be justification enough that they've done a hostile act just because they have the capability to call someone. I mean, that
No. But if it's someone that was specifically targeted, for military operation, and they just because they're shipwrecked, if they're capable of shooting back at you, that wouldn't make them hors de combat, correct?
Wait, just because? Say it again.
Just because they're shipwrecked, if they're shooting back at you or capable of shooting back, that wouldn't make them hors de combat.
They've lost hors de combat status.
Right. So the shipwreck doesn't give a special status that you're automatically hors de combat by being shipwrecked, is what I'm saying.
It does, and then you can, if you're rendered defenseless because of shipwrecked, then you
So
are
it has
hors de combat.
right.
But you
so it's not just the
right.
It's not just the shipwreck. You have to be rendered defenseless while
because
being
of
shipwrecked.
shipwreck. Correct. Anyone who's defenseless because of shipwreck.
So we accept take the ship out of it now. We're back in that Vietnam situation. I'll explain why in a second. Scenario 1 is guy pulls up a gun shooting at me. Clearly not hors de combat. Scenario 2 is I wound him. He can't pick up the gun, but he's picking up the radio to call in for backup. Also not hors de combat, right?
Potentially, I think that there are situations in which those communications. I think in general that in those situations in the combat where there is actually like at least some indication that there's a risk of that call being, to call a backup or to help him escape, that you could lose hors de combat status. And I believe, though I'm not certain, that would apply, that there is cases about that. Yeah.
It would have to make sense. And here's the reason why. You can't demand that the soldier sit there and wait to hear exactly what he's saying, or else it would be too late. We clearly understand that'd be an unreasonable burden to place on a soldier.
No, I don't deny that someone calling can be a hostile act. What I'm contesting is that it's always a hostile act, and so that's 1. And 2, that the potential of being able to call is a hostile act. That is what you said, and that's crazy.
Here's why. Here's what I'm saying, right? So the mere fact that they're reaching for the radio before I hear what they're going to say, I can interpret that as a hostile act.
That's your claim to make.
I don't understand how you could think it wouldn't be that.
So if they're going to call, like, and if it looks like they're going
to call. But you don't know that. You're the soldier. And if he calls in, you're dead.
Yeah, no, but what you're suggesting, if someone is going to, and it's clear that their manifest intent is to radio, for communications, in especially on the land, and especially in the context of an actual armed conflict, I can totally understand them losing hors de combat status. What I'm telling you is merely the following, that the mere calling isn't sufficient for them to lose hors de combat status.
You're right. If
for example, that
they're calling their wife.
Correct.
Okay. But the problem is you're not going to know in that moment when you see them reaching for.
Okay, Rob, you hear me say if, right? If
right. So let me clarify what you're saying. He shot, can't pick up a gun, reaches for radio, not hors de combat, not hors de combat, not hors de combat, not hors de combat, says, wife, I love you. Now he's hors de combat.
I'm telling you, if so, you can either fight the hypothetical or not. If the person who is presuming to shoot this individual knows, for whatever reason, just accept the hypothetical. Don't fight me on the hypothetical. Knows that this call, that this communication, is not related to a hostile act or attempt to escape. It is not. You have not lost hors de combat. That is just an analytic truth based on the reading of this rule. That it needs to be a hostile act.
What I'm saying is that it wouldn't be impossible to know that without some sort of mind-reading powers.
No. If, for example, we've tapped into their communications or something, and they've already picked it up, so it's not like you have uncertainty. They've already picked it up.
But we're not talking about when they already picked it up. We're talking about when they're reaching.
Rob,
that's what I'm talking about.
So I'm just telling you, no more, no less, than I can see examples in which communication by itself doesn't constitute a hostile act.
The reason that I'm suggesting this, in the fear that they could radio in, that they're still moving about, the fear that they could radio in would justify them not being hors de combat. So there's 2 things that we have going on. That one, that they actually did radio for help, or there was a reasonable fear that they could radio for help because they weren't wounded to the point where they're incapable to. Those both things could make them.
That rule would render this so toothless, Rob. That would mean anyone who's able to move their hand and blink their eyes and say words can never be hors de combat because they could call regardless of any evidence they try to.
That's probably how the rule would be interpreted.
Based on what? In virtue of what? In virtue of what?
Based on the most reasonable, because it would be absurd to say that one of our soldiers could not fire on a person until they absolutely 100% made sure that either that call was going to an ally as opposed to the wife or something, or B, that they're incapable of making a call. It would be absurd to say that standard. Like, imagine what firefights would like. You wound someone, you wound them. Hey, are you okay? You're not capable of calling anyone? Everything good?
That's not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is in a context in which they are rendered defenseless. So you meet that first part of the test. So we're not talking about that first part of the test. Someone who's rendered defenseless because of shipwreck. And they're just in the water, like, please help me. I'm in the water, please. Rob would say, you're allowed to shoot him. No, yes or no, Rob?
It depends. And I'll explain why, right? It depends, because if it's an act of surrendering, that's different than being defenseless
No, because
whatsoever.
that's under C. Anyone who clearly expresses an intention to surrender, provided he or she abstained from a hostile act. Now, you could express an intention to surrender, and notwithstanding, what you're interpreting is the hostile act component, which applies to all three, A, B, and C, provided he or she abstains from a hostile act. So all your analysis about hostile act and the potential for a hostile act would apply both to B, those
But the
rendered
difference is
defenseless,
the
and
difference
C.
is if you see your difference is a reasonable interpretation would show that someone that's affirmatively surrendering is more likely to not be radioing for help than someone that's still milling about. Just because, for example, we could say this was a drone, right?
There's a dispute. I think the best evidence is that it's. I'm not saying there's a dispute. There's the communication was it's either a drone or a helicopter. I think the best evidence suggests that it's a helicopter.
Okay, let's say it was a helicopter. Do you think that the small arms munitions of the people in this boat would have been able to credibly issue a threat to the helicopter?
Credibly issue a threat or be a threat? Yes, it could have been. Yes, could have been.
Okay, so do you think it's possible, even once they were in the water, that it could have credibly been a threat?
It could have been a threat.
Okay,
so
how would you know?
By could you mean logically possible?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, it could have been a threat.
Okay, so as long as it's logical, so what I'm saying is this. They would have to see that the people were like basically damn near unconscious. If they were allowed to be targeted, which is what we're saying, then what would the standard be to know that they're oars to combat?
It was anyone who is defenseless because of shipwreck.
How would you know if they're defenseless?
Based on your vision and senses, and assuming the uniform nature of causation. And the same way we determine anything, Rob, the same way we determine self-defense. Right?
But again, it would be.
How do you know for sure that someone is a threat to your life? Or I mean, this is all
you're making this out to be ridiculous. But in order to
is.
claim that this is murder, you would have to know that they were oars to combat. If you didn't know, then it wouldn't be something like this. You would have to know and believe that they were defenseless for this to apply.
So
you don't?
If someone, I'll ask you this, and you can answer it. If someone had the subjective belief that someone was not oars to combat, and it was literally a child holding a lollipop, sorry, there wouldn't be oars to combat. There would be civilians, whatever. But I think that the same kind of rules apply. Whatever. Or let's say that this child expresses an intention to surrender. I do think that what I just said was accurate, just to be clear. But let's say that this child expresses an intention to surrender, is holding a lollipop, and says, I just really want to surrender to you, Mr. Noerr. And the military officer says, oh, and shoots him. And he says, and he's honest, says, I thought that she wasn't oars to combat because I thought licking a lollipop was a hostile act. Would you accept that and say
it's completely the analogy?
No, just answer it first.
No, I wouldn't. And the analogy's absurd. A better analogy. You added all sorts of things. You added that it was a little kid. You added that they were licking a lollipop. You added that they were.
Why do you think I added that, Rob? Because
let me give you the more apt analogy.
No. The reason I give you hard facts, Rob, is to show you that the mere I'm isolating for something, Rob. The subjective intent, the mere subjective intent of a military person that, I thought they weren't oars to combat. That isn't dispositive, that the mere subjective beliefs. If that were the case, then we'd live in Looney Tunes land.
You're shooting at someone. You're in a foxhole. It's World War II. You're holding your gun outside the ditch shooting. You hit the person but don't realize that they're bleeding out. You put your gun up again and shoot again. You just committed a war crime because you killed someone that's oars to combat.
No.
Why not?
Hang on a second. So in that situation, right, there is no basis under which anyone could make an assertion that you had the intent required of a war crime, okay, to commit the actual offense that constitutes a war crime. I didn't say that subjective intent played no role whatsoever in whether you did a crime, or intention played no role. What I said was the subjective determination as to the law of the individual is not dispositive. Do you understand the difference between those two things?
I do, but what I'm suggesting is I think that you're almost, it's not dispositive in the fact that there could be some rare instance in some strange hypothetical that would be the case. However, what I would argue is that overwhelmingly we would have to say, if you cannot make visual confirmation that beyond a reasonable doubt that someone's oars to combat, and you're still fearful that someone that you were allowed to target as an active participant that was an active target may be non-self-defense or may not be defenses.
If there's a reasonable basis not to know that they're oars to combat, or that anyone could determine whether they're oars to combat, right? Or a reasonable basis to think that this person never did the things that would qualify them from oars to combat, or that reasonable basis to think that they committed a hostile act, even if you're wrong. You're just reasserting the test But I'm just the only thing I'm telling you is that you can't just say, well, he subjectively thought that it was okay, and therefore that's all the law requires. Just use self-defense as a way to clear your mind.
Again,
the mere subjective belief of someone on self-defense isn't enough.
The point is, when we're looking specifically at this from the context of a helicopter that was allowed to target these people, to see them and see them still moving about, knowing that they would be able to have munitions, would be able to possibly think that in that point that your subjective interpretation is that they could either radio in or fire back, which would make them non-hors de combat. That's the claim I'm making. I think that's the reasonable interpretation.
But what you suggested was not that someone who is calling, not just that someone who is calling is automatically, or at least presumptively, and I might even agree that presumptively, in the normal course of events, you can assume a hostile act, provided there aren't other circumstances that change your interpretation of that communication attempt. But what you're saying is not just that, but that the mere ability, by which you mean physical ability, to be able to call is itself a hostile act to justify loss of hors de combat status. And my contention to you is that is an absurd standard that would make this rule toothless.
I don't think that that's the case. And the reason is because this would especially apply in situations where you have some sort of aerial combat. So like I said before, people that have been involved in these sort of missions that work for the military have said almost every strike we have from Obama through Bush through Trump through Biden that utilized drones basically were double tap operations. It would be to eliminate a target, and we could see, you could find the footage right now online of like infrared footage where you'll see one of these drones hit, and you see a big explosion, then you see people like crawling about and they hit again. Every single one of those would be hors de combat under this interpretation. Unless you say, well, no, because these were targets that were allowed to be taken out, and the fact that they were still moving justified that they could still be someone that could get away, that would be able, because there's no ability really in an easy way without harming yourself using these aerial tactics to get troops on the ground. And so this would mean that, like, you would have to say anytime someone was wounded and says, I surrender, we let them go. We just say, oh, there's nothing we could do with the drone. We can't go pick them up. So if Bin Laden, for example, said, hey, I surrender, and we took them by drone.
It sounds like you're disagreeing that this is a good idea to have this rule. And listen, I don't know which cases you're talking about.
Way that whether it plays out.
Whether it's the pattern in practice for them to do a double tap strike. Maybe there are other military targets there that would justify the loss of status, that you're not attacking the person or was their combat. The difference is here, the ship was rendered unusable. I mean, the ship was floating pieces of debris that they were hanging to. So it's not like, okay, there's a continuing.
We don't know exactly what the status of the ship was that it couldn't float.
The best evidence suggests that they were like hanging on to debris.
Even still, the implicit nature is it wasn't just the ship that was the target, but the cargo of the ship. Agreed?
Hang on a second. So the cargo of, assuming, by the way, this is all assuming that we have the prerequisites to even use the rules of war as a public authorization for which murder doesn't apply. I just had a raid, so I just want to make sure people understand that what I'm saying here is all contingent on what I think is an illegal armed conflict and murder anyway. But assuming that there's a justification of the use of force against that target because you consider the drugs to be active hostilities against the United States, perhaps you could make a determination that a strike on the drugs itself, that would be justified. But if you are attacking the persons, right? If the intention is to attack the persons, then you haven't gotten anywhere close to what you're talking about.
No, because I believe the intent was probably the mission justified the attack of both the persons, the boat, and drugs.
Not if they're hors de combat. That's what would make it a war crime.
Okay, if they're hors de combat, then fine. The problem is, even in hors de combat situation, as you've already conceded, it's still, if they are on a target that is of military objective, you're still allowed to strike the military objective as long as you feel that the strategic benefit of taking out that military objective outweighs the death of the hors de combat.
So, if it's the case that would qualify as a military objective, again, we're all assuming that, but if the intent is also to attack hors de combat, that is a war crime. You can't have that. And the best evidence suggests that they did want to kill these people. That's what the best evidence suggests. And you might disagree, but the Trump administration, that's what they're saying, is that they had complete right to kill these people, and they wanted to kill people.
Well, they did have the right to kill them in the sense that they were people that they were sufficiently allowed to target.
And they were targeting those individuals to finish the job.
And they're saying that we were allowed to do that because we didn't feel that they were hors de combat.
Hang on a second. So they are going to make, they can make whatever argument they want about their subjective belief, but that's what I'm trying to impress upon you is their subjective statements that, oh, they're not hors de combat. We don't have to accept their word. And this is never a standard that you would apply to a Democratic administration. By the way, right now, you are like basically defending that you're taking the neocon stance. In other words, like you're taking the view that America doesn't have to hem itself in to the rules of war, to its own laws, and we just have to take the discretion of the commanders and, imagine President Bush in that case, and whatever they determine subjectively, that will resolve the question about whether they're hors de combat, whether they're war crimes, Abu Ghraib, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know all the examples. I have to talk to Hutchinson, by the way, but I will give you the last word. I have to talk to Hutchinson in like 5 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, what I'm suggesting is that once we authorize this use of force, it is unreasonable in putting our military undue burden to suggest that they have to sit around and wait before they see that people are firing back at them to say that they're not hors de combat. I'm also suggesting that there's a clear double standard, that both you and many Democrats that are making hay out of this absolutely without a shadow of a doubt know that there are routine drone strikes that operate in this exact same way, that there will be terrorists or whatever that are targets and they are drone strike, and then there is a second drone strike after we could see that there was crippling ability to hit in that first strike. It doesn't stop to make sure that they're not hors de combat or anything of that nature. This is the normal way that sort of drone warfare goes. And no one ever makes any sort of hay about it, but they're doing now because it's not that they're concerned that this is an actual war crime. They're doing it for political motivations. That's the only reason that they're talking about this now. So there's a significant, and this whole story and Hegseth and like a change with what Hegseth said, and it's all based on anonymous source and all of this shit. All of it is just yet another hoax and shit that we hear reported by the news that was anonymous stories, anonymous hoaxes, as we've seen over and over against the Trump administration. And then when we actually get to the details, the story is much different than what was said. The real problem that you have and that everyone had is we've known about these sorts of strikes since September. You were unable to successfully push the narrative that these strikes were illegal. And so you're able to get back into that conversation. But you were unable to prove it or convince enough of the American people to give a shit about it.
That's
right.
True.
And so a clever way.
In virtue of what? Trump's the, they say he's the president. I think he's an occupant. The illegal Oval Office occupant, Donald Trump, he.
Why? You don't think he's the legitimately elected president?
Oh, he's elected for sure. I just think he's not qualified for the office.
Well, it doesn't matter if you think he's qualified.
Okay.
He is president.
No. What I mean is constitutionally, I think he's disqualified. But that's.
Well, I disagree. The courts disagree.
Whether they have enforced Section 3, I don't have to take the view of court's determination. That's the self-executing nature of Section 3 to make that determination. But anyway, what I'll say is he has been elected for a term of office, and you're saying the American people weren't convinced by you in virtue of what? In virtue of the fact that he's still in office? Like, in virtue of what have we failed to convince the American people?
It wasn't a story. It wasn't. It was such a failed story that it was no longer in the news cycle, really. That it wasn't even a message that Democrats were out successfully pushing. There wasn't mass calls for people in the United States to demand that this be stopped. None of this was occurring. So what happened was by pushing the hoax that Pete Hegseth ordered this double tap, which ended up being a hoax, it allows you to get right back to like, well, anyways, back to what we knew in September. We think it's illegal. It's going to probably be found out. I would say a very good chance that courts are going to rule that this wasn't a legal strike when it gets to the highest level.
They're not going to review it, Rob. These criminals are going to just pardon each other and fucking rub each other's dicks and balls, and they're going to be able to like. There's
you don't think that any court's
going to be a proceeding? No.
Okay,
who's
great.
Gonna bring it?
Well then, no crime. Great.
No crime because no one gets prosecuted. That's your view?
I think that a reasonable interpretation could be that this wasn't actually something that would be that was clear cut, black and white. And so if no charges are brought in this, then I don't know how we could just. No, what I'm saying is it'd be different, right? It'd be different if we could see something black and white, like clearly someone's tied up with their, hands behind their back chained, and they torture him and they kill him. That would be different, even if there's
isn't
not
it possible that he has a secret fucking earpiece, and the fact that he's, the fact that his hands are bound, he could be calling someone in this little radio that he has in his ear, and so why should he have hors de combat status if his hands are bound? That seems like, he could very much be calling for reinforcements.
I'm telling you that the reasonable interpretation of this would be we do not wait for people to see that they are affirmatively not calling before we say that they're allowed to keep treating them as an enemy
someone
combatant.
whose hands are bound could have
That's
a radio in their ear that they're allowed to just talk and call for backup. And then, so why should we give the presumption of wars that combat
The reasonable, if there was something, if the hands behind the back, the reasonable interpretation is that they wouldn't be able to do that. If we hear them, if they're saying things that subjectively sounds like that they are attempting to call, like, shit, he got me right here. Here, he's at this target, blah, blah, blah.
No, I'm
Are you
saying in the
that you
absence
wouldn't
of
be
that.
allowed to shoot him?
No, I'm saying in the absence of that.
Oh,
Someone says,
so there
oh,
is
he might
hypothetical
have
situations.
Yeah, hypothetical situations where there's indication that he's actually doing that. But like now, what I'm telling you is not a situation in which there's good indicia that he's doing that, but a situation where he merely could have a secret earpiece in his head, which he could use to call. Because that seemed to be the standard when it came to someone who is like, oh, help me.
Well, what I'm saying is there is a reasonable aspect to this. And that reasonable aspect that I outlined in that situation on the ground in Venezuela is actually actually exponentially better when you're talking about someone that's using things like aerial combat and they don't get to be able to see the specific details as much. If they reasonably feared, shit, the target that we think is important to destroy because we think that this target is going to kill Americans in the sense of this fentanyl or whatever these drugs were, they're going to radio in to prevent this. They're still milling about. Then yes, it probably means they're not wars to combat to strike that target again.
On current evidence, you are not convinced that this is justified as an armed conflict or as under the AUMF. What's your view? You're saying that Trump could argue
certainly.
it. What's your view?
Whoa. It's certainly not under the AUMF.
Okay, so certainly not under the AUMF. And
No.
you're not convinced that we're in an armed conflict with these cartels, do you?
I think that Article 2 would be the best case for the most likely scenario. And Article 2, the way it interprets it, is it just expressly armed conflict? Let me see.
No, there's nothing in Article 2 expressly. When people say Article 2, there's like, people talk about like the inherent powers of the president, some of which, by the way, I wouldn't deny. I think that the president does have some kind of like some wiggle room in terms of defense against armed conflicts, insurrections, invasions, that kind of thing. I just think that it's preposterous to think that we are currently in one of those categories, such that the president can use, his inherent Article 2 authorities to conduct these strikes.
Article 2,
it doesn't textually say it. It's an implied power, which I'm not even denying. I think that the president probably does have implied powers to use force, even deadly force, in certain circumstances. I just don't think it applies to any violation of law. It applies to like invasion or insurrection and those kinds of military situations where the rules of war apply.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think that it wouldn't just be invasion or insurrection. For example, I think there would be certain situations in Article 2 where you could have like attacks that would be on a U.S. interest. You would agree with this. Like there's a U.S. tanker out there, right? That's not an invasion. That's not an insurrection. And there's an imminent attack on that. Terrorists are firing rocket-propelled grenades. So Article 2 allowed to attack, right?
I don't know under Article 2 whether you have the authorization to defend against piracy. I assume that I would assume that there probably is to defend, like for example, let's say that there's an American citizen that is being attacked by a foreign power or something. I think that there could be some in exigent circumstances like that, and that there probably is something under U.S. law to defend those U.S. citizens or U.S. assets or whatever from attack and from piracy and that kind of stuff. That's just not what we're seeing here. Those are again international law applies in those contexts and with like piracy and those kinds. And I think
the argument's going to be made twofold. That one, the drugs themselves constitute an attack on the country because they kill so many people, and that actually there's more proof that they kill Americans and are directly targeted Americans than many other
Article 2 attacks
that we've had.
We're in an armed conflict with China.
No, the difference is because these are specific cartels that are imminently bringing in these illegal drugs at that point.
Yeah, but China is making it all.
So, similarly, if you had a boat of China of cartel people that are bringing fentanyl, yeah, there might be a legal authorization to attack that boat if you had that imminently coming and bringing those actual drugs.
No, but like on the the question isn't maybe it's possible to wait. You think that someone smuggling drugs across the border and like they're getting into American territory, you think that the U.S. government can just blow them up?
It may be under Article 2. That may actually be like you seem to imply that this would, if it was China, it would be somehow more ridiculous. I'm not so sure. I think whether it be a cartel or China, if you could make the argument that we think these drugs are imminently going to kill people in this country, like for example, what if it was biological agents? Would you be allowed to do it then?
Yeah. I think that there could be some arms in terms of armed conflict with respect to certain biological agents, chemical warfare, but that's not what we have here, Rob. There's a distinction between recreational drugs that people ingest and that represent violations of the civilian law of the United States, and attacks by other country with the intention and purpose to kill, with their conscious object is to kill Americans using, like, I don't know, anthrax or some shit. And everything becomes that, like, to you, this kind of like game of like categories mean nothing because you can't like precisely define when a puddle becomes a lake. Now we can't have any standards whatsoever. Like you would never say this of like beef products, of cigarettes, of alcohol.
That's not the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that it's not as clear cut as what you're saying. And this is an argument they're going to make. And what I'm going to say is they'll say, listen, this is basically arms, or this is an attack on us because this directly causes the deaths of American citizens.
So does beef, right? So does beef and
it's
foods
not true. It's completely different. It's complete. The level of this is completely different because what we can see is one is something that's illegal that predictably has an insanely high mortality rate. Like and something like beef, people could use a product that can't be used for good.
So like heart-related stuff is like the #1 cause or #2 cause of death in America.
Yeah, but beef isn't the #1. Like,
okay, but any food that has as its tendency to be addictive and
you're literally doing the very thing you're criticizing me about. You're taking an absurd distinction.
It's a criticism of your point, Rob. The criticism.
That's exactly what the point. What I'm saying is, what they're going to say is that these drugs constitute sort of an attack on America. And it's an argument that they're going to make. Secondly,
I'm not asking if they're going to make it. I'm saying, do you buy it?
No. I think that they're probably going to say that it's legal.
No, not whether they would say it. I'm asking you, do you buy it, that this is an armed conflict?
I think that in coalition with the fact that there have been armed exchanges with U.S. law enforcement and cartel members would, yes, constitute that this probably is an armed conflict.
Okay.
Probably. And I hate the fact that they're attacking them, but they probably legally have the right because I think that Article 2 is going to be so expansive for good reason. Because we don't want to have the situation where a president is hamstrung by saying that it's very strict in the way these attacks could apply. So, I would like to see Congress further hamstring through legislation to clarify what's allowed. But I think given what we've seen over and over and how expansive Article 2 powers, and for that matter, the AUMF are, I think that this falls in line with a bunch of other ridiculous shit that I've seen. I find Trump's strikes on Syria more heinous than this. I think that violated Syria's sovereignty for no.
At least there's a nexus with. Okay, so I mean,
bombing Assad.
Wait, well, hang on a second. So, the strikes on Assad's like nerve gas centers, right? There's a closer nexus between that and like some amount of combat where, you know, at least there's some case you could argue, right, that like he's funding or helping fund some aspect that bears on the potential danger to Americans. All I'm saying is, whatever you say about the Assad strikes here, I think that like in terms of what constitutes conflict or a hostile act, where arms are involved, I think you're going to have a tough time showing that the drugs situation is like an easier case than a situation in which like we have troops on the ground in Syria and something from a belligerent in a conflict that America's involved in is doing something with nerve gas. At a bare minimum, I agree. It's maybe a looser. Maybe I want to agree.
No, the reason I'm not saying when it comes to the level of like conflict and when it comes to the level. By the way, the U.S. wasn't there fighting a war with Assad. That was never the intent.
No, I'm not saying. I didn't say that they were there specifically to fight with Assad. What I'm saying is they're in a conflict in which Syrian regime is part of that broader conflict. I'm not saying
supposedly on our side.
I'm not saying that those strikes were justified. What I'm saying is it's an easier case there than like just
the part of the case. There are parts of it that are easier, but the parts I think are less easy. That it has nothing to do with imminent strikes on U.S. citizens or the U.S. homeland.
But it potentially bears on U.S. troops and their safety.
Right, but you could say that about anything. This would be far more intense. So we could attack our allies. If they have weapons that we think could potentially, hypothetically hurt our troops, of course not.
No, but the whole point the reason I'm raising this is not that I don't see like there's a particular part of the conflict or the alleged conflict with the drug boats where I could see you saying, well, this bears on the homeland of American and this presents maybe a greater existential risk to American civilians, etc. But where you don't even there's a category error here, which is we're not talking about armed conflict. This isn't armed conflict. And so you can put the kind of burden on America as high as you want, and you're not going to make it armed conflict any more than it's like armed conflict.
What what I'm saying is the idea that we are in armed conflict with Assad, although there are some things that suggest that was more closely likely the case, I don't believe it. Just like here, I would tend to find it tenuous that this is armed conflict. However, used on how these things have been interpreted to allow things like strikes on Assad and strikes all over the place that we've seen carried out by Bush, Obama, Biden, Trump, that I think is too expansive, I think this will fall in line with it. Even though this isn't the nature of attacking people necessarily with guns that are shooting at us, most of the times that we've attacked people in this way, it hasn't been that. The difference here is there are people that were armed that were coming to the United States that had products that would kill Americans. I still don't particularly like the strikes, but because these were people that are actively hostile to the United States in drug cartels, right, that were bringing products that would kill Americans, I find that more justifiable than striking someone that there's no evidence whatsoever that they were going to try to kill Americans.
So you say you don't like it. The question is, should he have done it?
I don't know. Probably not. It depends. I'd have to see the intel and exactly what they thought was going on here. But if in general the story's just like, should we kill drug runners that are coming into the United States? No, I think probably would be a better policy to just like try to survey them, get them at the border, and capture them.
So do you have a problem with? Do you have a problem with Democrats like pouncing politically on Trump for a policy you don't even agree with?
Do I have a problem with them pouncing in the sense that they could say we don't like this?
Yeah,
no, not at all.
Okay.
Do I have a problem with them spreading a hoax, claiming that it's a war crime, and then implying that people should not follow orders? I have a massive problem with that.
Even if they have a genuine belief that it is illegal?
Yes. First off, when they specifically came out with this, they didn't have any evidence of specific things that they said were illegal. Several of them, like Slotkin was asked specifically, she's like, I don't know, like A Few Good Men. Like, it's clear what they were saying was the Venezuelan strikes that they disagreed with, and I think they're also saying National Guard deployments and ICE deportations. They're implying, what the Democrats are implying here, and it's incredibly dangerous, is this. Listen, when we get back into power, we'll prosecute you, so you better disobey Trump if we think the orders are illegal. Ignorance won't be a defense for you. That's what they're implying.
But you agree with that?
No, I think that's terrible.
Wait, what do you mean? So you think that ignorance of the law is a defense? Oh, I really thought I could massacre that village of civilians.
I think if you can't see the obvious danger of one political party saying it is our subjective opinion that we think some of these policies are illegal, and therefore we're going to prosecute you and attempt to prosecute you when we come into power, so you better not follow them. What it does is we give a presumption. There's supposed to be a presumption in our military that the orders they were issued are legal. If we didn't have that presumption and instead we left it up to every soldier on any given order to determine, is this legal or not, it would be mass devastation and cost the lives of our military people.
I'm not making that point. What I'm saying is ignorance is not a defense.
But the point is that to say these sort of things is outrageous. Because yes, of course it's implicit. Every soldier should know and have it beaten to their head without needing to be told. Of course, if you were to do something that is blatantly hostile, like if they said, we want you to cut off that guy's fingers and feed them to him and then assault his wife. Yes, clearly that's something that would be so heinous that you should know that's illegal and refuse to carry out that order. But if it's, we think that you should attack these cartel members, right? To have them sit down and be like, let me read the AUMF. Let me read Article 2. Let me try. I think this is illegal, so I refuse to carry out this order. That's an absurd standard.
I think
that's going to lead to soldiers dying.
No, I mean, I think that we expect our members of government, including police officers, including military, they get protection. They get quite a bit of doctrines to their benefit. They have access to defenses that normal citizens don't have. They have access to privileges that aren't available. And the reason we honor them, is because they're upholding a higher standard. And they, yes, have an obligation to follow the law, and they're not allowed to waive that obligation.
It's an absurd. You know what you're doing. You know how dangerous it is.
Do you agree
that there is an assumption that we want our military people to have an assumption that the orders that offer them are legal unless there is overwhelming
a rebuttable presumption that requires in order to have something called a rebuttable presumption, there needs to be constantly on their mind. What do you mean? No, they need to have they need to be analyzing.
It's outrageous. You know what's going on. You know exactly what I'm saying. Fine. Then I hope that the next Democrat that gets into office, right, anything that they order law enforcement to do, like we order you to go arrest Trump, I hope that Republicans say, we just want to let you know we think this arrest is illegal and we will prosecute every single law enforcement officer that carries this out.
First of all, no one said that. First of all, no one said that. But you're not taking issue with that.
Why couldn't they say that? They're allowed to say that, right?
Wait, they are definitely allowed to say it. You agree with that?
Okay, and you would say
do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? That they're allowed to say it? They're allowed to say that we want to prosecute those people?
That's probably the purpose of the law I don't have in front of me that says that you're not intentionally
allowed.
So
the First Amendment, if someone has the position that this entire thing is a war crime and that you have a legal obligation under U.S. law, if it's their position to stand down and they're saying, guys, you're breaking the law right now, you're saying the government can arrest that person for that belief.
I'm saying that it could rise to the level if you're intentionally telling people to not carry out orders because you don't like them predictably.
No, that's not the example I gave. What the example I gave was the person is trying to tell people, hey, don't follow these orders. These are illegal. You guys have to stop. You have to stop what you're doing right now. You have a legal obligation. You're saying the government has cause and the First Amendment will not protect that speech.
That may be the case, yes.
Oh, I disagree. Let me give you my last word. I'll give you the last final word. First of all, guys, everyone follow if you like these kinds of discussions. Rob has them a lot with Democratic people. Rob Noerr on is it Normal America with Rob Noerr on YouTube. He's in the middle of a 24-hour stream, and I just took him for like 5 hours. You must be fucking. Your head must be.
I got beef jerky. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, you have like at least 4 more hours to do.
Yeah.
My final word on the strikes is I think we don't even get out of the starting gate. This is not, in my opinion, it's not an armed conflict. In my opinion, it's not authorized under U.S. law. In my opinion, it's murder. There's no public authorization here. In my opinion, that the best of evidence suggests that these people are hors de combat and that they didn't have radio communication. And that's what I think current state of it, and therefore I think it's a crime. Therefore I think it's illegal. Therefore I think it's murder. And I think that it's like a very obvious case that should be investigated. Last thing I'll ask you, and then you can give your final word there, is why do you think that this should not be vigorously investigated? Or do you think it should?
I think that it should be investigated in the sense that all military conflicts should have oversight. I don't think that this is an investigation that's necessary to have some sort of congressional investigation beyond the scope of what normally happens. The context of whether or not there should be an inquiry into whether the strikes in general should be allowed, I don't mind robust questions being asked about that. But as far as the double tap, it is clear to me that this is actually the norm in how we use aerial strikes, and that this is just being presented for political points. That's what's going on here. So I think that I'm perfectly fine with the normal sort of military oversight that would look into these situations. No problem there. But the idea that we need to have some sort of Democrats there so they can continue to politicize this it's a joke.
Well, I appreciate so much you talking to me during your 24-hour stream. Keep up the good fight, Rob, and hope you get to the 24 hours and get a long sleep, all right?
Yeah, thanks.
All right.
See you, man. Thanks for calling in.
Yep, no problem.
Yep.